Thank you.
「
Hello, everyone, and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and we do have a busy day on the docket. Obviously, the 30K PLO in the books. We'll get to that just moments from now. But the 25K short deck final table, first order of business. Once we wrap that up, we will pick up coverage of the $50,000 short deck main event. And then, of course, tomorrow will be the final event of the series as we are winding things down. That'll be a 20K short deck. Randy, and there's been so many good moments so far already here today. Storylines, obviously Santosh 2.0, a couple of titles for Jason Kuhn, some other stuff that kind of you're starting to get nostalgic about already?
Danny Tang picking up his second title is pretty sweet. We had a lot of people on the rail rooting him on, and, Jason coming around and congratulate him. I think the big one, of course, is Jason, with the 2 titles. It's just closing the gap with that win in the main event, and it was a very emotional time. You saw him in tears at points.
Sure.
It's been good so far. It's not over.
No, Ramin Hajiev, let's not forget him
Yes.
in that Luxempe Invitational 200K, holding it down for the VIP side of the bracket. Massive, biggest payout of the entire festival. And then, of course, the mystery bounty where Ding Biao came over and managed to not only bink it, but then ruined everybody's day by picking up the biggest of all the bounties, $345,000. All right, so before we get to today's short deck action, as we promised, 25K final table going to be coming your way. Let us reflect then on the 30K PLO event. Just 4 players came back from day 1. We were going to be down to 2 players in very short order, just 15 minutes, and after over an hour of heads-up play, it would be Mike Watson who would collect his second title and $347,000 as we look back at how it all shook out. Final 4, you notice Laszlo Bojtas didn't have but 1 chip, had lost the bulk of his stack, having taken the best of it into battle. And on this occasion, with just 5K left, he had 2 queens that were all but drawing dead to a 6 or a queen. After a spade on the turn would land Watson, showering the Hungarian. Bojtas taking home $117,000. Gergo Negi would be in the on-deck circle as the Hungarians would finish in back-to-back spots, 4th and 3rd, this time courtesy of the overcards and the open-ender on a 7-6 tray board where Watson's gut shot and pair of 6s would turn into the 7-high straight. All 1-pair hands would draw dead, and the needed 10 or 5 would not materialize for Gergo Negi. He would take home $153,000 after being on the wrong end of that blind versus blind altercation. Then Andrei Lubevetsky, the Ukrainian, ace, king, jack 4 doubles suited up against Watson's queen, jack 7-6 single. Diamonds were covered. 3-bet pot. The jack 5 deuce board would leave both players with top pair. Watson would pot it. Lubevetsky had 68% equity with 2 to come. And then the disastrous queen on the turn. Watson would make top 2. Lubevetsky was drawing live to Broadway, but in the end would be left on the outside. $239,500 for the effort. As you saw Watson there, $347,000 for the title, Randy. And during the interview, did manage to pick out that he is part of the Lucky Lamb Brigade. Patrick Antonia started it on this festival. There's something in the supply chain out here, maybe a little bit of run good. Stop looking at me like that, Randy. You know, obviously, I don't believe what I'm saying. But
You do.
Superstition. Well, I haven't had any lamb the entire week. And I'm actually, no, I think I'm in the black. Not in stocks, but obviously, that's a whole nother conversation. But obviously, Watson taking down that title and finds himself at this final table here in short deck as 4 cards turn to 2.
Yeah, we know Watson, known for his no-limit abilities, but somehow takes down the PLO. Great for him, and in the lead in this 25K short deck. So we know he knows a thing or two about tournaments, and he was in for multiple bullets, right? 6 bullets into this event, so on pace to definitely be in the black in this one.
Now, the other storyline outside of Watson, of course, is the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. We've made much of it. We didn't think that it was really going to come down to the kind of wire it has. But currently, it looks like Jason's in the lead at risk, though, with Chidwick in the fold as well.
Yes, right now Jason is in the lead. He's got 3,607 points. With him busting out his tournament, so he won't be able to collect any more points here. And if Stevie gets 6th place, he'll still be trailing at 3,539 points. But if he can get at least 4th place, he'll be in the lead by 4 points. And, of course, if he ships it, would have a massive lead at 3,755 points.
And that is obviously, given that both of those guys play short deck, part of why a lot of attention is still being paid to these final 2 events as they compete for not just the bragging rights, but the $200,000 that will go to the eventual Ivan Leal Player of the Year award winner. Big multipliers in the mains, having kind of an impact on these points.
Yes, of course, and we know these two guys, they really are neck to neck. It can really go either way. Jason, you know, a little bit anti-sweating Steven in this tournament, of course, but it really could be anyone's game, whether Stevie ships or not, because we know Jason can perform. He's got short deck main event titles under his belt. It's going to be coming down to the wire, even to the very last event, the final 2 short deck events. I'm not sure who's going to take it, but yeah, it's close.
You know what's wild is that you would think winning 2 titles and having a second, the work would be done. But when you're trying to take down the likes of Chidwick, who isn't just going to end up with a goose egg at any given festival, the man likes to find the money, cashes with such frequency, you've actually got to outpace him. And Jason still, in order to take down that Player of the Year award, has work left to do, as we've touched on. Okay, Makita at another final table here. Distance between himself and Jason Kuhn. At one point in time, they were the 2 most decorated at 4 titles apiece. Since Vietnam, a 5th for Jason, and now 2 here, up to 7. Bads looking to close the gap.
You know, of course, we've seen like Bads a little bit disappointed every time Jason gets another title. One of his competitors, as he was neck to neck, is 3 trophies behind. Of course, he would love to take one down. It's been a while for Makita taking the trophy. I think the eye's on the prize for this one for him. Yeah,
no doubt about it. Bads is in 6th of 6 runners right now. Young, Richard Young, Triton co-founder, in the money here at the FT. 4th in chips, 83 annies, 2 million in front of him, just above the 1.9 million average. Obviously loves the short deck streets.
Of course he loves the short deck streets. Is his game of choice? Surely, yes, he played the No Limit main, Luke Sompay as well. But really, his game is short deck. You'll see him come out blasting at any kind of buy-ins available for him.
Yeah.
You know, obviously loves the game. Is always on the rail, kind of watching his favorite players battle the streets in every single game.
Hard, too.
He really does sweat it.
Always hanging out in the tournament area, whether he's in the mix or not. Also in the mix, of course, playing under the Malaysian banner as well is Anson Yu, Randy.
Yeah, you know, Anson, really, he's been showing up to our stops. He's improved every single stop. I think he's performing his best at this Cyprus one. You know, you can see him just really evolved as a player, putting in some bluffs, and really is, I think he's, the way he approaches the final table, he really goes for the win. Will go with it if it's close, even though maybe I see him like questionable.
Right.
And I think that's going to give him the best chance to take down a title.
And obviously going to create some entertaining situations for us, as maybe not what we would expect will be coming out of that seat from Anson. Looking for his first ever win at a Triton series. This is his first final table. Interesting tidbit on Anson, by the way. He's cashed at every festival that he's participated in. So obviously that's something even our top pros can't say.
We've had many top pros that come to our stops. Ofer, you know, like our very best players. So yeah, kudos to Anson. Good to know.
Anson, however, is the only player at this particular final table without a title. Taking a quick peek at the Triton Poker Plus app, you guys are able to see exactly what the seating order is and the chip counts. 25 and 50,000 will be the ante and double ante. Of course, at the top is the man looking for back-to-back titles. Late in this tournament, Mike Watson with 2.9 million. Randy, I feel compelled to kind of take a moment to have maybe a bit of a competitive exercise here. Of course, we don't need these cards, do we? So what should we do with them, Randy? I feel like we should try to just kind of, oh, come on, man. Oh, can't, maybe, oh, God, you take that. Oh. Direct hit or what? God, I can't believe, I'm telling you, it's the air conditioning.
I'm out of ammo.
I'm out of ammo too. No reload? We can't
use the 6s or 7s or 8s.
What you guys don't see is that Luca Vivaldi is looking at us right now, shaking his head. Those are his cards. He said that we were supposed to treat them with respect, and unfortunately, We haven't done that, Randy.
One more shot. Would you like it?
Yeah, I would like it. All right, let's send it down to the final table area. Luca's over. We're sorry, Luca. We're sorry. I didn't mean it. It was an accident on purpose.
His idea. His idea.
All right, poker, come on. Send it down to the arena. Let's get going. It is the 25K short deck. And there, now we're in trouble.
He's close to me.
I'm scared. It's an angry Italian. Oh, no, don't make him clean it up, guys. 66,500 for a sixth-place finish. Thanks to Luca for letting us have a good time. As you see Mike Watson, eyes on a much bigger than 66,500. 323,000 is going to be going to the eventual champ. Pay jump currently going to be just shy of $20,000. King Queen suited for Anson will begin the evening as Richard gets his bearings. Jack's a flat caller. Chidwick checking back on the button. Ace Queen 9 set for Chidwick here in a 225K pot. And some of this conservative pre-flop business here, Randy, going to be a direct function of just 32 antes in front of Makita.
Yeah, that's the main thing, is when there's a shorter stack out there, you will see more conservative pre-flop play. Interesting spot here. He's got bottom set. His opponent is betting out with a more shallow stack of 45 antes. May feel there's value in potentially raising here. Knows there's always gutties, ace X's that will continue.
Just because Anson limped doesn't mean that he isn't strong here. As obviously we expect there to be some relatively conservative approaches, as mentioned, due to the short stack of Makita, ICM factor, and there's a lot of trappiness in short deck up front.
Yeah, short deck is one of those games where they can easily still be at top of range if we take it post-flop and limp pot, just given the trappiness of balancing your ranges.
$200K, the price to continue for Anson Yu. The backdoor clubs, obviously, flush is so hard to make, whether it's the front door or the back.
It's tough for him here because, you know, Stevie's raising on the button, and, you know, you would expect Stevie to kind of raise ace-queen on the flop. Good laydown. Discipline.
Super textured board, obviously, as Stevie will be just fine with that start. Maybe not so much Jason Kuhn, who has tremendous respect, but economic incentive to be anti-sweating, as you mentioned in the pregame.
It's just going to make him fight harder, however he places.
Also making things harder for Stevie, of course, Randy, is being directly to the right of chip leader Mike Watson. Granted, not a tremendous number of antes separate their two stacks at present, but he would sooner be a bit removed from Mike. As we see Bads, ace king, loaded for bear.
So he's playing 30 antes under the gun. He might just rip this one in rather than try and trap.
Shoots it up. Just 400,000. Now we're looking at more than half of his remaining stack.
It's the same concept as the no-limit tournaments where they slide most of your stack in there. Crazy action behind you. You lay it down. Especially more important in this game as equities run closer. You really don't mind laying it down if two other people get involved for the rest of their chips. Feels like Watson will give Badzikuski a spin here, but might be contemplating just calling first. see what kind of piece develops. Occasionally can take it away from the ace-king.
Certainly appears to be more of the exercise than whether or not he's going to play the hand, although one never knows. 400K is still a sizable amount.
Yeah, of course it's crossing his mind. Maybe he lays this down, but he's just going to ship it in.
Yeah. Mikita will be delighted to be looking at ace-10, but for those that have yet to join us during short deck coverage, the percentages there tell you what you need to know about this game. You're never in that bad a shape. So to the flop we go. 1.7 million in the middle and a lovely board for the ace-king.
I feel like there's a sweaty tone coming. He's going to be like the jack of diamonds.
Chris Brewer
That'd be
claimed there was a sweaty turn coming. That's far from it, as Watson will draw dead, delivering a full double to the Belarusian. Whose White Tiger has been working overtime.
I mean, great news here for Chidwick, too, as he will slide into the chip lead with Watson going down. Do you know if White Tigers is actually a real thing? I don't know. Okay, don't give me that look.
Randy,
There aren't
are you kidding me? White, every kind of animal is a thing. Albino. Oh, boy. Randy, once this festival's over,
You want to go to the zoo?
I think you and I just need to sit down, have like 2 to 3 weeks of talking about everything. Just bring you kind of
Up to speed. Yeah.
on what you've missed.
I've been on this planet for quite some time, though.
Right, but most of it you spent playing online poker. That's not where one gets incredibly cultured. They're rare, but they're real.
Okay, okay. I thought it asked. I thought there was never a dumb question. Never mind.
No, it wasn't a dumb question. It was a surprising one. As
Queens.
Brewer, unsurprisingly perhaps, ace-9 suited. Ripping it in, but Richard Young
Big
gonna
lay down
muck
there.
the 2 queens.
That's a very ICM-aware fold there of 2 queens.
You know, I say unsurprisingly, but now that I stop to kind of consider the implications of Brewer's willingness to jam, given he's third in chips coming into that hand,
Mm-hmm.
I actually feel like it's something I would not have expected.
It is something we've seen from our short deck final tables, people folding like queens and ace-king against jams.
Is that why the jams become so much more attractive? Because even proverbial top of range can find the fold?
Yes, if you know that your opponents are folding like queens and ace-king, given the distribution of chips, there's a short stack out there, you can profitably jam these ace-x suiteds for, that was about 80 antes. But knowing that your opponent's calling range is just so narrow, like kings and aces, you're just printing really, right? 1 ante from each person, the double button ante.
Yeah.
You know, it's just when sometimes you got that wrinkle of someone who just disrespects that concept, and they're like, okay, let's run it.
Reminds me of Sean Winter's last stand at the 100K main event final table. Out of the small blind with the 8-4 offsuit. F it. Just jammed it in as a call, no less.
Eventually, enough's enough.
Yeah. Not sure the Badzikuski's going to be feeling that way about 10-6 off as he comes with the limp. Henson says, Lego. Queen Jack suited. 200 in the middle. And bottom pair for Bads is the best of what's around as the delayed shades are applied.
He might stab here, just thinking that its last 2 positions pre-flop Anson. It's got a lot of incentive to jam ace X's. Maybe feel he can apply pressure. Bet we go. 2 antes. May I take one step back real fast?
Yeah.
Did you notice how fast Richard Young folded? He doesn't use time cards.
Ever?
I've never seen one in the history.
Come on.
I'm serious. I've never seen it. If there is a chance he used, it's like one in the lifetime since our inception, what, 2019 or so.
You know what? I bet you he's used one, but I also bet he ended up having to use it because he didn't know it was on him.
Yes.
And then they had to expire the shot clock, and he owed one.
There was a time earlier in this tournament specifically, he didn't know the action was on him. Used
Right,
like 15
right.
seconds or so, almost bled into the time.
It wasn't
bank.
even because he was distracted. He just, every now and again you kind of drift off.
I
and
want to know, is there someone that's looking through all the past footage now? We're going to find him.
It's bound to happen.
Let me get through this, several hundreds of hours of footage.
Internet detectives. I'm glad you said that, though, Randy, because obviously coverage from every one of our festivals is available on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, a channel on which many of you may be streaming this coverage here today. If you are, welcome. Always nice to have you around. Randy and I keeping a little eye on the chat. Love to see your engagement. Love to see you hit like and subscribe in order to help us continue to deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment at the bargain basement price of free of charge. Meanwhile, Mike Watson charging $275K.
Yeah, quite a
anyone that
sizable
wants to
open
play.
here. 11 antes, King Jack. Makita thinking about all the options, of course, whether call or jam or even fold. And notice that he kind of always peeks to his left because that's the short stack of the tournament. Is it worth kind of risking some chips to get involved right now with Anson sitting on 36 antes?
1.2 million.
Damn. Strong.
Indeed.
Anson, 2 aces.
Wakes up with it, and you can see the situation is a little bit awkward for him with the chip leader and the guy who came in as the short stack but now has him out chipped. Both in there, but of course he will sail in his 36 antes.
Nothing. I said he has under 1.2. That was all.
Literally the one hand he doesn't want to see is pocket aces in this spot.
Bads, that is. Watson out of the way, and Anson will be delighted with this development.
Very
8,
bad
8,
hand,
9,
ace
and
ten
1
diamonds.
diamond as the aces continue to dominate.
Oh, yeah, right.
They're just dead on the dome every time.
King of Hearts and Brewer getting a laugh out of the fact that normally in short deck there's always a sweat.
Mm-hmm.
The never easy statements.
So we're 0 for 2 today, just drawing dead on a turn. It's not a thing, but today it is.
Sorry? 6, 8, 95. Yeah. Right. 5, 9. 100 back.
Accounting complete.
Take this.
That double for Anson.
5 to chip.
Feels good to look at the aces there.
Will pop him back ahead of Makita, of course. And into second. Randy with 87 antes, almost 2.2 million.
Yes.
That goes to show you how close we are in the chip counts for him to go from 6th to 2nd place. A very different dynamic. Makita on the short stack. Can't really make plays now. 35 antes for Mr. Badziakuski. Perhaps poor tiger placement, Feng Shui.
I don't remember the Tiger actually being deployed on that one.
Mistakes.
Oversight.
Found his leak.
He's not playing TTO.
TTO.
Randy. Tiger Theory Optimal.
No one knew that. No one.
That was self-evident.
No one knew that.
Everyone in the chat is
No,
disappointed
no,
with you.
no. I'm not taking these lessons with you after this stream.
Ace Jack suited. Not going to require a lesson to play for Chris Brewer.
I think it's noteworthy that he's actually opting to open raise this spot. Remember before he had like the ace-9 or ace-8 suited, just open rip it. Very different scenario. Gonna let these 2 9s take a flop. Quite frankly, you know where you're at post-flop. And when you do know you hit your hand, usually you win a big one.
Well, 9s have already done well from the button on one occasion. Don't rate to do so here, though, as it goes 10-10 queen. See if Brewer wants to follow through.
Just takes 1 c-bet to take this one down.
Yeah.
2 9s just don't fare well in short deck. No limit hold'em most certainly would continue, but still gonna make the call here. No, is it a raise? Sorry, I'm just miscounting the chips.
I saw you with the black chip in there, but yeah, both of us very surprised to see Richard getting sticky. And here on the turn, Richard picks up the bad end of an open ender, while Brewer picks up the Broadway gutty and, more importantly, the best hand.
Yeah, of course, this is the problem. 2 9s is lots of overs come. You're really hoping for check-throughs on turns and rivers. For Brewer now, jacks and 10s. It's a scary board, but does pick up showdown value. I'll say he's got a range advantage in the sense that he's got all the ace-kings. Young, never. So,
500.
yeah, he's just going to turn his hand into a bluff. And to be fair, he can really just blow out Queen X at a very high frequency on this turn card. There we go. Chris Brewer, 2.6 million. Back to the top.
Brewer already with the title in the series in Pot Limit Omaha. That being in the 25K, one of 2 PLO events at this stop. I feel like this is the part of every festival, Randy, where you can really kind of see the toll that it has taken on some in terms of long, drawn-out days of back-to-back stressful poker.
Yes, I can see that.
I mean, there's nowhere they'd rather be. Obviously, this is a joy
Yeah.
for those that love the game as much as our regulars do. But you got to have some stamina, man. There's really, something to the idea that you've been looking after yourself, making sure you get enough sleep,
2.6 almost exactly.
clean living.
It's a very important comment you made there, as the people willing to kind of just keep their head in the game, stay strong, having good endurance is going to get the most value at the end of the festival.
Yeah, and we know Chidwick is obviously.
He looks fresh to me, like just always focused.
Yeah.
When he's not at the table, maybe that's when he relaxes. Set.
Ace Jack 8. And for Chidwick on the button, the fact that he is not connected with this board is good news for him. As Brewer's made the middle set.
I've been loving the way Brewer's been approaching this short deck tournament. I've noticed he's got a lot of aggressive actions, both pre and post. Of course, set of jacks easy for him, but playing very well in this game.
Yeah, kind of a balanced diet too, like doing some things, some limps, some jams already here.
I heard
a variety of holdings.
Henry saying something like he wasn't sure if he wanted to enter the short deck, decided to take a spin, and paying off right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he was just being
trolling.
cheeky,
Yeah.
right? But he was like, well, what else am I going to do?
He's got short deck
I'd be bored.
experience.
Everyone either went home or they're playing the short deck, so here I am.
True. I like how Watson is still sporting this Triton Champions hat. We felt like obligated given he just won it and just jumped into the event yesterday. But it's a new day.
You
He's
know
gone
what's
to sleep.
crazy? I didn't even think about the fact that, yeah, yesterday you expect him to have it on just because he just won it. So, okay, where else am I going to put it? On my head. But he went to bed, and then he came back today, and he's still rocking it.
Superstitions, I tell you, the real thing.
Ace king for Richard. Takes it down. I actually would like for him to turn it sideways for maximum goofiness.
Left, right, doesn't matter. Is there some kind of
Well,
optimal
obviously,
position?
you go to one side. If you run good, you leave it that way. If you don't, you flip it to the other direction.
You
If
need
you
to
continue to run bad, you flip it to the back. If you still can't win a pot, you then light it on fire.
We're not lighting these championship hats on fire, Ollie. It's
Well, then
not a thing.
Get like another hat and then burn it in effigy. No, I don't know if that works.
No.
Maybe burn some sage. Oh, you don't know about that either.
Is this a Dracula thing?
No, that's not a dread. That's garlic. Ace Jack for Chidwig. As Randy continues to demonstrate that the bulk of his life has been lived under a rock. No, actually, the sage thing is a little bit obscure. It's like some spiritual
Thank you.
thing. I don't. I've had some weird exes.
Making me feel better.
No, it's not your fault. Chidwick put the uniform on today. Lululemon hoodie. Let's play some cards. Brewer having taken the chip lead here. Just a nose in front of Chidwick, the only two with over 100 antes at present. Batsiukuski looked like he was off and running, and then got smacked down by Anson's aces as Yu runs in third. Watson and Young 4 and 5.
How do you know it's a Lululemon hoodie? There's no like logos, right?
No, Lululemon has like this little tiny
Horseshoe thing?
Yeah, see, okay, so why would you ask if you know?
But there is no horseshoe present. Or did you go up to him and just look at his tag?
You know what I mean? Spend time with the Chidwicks.
Okay.
That's what Stevie needs. He needs a Lululemon sponsorship. Actually, as much money as he wins playing poker, he doesn't need any sponsorship for, you know, $100 hoodies.
Thank you.
You know what I want? I want Stevie to break bad and to, like, all of a sudden just turn into, like, you know, the villain in poker, where he just, like, goes off, like, buys a Bugatti, you know what I mean, and just, like, starts punting and, like, wearing expensive jewelry.
You can't see it.
No, of course you can't see it. That's
It's
why I'm rooting
impossible.
for it, because
Okay.
it's chaos, Randy.
Who's the most likely of these six to become the bad boy, as you describe?
Bads.
That's the bad boy. There we go.
I mean, it all checks out. He's also super nice, though.
Just
if you
imagine
know
the
him.
tiger just gets wild, just starts
Oh my God! He
eating
starts
people's
coming to
chip.
FTs with a real white tiger and like a chain. Oh my God! Starts throwing like ribeyes at it, like every time he busts
Lamb
somebody.
chops.
Oh yes! Now you're thinking, Randy. Ace 7 suited.
You might attack here. Hijack, two people behind him, everyone's folded in front. No traps in front of him.
400.
Making that stance. 400K.
You called it. And it's going to get through. You know, this hasn't been a great festival for Makita, Randy. He's only got one cash under his belt in the 75K 8 max. Just look how many attempts.
Let me take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 attempts. More to come. But, look, Brewer had a tough festival until he shipped the PLO event.
Yeah, he's also kind of backloaded his profit.
So now's the time.
Heating up toward the end. A couple of these players here at this FT. Brewer had been 0 for 8 until the 25K PLO victory, and then 15th in the 100K main. Suited 9-10. The hand that allegedly plays the best against 2 aces. I believe we overheard DeVoris say that earlier, in part, obviously, because it doesn't require an ace in order to make a straight for Broadway.
Notice Anson attacking here with 10-9 of clubs. Just the approach of, I don't really care if you guys got me covered behind me. I'm going to attack. Gets it done. And this approach is going to allow him to potentially ship the tournament a little bit more often rather than, you know, slowly icing his way up.
Mm-hmm.
Double-edged sword, though. You could go out in 6, of course.
Anson's lone cash coming in the $200,000 Luxon Pay Invitational, 12th place, good for $350K.
We've seen it from Bads. He's a little bit earlier position.
$425.
Just 4 1/4. As again, a significant enough raise to presume that the rest is ready to go in, comes out of Bads and gets through. I believe Henry has made a bid to re-nickname Bads Urban Boris.
Urban Boris.
You weren't here for this.
No.
So I believe multiple hoodies that he has worn, perhaps even including this one, are made by a designer named Urban Boris. This is something that we learned during one of our streams at this festival
100.
as someone inquired at the FT, and
Oh,
Nikita
okay.
provided the answer.
Did you know this designer beforehand?
Not even close. Never even heard of them. But then when we looked up at the screen, we realized that Urban Boris would be kind of a cool nickname for Makita. Now, do you remember Rocky and Bullwinkle?
Yes, I know the moose.
Right, and the squirrel. Do you
Mhm.
remember the bad guy? I think his name was Boris.
I think it is Boris.
Consider then the whole storyline.
Yep.
Nickname is Bads. Could be the bad guy, Boris.
A bad guy in a cartoon, though.
Okay. Still,
That's not evil at all.
that guy was pretty evil by cartoon standards, even.
You want to go with Urban Boris for the guy named Bads.
Henry wants to go with Urban Boris. I like Bads.
Urban Bads?
Maybe you can settle.
It's a good compromise, isn't it? Urban Bads. that got you?
Yeah, I like it. Because it was the diplomacy of it all. You try to make everyone happy, Randy.
I try to.
Let's see how happy Watson's going to be with a couple of 8s here, folded to his cutoff. Makita, obviously, one presumes if he wakes up with one, he will go for it.
Yeah, 8s is a type of hand you try to take flops with. You really don't want to bloat the pot.
How much trapping do you think Watson would ever be doing from the cutoff here?
I don't want to say 0, but it's down there.
If it's down there, does that not encourage Makita with King-9 suited to try to just take it here?
Potentially, and it crossed his mind. As you can see, he knows there's a sliver of chance, so didn't really want to risk it. But on this type of board, King-9 is not looking too bad, given that you expect these kind of Broadway big hands to just kind of rip it in you pre-flop,
Yeah.
sitting on 40 antes or so. Having said that, I do think Watson might still stab here, just given that the dealer button on the flip side would want to jam these big cards as well.
You would think.
Could be a pretty fun pot incoming, given it's a bit of, I know you can't be strong, you know I can't be strong, who wants it more?
Right. Stronger, of course, is Bads considerably. Middle pair, backdoor diamonds. Just going to call the 50 as things begin to get interesting. Ace pairing on the turn. Not certain how much Ace X these guys are going to be giving one another credit for, as played pre.
I suppose it comes down to if Watson thinks his opponent's going to fold King X right now on the turn bet. He thinks so, so one more bet, we go. It's pretty terrifying too if you're sitting on a pair of kings or queens here, and if I'm wrong, I'm literally drawing dead to an ace, potentially. Would be a very big call for Makita, although correct. Nice.
Yeah, another bet call, this time 150K as an extra 300. Work their way into the middle, and now Bads with kings full of aces on the river. The eights have been counterfeited and are playing the board.
Pretty much a mind game at this point is, can I follow through one more time representing Ace X, knowing that you shouldn't have Ace X too much in your range?
And how much King X does Bads have, and how much does it really want to see a showdown if it faces the big barrel? I think Queen X exactly is what Watson would have to be giving Makita in order to try to bluff this one.
Yeah, nicely done from Makita. We'll be able to scoop this pot. Shouldn't be much value in betting a king here, but we'll take his time to figure it out.
I mean, can't he safely assume that Watson is never going to be checking an ace?
I would think so, given the line. Wow.
And if that's the case, then it would feel like maybe firing the king is quite nice, no?
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, that's a good point, Ollie. I think a lot of people just mandatory just check this back, given the strength of the hand. Makita known to always find some value. Figure maybe I can get paid off by like a Jack 10. There we go. Makita sliding past Mike Watson at the conclusion of this hand. I believe we might even have a new tournament short stack of Mike Watson. We do. 50 antes. From chip leader to the bottom right now. Antes up, 30K.
That's even worse news, obviously. Well, King 9 of diamonds did so well for Bads. Under the gun. A little too much pressure to put it to work for Brewer, in a very different situation than just being able to check back from the button against a cutoff opener. Now, man who opened that last one, Watson.
He likely will attack for all of it. Blinds up, now has 40 antes rather than 50. Looks like he'll be picking this one up.
Tour of duty on the short stack for the time being for Watson. Not the start he was hoping for to this final table. Chiseling continues. That is a dusty hand in short deck, the 8-6 off. King 9 of diamonds yet again. Third straight hand that's been dealt.
Not really that good of a hand. He's out. Short deck BVB, cutoff versus button, Jack 9. Very deep stacks.
Look at Anson. Jack 9 off. Limping into Brewer's button.
There's a little bit of protection given the stack size he's holding here, around, above 60 blinds.
All in.
But Brewer's just, nah, you can't call here. Nicely done.
Yeah, sure enough. Brewer does jam. Taking some tokens away from Anson, who sits in third behind Chidwick. Brewer at the top. As chip leader coming in, Watson currently sits in fifth. I guess it's a dead heat between Watson and Yong right now. The bottom of the chip counts. So dual short stacks and bats right there as well. So kind of interesting that we've got three almost equal stacks clustered.
The closer the stacks are, kind of the more weighting between the three players. Ace, Queen, and this is a big decision here for Richard Yong. Chidwick opening under the gun, 10 antes. Yong making a stance here, and Chidwick cannot love this, but he has blown up the pot, 300K. It's 1.1 million more. Technically probably has priced himself in given the shorter stack, but we got to add the ICM implications as well.
This is so fascinating as Chidwick has the exact same kit inverted as Richard.
Man, if Richard can take this down pre-flop, would be a huge win, given they got the same exact hand. Would create a huge separation from him. Was just sipping on this thermos. Hot tea, I suppose.
Well, he's hoping to be sipping on Chidwick's 300K, uncontested.
Keep in mind, Chidwick calls here and loses straight down to the bottom. Big laydown.
Big laydown indeed, but an understandable one, I feel like, Randy. We did see Richard Yong fold 2 queens pre-flop already here at this FT, and didn't make his way over here by virtue of just taking the worst of it and spinning his way all the way through. He's a guy, I think, that has maybe even a reputation in a spot like that for never showing up light.
Yeah.
And what's bottom of range is what Chidwick is thinking about there.
Look, sometimes you have this tighter image. It pays dividends. Like, he just picked up a nice pot that most players won't be able to get away with. Attacking at the right times, folding in spots when, you know, you understand the tournament payout structure. Nicely done. Richard Yong slides him up. You know, earlier, just not too long ago, you said there was a tight cluster between our 3 players at the bottom of the slope, but now it's just 2, Makita and Watson.
Yeah, Young creating some separation there, and now Watson with 2 queens looking to create some of his own.
All in.
There we go.
In it goes. Oh, and Richard, ace king. Not to mention the jack 10 suited for Chidwick behind. Young is going to move all in himself.
Yeah, big difference when you've got the lead on the opponent who has shoved all in. We got a coin flip coming in, Ali.
Yeah, the classic. You see, the advantage actually belongs
I know.
to Yang.
If we had
It's-
something good,
Very different game, Ace King. The
Maybe
premium versus the queens.
big can 10 jack what? Maybe 2 ace king.
Like,
10 jack is good what? Or 9 10 is good.
yeah.
Can think about that.
good?
I had queen jack.
Yeah, he covers me. Definitely covers.
Almost 3 million in the middle. And it comes King, Jack, 8, all diamonds no less. As you see Watson recognizing even in short deck.
The hat is
Drawing
off.
one out is bad.
Neo diamond.
And there is the diamond on the turn. Showers for Mike Watson, Randy. Who would have thought that would be the case coming into this one? As back-to-back titles not going to be claimed here today.
Put them in the other way around.
Ouch.
Out in 6th, taking home 66,500.
Yeah, Ali, that one's gonna hurt. I mean, came into the day as the chip leader. First one out. It is the nature of short deck, though.
20th cash of his Triton poker career, 5th of the series, as Watson over 5.5 million in career Triton earnings. Leaves behind 5
It's not so
to
weird.
continue to do battle.
You shove a shorty there.
Where is the button? Sorry?
And guess
There's
who
there's no dead. It's on
at the
Nikita.
top of the leaderboard, Randy? I don't need to
Short-
tell you.
Yeah, short deck veteran, co-founder, Richard Young.
You know, we say co-founder in terms of the Triton Super High Roller Series along with Paul Fua, but I wonder whether or not Richard may have been around during the genesis of the game. Paul, I think, talks about
Paul
openly
has.
having been there the night that short deck was invented. VIP was buried, right?
He did say he was there for the inception of the game, but
Mm.
I guarantee you, Richard was at least railing that game
Yeah.
at the minimum.
If he wasn't playing, he was railing, and if he wasn't railing, he probably got on a plane to come out and get a taste of this new action-packed cash game. And as if Richard needed the help, here's 2 aces in the hijack. Right when it looks like maybe you're activating because you've got a big bundle on your hands, and people could be tempted to play back at you. Not with Queen Jack suited,
Well, every hand
Nor-
got cut. AA.
with King 6
Every
suited.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Before, no. 6 8. What? Every hand.
Hey, every hand easy. Easy to
Every
win.
hand easy.
Quick tournament.
Yeah.
Tell you what, aces every hand could be quick in the other direction.
6 or 7, how see? Come what?
One cut
Draw.
full.
One cut full. Oh, no.
Bats choosing to jam, putting max pressure on Anson, who's 4th in chips right now, ahead of him. Gap narrowed. Turkish teas have been delivered to the booth. It's that time, Randy.
Two-person?
Caffeination,
Yeah.
strapping in for the long haul.
Just
No, I
watch
did-
out. They're really hot.
I feel, well, yeah, well, we learned that the hard way. I've still got like a blistered tongue from the I mean, isn't it like against the rules? Just, didn't McDonald's get sued?
It was Oh, it was McDonald's.
for
Yeah.
like the super hot coffee. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to get myself involved in any litigation. I'd rather take it hot than cold. I can't even hold it that long. It's so hot.
Your hands have never done hard work in their life, have they?
Oh, yeah, Randy, I know
No
you're the product of
calluses.
years of blue-collar manual labor in a gulag.
Gulag.
2 queens, raise and take it for Anson as he reclaims chips lost. To bad, Zapata go. Also seems to be on board the Richard Mille white ceramic train. That's the ultimate flex piece, man. I know we're Jacob & Co. You know, love that they're collabing with us on the Triton main event front for those special watches. And obviously they do have some really sick pieces of their own.
Mm-hmm. Is there a but?
No, just an and.
Okay.
And RM white ceramic. Love it. Both can be true. See how much Chidwick loves 8-9 suited. Not that much under the gun. Bins it.
$250.
Attacking here, King Jack offsuit. Anson Ace Jack. Trying to figure out what is this pre-flop raise. How the ranges change rather than open jam from his opponent. Maybe an opportunity to attack. All options on the table. Ollie, he is not afraid.
250K.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about 4X
He's
and
talking
now.
not afraid.
You know what's funny is we just got done talking about how Richard's going to have this really tight image, but this is not a tight play.
No. Did you notice the speed? He just peeked at his cards. All in. Like, that screams strength to me.
It really does. Like, it's a no-brainer hand like ace-king or aces, something like that, specifically.
Well, looks like
I wouldn't believe ace-10 no good. This time we good. Ace-10 soon.
you.
You got the ace.
I'm not
Always
showing
lose
it.
this one.
Ace queen?
I'll tell you what.
Suited?
I don't think that showing the ace-10 suited there is going to
It
help
does, it does.
Richard if he tries to get up to those
Before 8-10
shenanigans
good.
later at this FT.
Ollie, you know what? It's a setup.
Maybe.
Yeah. You know, next
But
time.
He
It's
had
not my
aces, he
fault.
showed it. He had ace-10 suited, he showed it. Now next time he's going to go back to having aces. Who knows?
Or see one more level up. Ace 10 again.
650 or
8-6 off. Really melt some faces.
Do you think he's got some Turkish tea in that thermos?
I'm not sure. I feel like maybe it would be
Green.
green, oolong maybe.
Yeah, oolong. Bole.
Jasmine tea. Chrysanthemum tea is my favorite. Have you ever had that? With the big
Yeah, the
flower that you put
flowers.
it in and
I-
it just turns huge
I
in the
li-
tea?
I am a big fan of chrysanthemum myself, but I'm going to guess no here.
No, I don't think.
It's-
You'd have to bring your own.
There's a certain point when you move on from chrysanthemum, I think.
425.
There's
Richard's
also,
there.
well, what are you talking about? In life in general? Or just like when you're on the road, you just accept that it's not available? Because I'm thinking there's a point in life where whatever you want, you make sure that you have. And I suspect that Richard has reached that point. Definitely inspirational characters are our forefathers on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Paul and Richard. Always been so tremendously kind and welcoming to everybody who comes aboard Triton family, whether it be staff or players making themselves regulars. It's a good family to be a part of, Randy.
Agree. Let's see what he does with Queen 10. By no means a premium hand, but maybe with chip lead, we can do chip lead things.
Yeah, just look at him.
Get involved.
Ready to play post flop with this limp.
Ace-9 is a candidate to drive some action. The chip leader showing some weakness pre-flop. Maybe a sign to attack from
Yeah,
Makita.
I'm not sure how many traps Makita's going to give Richard as a limper from the hijack. Under the gun, oftentimes, you kind of are wary of that, but as played, not certain, as Makita does check back from the button and flops top pair against second pair. Young playing it safe.
I'll say this, though. You know, Richard just showing us his aces and an ace-10. It's hard to predict where he's at pre-flop right now, and it's crossing Makita's mind, may paying low dividends. Top pair. Not much of a kicker. May bet, but it doesn't really want to be put in a spot where he bet folds the best hand against a huge draw, but not top two, but good two pair now, ace-9.
And yet, this is the street on which Richard decides to activate, maybe just simply telling himself, I don't give Makita an ace, checking back pre and then checking back post. So let me just barrel here and try to take what looks like unclaimed money. But of course, don't forget that that ace does play as a 5. So any 6x, 8x, you don't want to give them a free look at the river. And that sort of kit does seem like it could very much be contained in the check back range for the button.
Yeah, completely agree with that. Makita now
1,035,000.
just going to push all the chips in there practically.
Yeah, this one's done.
And of course, he's not worried about 6-8 opponent limping the hijack.
Never.
I've done the same thing a few times. Like when I'm jamming, I'm like 1.9 million.
I wish you guys could see Randy in the booth right now just jamming out to this music. 14th straight day of it, and yet he's still
Turkish tea in hand. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
What do you think has more caffeine in it? Turkish tea or Turkish coffee? It's got to be coffee, right?
Is that like a real question?
You're
like,
the guy that
this
asked
is
if white tigers were real earlier. Are you kidding me? So you're saying coffee?
100% it's coffee. I am 51% sure.
51% of the time, it's 100% of the time. Ace Jack.
Is it already the night shift today?
Taking
No,
it down. It
just day
feels
shift?
a little bit like it. I'm getting a little bit loopy. Day shift action here. As the first of our short deck events seeks a champion here. Over 320,000 up top for the eventual victor. What a cool story it would be if that eventual title were to head to Richard Young, who's got 8.4 million in career Triton earnings and 14 cashes. Only played 2 events thus far here in Cyprus, as we mentioned during the pregame. The 100K main and the 200K Lux on Pay Invitational. Now, Richard does have 1 title under his belt. Randy, you're such a historian when it comes to all things Triton. When and where do you suppose that title took place?
I know it was back in the original days, probably Jeju is my guess, and it was a no limit event if I recall correctly.
You are correct, no limit. Not correct, however.
Montenegro.
Montenegro, 2018. Now, I believe that the earliest event I've ever seen on anyone's resume was in the Philippines.
So the Philippines and the Macau event, I believe, they weren't doing the stream like at this production back then. But Montenegro Jeju was kind of the beginning of
Right,
the
so you weren't
big
around
one.
for those ones.
Nah, they exist.
Right.
I wasn't born yet.
Pocket
Came out of the
tens,
fetus for this.
not going to be around for this flop as Anson piles. What did you say?
Came out of the fetus.
I hate myself for having covered that, because that's completely insane, whatever you just said, and I'm a huge fan of it. Certainly hope that you guys out there streaming us live are having as much fun as Randy and I are here in the booth. Truly a worldwide audience. Some people just waking up in the U.S., others maybe getting home from work.
Do you know what makes this Turkish tea Turkish? It's been
Well, the fact
kind of
that
bugging me a little bit. I have no
Or
idea.
having it here in Turkey is one indication, but I know what you mean.
Tastes like black tea to me.
Are you suggesting that we're not actually being given
No, I'm not saying. I'm just curious. I'm trying to be
allegations of-
cultured. Hold on. Let me get back to the poker. I'm
Okay,
better
fine,
at this.
do it.
Richard Young, Ace Jack. He was very aggressive, remember, with the Ace 10 suited. It's a little bit different in the sense that Anson has actually opened up to 430K. That is a 14 ante open. Gets the Ace Jack down. And you can see how the little nuances in bet sizing pre-flop may change the course of the action for his opponents. Nicely done, Anson.
Anson's pretty nice in these short deck streets, Randy.
You got some results for me?
Stand by. We talked about the lone cash here at this festival coming in the 200K Lux on pay. But I don't see cashes on his resume in short deck. But my statement remains, based on what we've observed of him on stream, has really managed to kind of avoid bad situations, been willing to go with his gut correctly in a few others.
650.
And
I think your latter statement is the key point for Anson, just going with his gut when he feels the situation is right, and most has been correct more often than not. It's a wrinkle that these pros need to kind of adjust to, or they may be giving up a bit too much to him.
Bads gives up the ace-8 suited, but not before raising and taking it. Been a lot of jockeying already in terms of chip counts at this FT. Chip leader coming in already showered in 6th. As Richard Young sits atop, followed by Brewer. Then Anson Yu, Chidwick, and Bads in that order.
$1.5.
Another 50, is it? 1.5.
It's alright. You got the fold.
Ace-8. Getting it done again, this time offsuit. Chidwick cut off. Pay jump from the 85,500 for 5th up to 4th is 25K.
There's one white chip and a blue stack.
And a blue chip in the white.
Okay.
And one more, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dirtiest stack
Oh,
I've
no,
seen.
boy.
To date, 3 misplaced chips. You get him, Richard. Attack of this ace-8 suited.
Yeah.
Don't tell me how to place my chips.
10 ante raise,
Mission complete.
0 callers. We saw the 3 straight king 9 of diamonds. Now we see 3 straight ace 8s.
40, 80.
Yep.
Won't be a 4th.
That's
the
what you
big
would have
one,
said
huh?
after the second one if I made that comment, though.
80% jump.
You the type of guy, you go to the roulette table, 3 blacks in a row. You're like, it's got to be the 4th.
Yeah.
I feel like I am, though I don't play roulette or baccarat.
But
I
it
thought we were
crosses your
25.
mind.
But I would definitely look up at the stupid,
You know
know,
how they got
monitor.
that piece of paper at the
Of
baccarat
course.
tables?
and
I
like it's been
clearly
19 bankers in a row. I've martingaled my way into insolvency thus far, but if you let me borrow $1 million, come on, really? 20 bankers in a row? Banker, natural 9, showers.
$650.
Well, not quite as coin flippy an exercise is playing short deck versus playing baccarat, as Bats applying pressure. Ace jack suited for Anson.
He might run this one. He's seeing Makita just attack over and over again. Pre-flop with
1.4.
no
Yep.
action. There we
Good
go.
read, Randy.
It's
This
a
is
very
where-
small thing, but I noticed the 1.4, leaving the 565 back. So it's a very important in case Brewer comes along and then he can get away from ace jack, potentially looking for a big pay jump.
Call. Not sure if that's all of it or not. 1.1.
Yeah, you should check.
1.2, 75.
You surprised that Bads is
No, I'm not
Yeah.
surprised.
making the call?
130.
It's when you put this half stack all in thing, it's mainly is if someone else comes along, I'll get away if those two go into war.
Obviously, he knows no matter what he's going to be behind, but the good news is
Like a
not
chop.
by as much as he would have been in long decks. So, Makita seeks a spin.
Gotta get both hitting straights.
Whoa.
How about that for a flop?
This is coming 9. No, not 9-7. That means ace jack wins. I was thinking chop.
Gutter and a heart draw for Makita. The
I
turn
need a picture. Higher
Oh,
card.
9 is not.
9's no good anymore.
Nine,
good.
nine,
is
nine,
of no help,
7 or hard?
Seven.
nor is the 9
Oh,
now.
seven.
As well.
And the river
Nine, no good.
Nine.
is
Got
the
the
9.
three.
Makita makes the
Sure,
10 high
queen,
straight.
queen.
Anson with the queen high straight.
Good luck.
And that'll do it
Thank you.
for the 4-time Triton title winner, as he will be denied his 5th here, Randy.
Yep, Makita, the veteran, short deck, disappointed, of course. And still a nice run getting a cash under his belt, as, you know, Northern Cyprus hasn't been the best for him this trip thus far. Well played. Main event coming later today.
18th career cash for Bads, and his 2nd at this festival. 5th place, $85,000. And a little change, as now everyone secures the 25K pay jump and assures themselves $110K of this $950,000 total prize pool. 33K pay jump for 4th to 3rd.
May I add something that's
How do you win on
maybe
that
of
ball?
interest to you, Ali?
Always.
An easy flop to win on.
Chidwick,
It's so scary to
top
me.
4 guaranteed. You know what
Indeed.
that means.
I think I don't need
Player of the Year implications, Randy. Talk to him.
maybe
Currently in the lead now, passing Jason by 4 points minimum.
And looking for more than that. As currently, Chidwick has 43 antes. Brewer with 58. Action on his 2 10s. Chooses to limp. Richard says run it. 2 overs.
Yeah, dynamic's a bit different now that Chris Brewer is clearly out-chipped. We'll need to play passively pre-flop. Top set.
Up against a gutter. Backdoor spades for Richard. As you see, Brewer take the passive line. Richard doesn't bite now. Picks up a double gutter on the turn, courtesy of that ace.
Seems like Brewer's going to want to try to extract value. Oh, does come in with check. Going to give Richard Young the rope here. Open-ended, double gutter.
Only loses to ace-ace and 7-9.
I would say ace-ace impossible given pre-flop. Richard Young checking back. So just 7-9. But 7-9 that didn't bet the flop, mind
Right.
you.
So Brewer check jams.
It's a great spot that he denied this 30% equity for him.
Yeah.
And the idea here with Chris Brewer is not, it's just, I don't know which river card I want to dodge. I really don't want to be put at risk. Short stacks out there, huge
We can,
ISM
very
implications.
No, hold to get a good rivel. I guess bold
You
fails.
heard Brewer
okay,
kind of
but
explain his decision there.
Very scaled.
Hard to get a good river with a set of 10s in that spot. Fresh off of that pickup, Brewer deliberates with the
2.5.
ace-10 suited.
Million, yeah.
Shoots it up. Always leaving themselves a little bit back in case of emergency. Becomes such standard practice now.
Very bad. Just too good.
Brewer suggesting what he just did there wasn't great.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's this one or the hand before of the 2 10s he was referring to, but
Okay.
you know, like Brewer just not his main game, so he's
Yeah.
aware, you know, he needs to just evaluate hands from time to time.
Sure. Not a lot of evaluation required in this spot.
Such a good hand where maybe he comes in with a little raise or like a limp. It's the one hand you're super comfortable with in short deck pre-flop. Trappy we go.
Queen 8 fails to look like a customer as Chidwick's trap. Hasn't ensnared Anson. Checks it after the limp.
It's always worrisome given the dealer button can just have a very wide range, and he's going to give the rope, Queen 8, just drawing so slim here, 100K. The interesting decision here is 2 aces going to potentially bump it up or just call?
What's interesting, Randy, about that wide range you speak of is given that it is short deck, that range is condensed, and then also if we take away top of range in terms of the aces, kings, the big stuff, a board texture such as this could very much be interacting
It
with
could.
that button check back.
100%, right? Usually in these raise pots or just different positions, we throw out the 7 and 6x, but it's very real. He could be up against 2 pairs.
TV trying to determine how to chart a course forward off of 1.5 million.
He is currently declared tournament short stack, so just going to define his hand now, jam. Doesn't want to raise small, get called, give his opponent a chance to kind of outdraw him. Scoops that 1.8 million in chips.
And manages to make a few from Anson's Queen 8 that a different line might not have. Raise pre, you don't get those chips. Barrel on the flop, you don't get them either.
It's an equity denial game, and as you can see, of 2 aces there, and Chris Brewer of 2 10s just trying to close out the hand, preserve your tournament life as well. And in this game, there's obviously so many cards you're just not sure how to react to on the turn, whereas in full deck, we got those little cards that can show up. Queens.
So the shortest stack at the table, headed in the right direction. One that somewhere out there Jason Kuhn is respectfully and sportingly rooting against in the hunt for the Player of the Year award. This, of course, the very last stop on the calendar for that distinction. Last few events. Final opportunities.
$350.
Chidwick going to make it 350.
Interesting spot now, as he hasn't open jammed or limped, comes in for raise, and we do know that players time to time do
Yeah, like 1.9
kind of
is
raise
alright.
fold with this kind of stack size.
Okay.
Brewer might give him some action here, base 7 suited. He's going to jam. Snapped off.
Yeah, and this is suddenly a very big one as Brewer has run into the upper part of Stevie's range. Chidwick not in the mood to put queens in the bin after the open. And now poised to vault into the lead in this 3.8 million chip pot where he flops the boat and leaves Brewer drawing to just backdoor spades or running aces.
Oh.
There's one of the 2 aces. Brewer was also saying, I'll take a king. That would have been a path. 4 outs once for Chris.
Oh, sick.
And the king
Whoa.
does show up on the end. An absolutely disgusting way to lose that one for Stephen Chidwick, Randy.
，short deck。
I'm stunned, Ollie. That is just dirty. That is the short deck of all
Yeah, it's
short
like
deck
40, 60,
runouts.
which is what's so silly.
I feel like I need
已经是完蛋了的，
No,
some
obviously not,
sanitizer.
but-
就是
a cold shower.
AA
The kind that Chidwick is experiencing on his walk to the payout desk. As somehow, some way, against ace high on a king-king-queen board, the mighty Stephen Chidwick has fallen. In fourth, collecting $110,000 and leaving behind all others to enjoy a minimum of 143K.
扣一项也可以的吧？我真的不明白。
23rd career cash on tour for Chidwick, north of 16 million in Triton earnings. We need hazmat suits if we're
Ollie,
going to have to look at that kind of toxicity.
What did Jason Kuhn do to get that run out to come on the turn in river? He's like,
I
okay,
mean-
I just want to be behind by 4 points. No more, no less.
Now, of course, we've already established, Randy, that movies, like many other non-poker related things, not your forte. I feel compelled in this moment as you ask me what Jason might have done to deliver that
But you
run
have
out and
under
keep
4
this
million,
Player
right?
of the Year award race close.
Yeah.
Okay.
To cite
Cool.
a very old Charlie Sheen movie by the name of Major League, where they actually had a teammate
Call.
on their baseball team that was very superstitious. Of course, I'm referring.
Roger Dorn.
No, wait a minute.
I've seen it.
Randy, you've
Oh.
seen Major League.
I am cultured, believe it or not. Just in certain things.
So then you know who I'm talking about. Serrano
Oh, it was Pedro.
and Jobu, which was the little doll, I think. Anyway, ace, queen. Queen's full for Brewer. I completely glossed over this one in my delight to be able to talk about Major League.
Nothing.
I was going to suggest that
Jack bet.
Jason
Easy
Kuhn has
call.
invoked Jobu
Calls a jack. What do I do?
for that run out.
Just check.
We know that he
Too
couldn't
good to check.
sacrifice any lamb because there are none left on the island.
Travel street.
Is Jobu like a troll doll, or was it just?
It looked like a troll doll.
did,
Remember,
right?
remember when he wanted a live chicken and they brought him a bucket
Aw.
of KFC?
He's not in a good way either.
At 3.6.
Ah, for those of you who have no idea what Randy and I are cackling on about, encourage you to watch the film. But first, stick around and watch this one play out as 3 remain here in the 25K short deck. The first of 3 short deck events, the last of our events here in North Cyprus. Brewer starts the party by limping the king-jack offsuit. Richard accepts the invitation with the 8-9 suited. Anson, of course, ready to run it with a 7. As it comes queen high, open-ender for Chris. Double gutty for Richard. Backdoor clubs as well. Just facing a bet of 100,000, being laid 3.4 to 1. There is a future for this holding. Not so much for the ace-7, of course.
Got the battle of the straight draws. Little pair there for 8-9.
Keeps
What?
things interesting.
Might still get Brewer to fire a shell. We'll check. Happy to check around.
And there's the jack on the end, which now gives Brewer a pair, but with the 4-liner on board, Richard has the queen high straight and the best hand.
Brewer might feel that he's got the range advantage. The ace kings may take a stance here. Probably feels that only a 9 can continue, but we'll check given that it's hard for Brewer to have a 9 in the hijack. Richard now.
I have a jack.
Checks it back, playing cautious.
9.
9's good.
Thôi cân nữa rồi.
Now that we are 3-handed Ollie, the stack's actually pretty deep. Our short stack sitting on 78 antes. Lots of post-flop play likely to be the future we foresee.
Chat, by the way, still reeling over that beat that even by short deck standards, Randy, was tremendously disgusting. The one that left us, of course, with half of our original 6 to start today's coverage as we lost Stephen Chidwick.
450.
Raise and take it for Anson. You know, at the onset of the festival, there was a lot of talk about this being the year of the nacho. Barbero does not play short deck.
At least I got some hope.
When we've seen some of the run good, which feels so uncharacteristic to be associated with Chris Brewer, Randy, might this be the sort of back half of the festival that is feeling like it might be his to profit from? Not the year of the Chris, but the ending of the Chris. I'm gonna have to chew on this
Ending
one.
of the Chris.
I'm
Like
working
that's
on it.
you're just saying like his tournament career is ending after this.
No, not in terms of his career ending, but rather it is his festival end. because he's running good. King 7-6 here as Young runs good on the button.
Not even close to one of your best statements this trip.
Agreed. It's a active title.
Nice hand.
Perhaps producer James wants to pipe in with a submission of his own here as we seek to, maybe chat can give us something. Maybe not. I'm being impatient. Someone's gonna come in the chat with the perfect way to describe the fact that Chris Brewer is heating up at the end of this festival. Like if it had to have a movie title. Ooh, I got it.
Okay, okay.
I got it.
You only get one shot at this. Better be good.
The way to describe the back half of this festival. The back third, let's say. The brewery. Huh? The brewery? What? Producer James says that's awful. It's a bit on the nose, but it plays as a double entendre.
We're not going to a pub, my friend. The brewery, really?
I'll tell you what, if Brewer wins this one, we might find a pub. Even if he loses this one, we might find a pub. Producer James, nightcap, shout out. Meanwhile, quick peek at the chip counts.
Just awful, Ollie. Yeah, give us the chip counts. Continue. Chip counts.
3 million. 4 million. 4.3. Randy has become the boss of me. 143,000. The real boss, of course, Triton co-founder Richard Young, seeking his second career Triton title. Ace King certainly rates to be a path forward to try to make that happen. As quick raise and take it. Randy, did you not like your tea? It was what, Randy? Not coffee?
It didn't have as much caffeine as the coffee.
You need. Now, normally I give you ice mochas, but
I know it was.
All right.
It's not my thing.
Okay.
I didn't want to put disrespect to the Turkish tea, but really just not for me.
It's all right. We'll go with coffee.
No flowers inside. No chrysanthemum. I'm out. 2 aces. Trappy.
Yeah, a botanical pocket pair. The most beautiful pre-flop bouquet.
Brewer is the chip leader right now. Taking his time.
All on.
Wow, jams. Anson with the 2 aces going nowhere.
Now I'm going to double check and make sure it is indeed needles. And now suddenly a massive pot of over 6 million. You instantly hear Richard say, whoa, yeah, this is the type of kit required to find a collision of this magnitude. And do note that this Jack 10 of spades is performing rather well, all things considered. 37%, and look at that. Open ender for Brewer. Anson hanging on. Board pairs, and now he again becomes the favorite as Chris had jumped in front on that flop. And the river is an 8.
Is in between. Good game.
Chris Brewer showers Anson Yu in 3rd place. No shame in it for Anson. Not a one of us would have found a different fate. As now we are suddenly down to heads up. Anson collecting the bronze medal here. A third place finish. Obviously had designs on a better outcome in that one, as he will shake his head and find the payout desk. $143,000 richer, but leaving behind Triton co-founder Richard Young to do battle with Chris Brewer, who is seeking his second title of the series, while Richard seeks his second title overall. Randy, it happened quick. Anyways, great.
No, I'm just saying, these last two all-ins were just absolutely brutal,
Look.
right? Jack 10 beating aces, the ace X running full house to beat two queens when he flopped the full house.
That's the pot that really exemplified the nastiness that can be short deck. I mean, commonplace for those who have played enough short deck, bearing witness to things of that nature, but even by the game standards, Chidwick took that one on the chin like the consummate professional that he is. Don't let me take that beat, guys. It's going to be a little bit more of an animated exit. Obviously a bit of a tilt monkey. Now, two players still remaining. Payouts, of course, guaranteed $222,000. Up top, $323K. And, of course, that's over $100,000 in pay difference between those two positions. So how about a heads-up sit and go for $100K? Randy, what do you say?
We do got a heads-up match between Chris Brewer and Richard Young, the veteran. Chris Brewer, newer to the game, but has been making a name for himself.
Yeah.
The brewery,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah. So $7.3 million will be in front of Chris. $4 million in front of Richard as we step aside to get the stage set for heads-up play. And as we do that, we leave you with another GTO Wizard quiz. Stay close.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You open cutoff and face a 3-bet from the button. You hold ace jack suited. What's your play? Fold, call, or shove? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Well, what a potential storyline we have emerging here. Chris Brewer in the hunt for his second title of the series. Of course, all eyes on boss Richard Young looking for his second ever Triton title. It's the 25k short deck Ante-Only, event number 15. Randy, I wasn't here for the first 4 eliminations getting us into heads up. I'm looking at Sir Watts, who came in as chip leader. What happened?
You know, just a disappointing run of cards. You know, there is a situations in short deck where, sure, you've got a lot of chips, but easily can just get it in there, you know, ace, king, 2 queens to get his fate sealed there by Richard Young. And really just been some crazy all-ins that's been happening. Chidwick getting in 2 queens, flopping a full house, still losing to ace 7, runner, full house. And Anson, with that elimination, got in 2 aces against Jack 10 suited. Straight run out.
Aces cracked. Full boat
Huge
cracked.
pot, too.
Ace King losing to Queens. I mean, massive congratulations to Anson, of course. His first ever final table at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Third for 143k at the end of a long grind. You know, a 2-week festival. Has to be thrilled with that. Stevie Chidwick out in 4th. You know what that means when it comes to Player of the Year leaderboard points. We'll touch more on that later on. But for now, our attention obviously focused on Chris Brewer and Richard Young. 183 antes, plays 102. So Randy, I mean, immediately looking at this, we've got a bit of a heads-up match on our hands. It's going to be a bit of a grind.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be very grindy. Endurance is going to be super important to people with experience. I believe Richard Young's been in this position before, and well, Chris Brewer as well. So they have the experience. They understand they need to kind of just grind out their opponents. For now, big chip advantage to Chris Brewer. Let's see how he approaches things here.
Quick look at the Triton Poker Plus app. Richard Young, Triton track record. I mean, one of the best out there. 8.4 million in total live earnings. 1 title, 14 cashes. I mean, we can scroll all the way down to the first event that he played in Montenegro 2017. Second in the main event. 6th in the 250k. Then won his first title back in Montenegro 2018 in the 250k HKD 6 max. So looking to obviously add a second title here. And I mean, home field advantage, potentially. We're about to throw it down. Chris Brewer squaring off against Richard Young for event number 15. Second title up for grabs for Brewer. Second title overall for Richard as they play a 100k heads up match. 183 antes, plays 102. 222,000 guaranteed. both these players. 323,000 going to the eventual champion. So the eliminations there earlier on in the day.
Check.
What a brutal spot for Anson, by the way. I mean, chip lead pot.
What can he do? He's got 2 aces, lead the trap, and his opponent jams in Jack 10 suited. See ya.
See ya, indeed. So here we go then.
Little shot of the Shambhala jewels there, midair.
Shambhala jewels bracelet, Triton trophy. As Richard improves on the King of Diamonds turn. And he goes runner kings. So full house for Yong.
10 high good.
Gonna try and squeeze out some value. Obviously, Brewer with just 10 high. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heads up for the first short deck title of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in North Cyprus.
You want one hand, A7 against Queen, Rock, King, Queen.
Easy walk.
Yeah, really? No, like, you still.
I asked for the king. I mean, I knew what I wanted.
Ask for king.
Yeah,
I think
post-mortem from Richard.
All your people rooting for you here, Richard.
Huh?
I'm just against the nicest guy in the room.
Love to hear that. Brewer knows. Triton founder, one of the men rather responsible for this Super High Roller Series and the success it's had over the last 6 years. Top pair for Young, bottom pair for Brewer. I expect, Randy, we're going to be seeing a lot of limping and a lot of kind of pot control, given how difficult it is to squeeze out value in short deck.
So one of the main things we should touch up on is the way heads up short deck is played. The player to act first pre-flop is also the first player to act first post-flop.
Right.
Whereas in no limit hold'em full deck, you know, if you act first pre-flop, you get to act last post-flop as you've got the button. So a big disadvantage being first to act here in heads up, we'll probably see that player come in with limp rather than just open raising. You know, you don't really want to play bloated pots out of position. And in a game with very close equities, it's even more of a disaster, knowing that your opponent usually has some piece that can continue. You got to play guessing game post-flop. We'll see how they adjust here. And the big thing is if you do come in with a raise first to act, knowing you're out of position throughout post-flop, you will come in with a larger raise sizing, as you see here, about just north of 7 antes to open.
Does that also mean we're expected to have maybe some more traps if we limp because we're first to act?
You should have some traps just to protect that kind of limping range, otherwise you'll be too easy to play against. Heads up is always one of those games where you're trying to like mix up your strategy, change gears, try to keep your opponent on their toes, and hopefully take advantage of the situation. We do have a check down, 7 good.
Ace high, no good. So first raised pot of heads up. And Brewer's way. Expecting a lengthy grind here. Playing for 101k. As well as Triton trophy and the Shambhala Jewels bracelet.
That one I can let go.
Man, I can't believe.
7 high.
So what's from chip lead?
It's short deck, man. These things happen. Lost multiple key all-ins.
If you think of people with short deck experience lifetime, I mean, that man on your screen's right there. Surely in the conversation for most hours spent playing short deck, I mean, right?
He likely was there in the inception
beginning
of the game, yeah. And
do you think it was him?
50, yeah.
It was like, you know what, guys? Richard was just like, I've had enough of this. I keep getting dealt 9-3, Jack Deuce all night. Let's take the deuces through 5s out. And everyone's like, you know what, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do it.
I promise you it wasn't him, but he probably was there when it happened. And, you know, whether he's in the action or on the rail, you know, Richard Young loves to be around the action.
I need to sit down with Richard and Paul. I want to hear the stories from way back in the day.
You know they're going to be good.
I know, right? You're gonna ask them, and they're like, sit down, son.
C19.
I've got a story to tell you.
Ace-9, cannot go.
Brewer just open jamming with the ace queen.
Shape against Ace-9.
Very good shape.
I can just imagine asking Paul that question. He just pats me on the shoulder. It's like, take a seat, Henry. I'm going to take you on a journey. It's like Lord of the Rings, you know, Gandalf shows up. He's like, come on, Frodo. I'm going to take you on a journey.
A journey you want to be a part of.
Definitely. I want to hear the stories. I can only imagine that in Macau, back in the day, would have been insane. Richard Young against Chris Brewer. Brewer with the 10s. So little ace king v king 6. Brewer first to act. Up to raise this time. 7x gets the fold. All of our viewers around the world joining us for this heads-up match. Event number 15. 2 more events to come here. The Triton Super High Roller Series. Just want to say on behalf of the entire team how much we've appreciated the support over the last 2 weeks in terms of viewership, in terms of people getting involved in the conversation, whether it be on Twitch or the YouTube chat or even on social media. We've had a lot of people reach out to show their appreciation, and as always, I wanted to state that it doesn't go unnoticed. Everyone helping Triton on their mission to continue growing the game, reaching a wider audience, most importantly, providing some of the best poker entertainment in the world free of charge to the poker community. And if you haven't already, do drop us a subscribe or a follow if you're watching over on Twitch, as we continue to go from strength to strength and growing Triton poker. 2 more days here, penultimate day today, 50k main event later on today, playing down to a winner tomorrow. Then a little 2-month gap between now and London. London, 27th of July through August 10th. We'll be back, and in between then, we've got a lot of cash game material.
Also A7 also.
With none other than Nanonoko in the booth.
Until non-stop.
Yeah, I'm excited for London. It's we do it all again.
How long's it been for you since you've been to London? Since the last Triton?
Since last time. So that was, what, 2019?
4 years.
Been a while. Happy to be back. will be a big one, of course.
It's going to be massive, man.
Favorite games. Lots of players going to show up to there, and they'll just love the atmosphere. Big binds, of course. Here we go. Got ace-6 offsuit.
$350.
Brewer continuing to lean.
This is very insane.
Poker War is saying, I cannot smash it anymore, or I'll
Like
have
a
to go
top
back
10%
in
I
time.
had, like 9 hands in a
We
row.
appreciate you.
Just one more
Poker
time,
War,
okay?
But one more time.
One more time. Just test it. You know, you're like, can I just push it one more? Does it break? You gotta find out by pressing it.
Got Felix asking, what does short deck mean? Great question for those of you new to short deck. 36 cards. The 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s are removed from the deck. For example, if you hold a hand like ace-9 on a 6, 7, 8 board, the ace works as a 5, so you'd have a 9 high straight. And flushes beat full houses due to the mathematical improbability of making a flush over a full house compared to no limit hold'em.
You also forgot to add the point that in short deck, you get short decked.
I did forget that.
The important part
God
is
damn it.
equities run so close. You think you're far ahead, always a sweat on the turn,
Yeah.
and they get there more often than not.
There's some crazy hands, man. I mean, we've seen, you know, sets are actually a favorite against flopped straights, equity-wise, which just seems baffling, right? Like, you've got ace-jack on a king-queen-10 board up against kings. Kings are actually a favorite.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes sense mathematically if you think about it, as there's less blanks, no little cards, more likely to pair up.
Randy and his calculus. Majored in mathematics.
Majored in
and economics.
Would not have a degree then.
Responsible for sending multiple rockets into outer space based off of his calculations.
Never said that, but I'll take credit for it, I suppose, if that's what the Wikipedia wants to say.
What I mean by rockets into outer space is you snap calling online, showering someone, and then mouse or monitor getting rocketed. I can imagine you're responsible for a lot of broken monitors.
Lots of showering.
Lots of showering.
Okay. Lots of...
Well, I don't know about the showering part.
Appointments of fixing our computer devices. Okay.
Bro with a little stab on the turn. Takes it down. Early doors in this heads-up match.
Yeah, it's not a big deal right now.
So expecting a bit of a long one, given how deep they are, given the nature of heads-up short deck, as Randy was breaking down for you viewers. A lot of limping. Of course, a lot of passive play as well, just because of how close equities run. Main event is over and done with. Jason Kuhn took that one down, beating Sam Greenwood heads up. Richard with the open jam. And 70 antes now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick dealer change. And if you haven't already heard, a new world of poker is coming, and your chance to get in on the action is now. Triton Play is a social poker game that's looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker, and they're open for pre-registrations now. When you see that QR code pop up, be sure to scan it and start your journey into the new world. Got some really exciting stuff coming up, including a stealth demo, a London giveaway, and so much more. And Randy and I were talking about Triton Play earlier on in the series. Going to potentially look into doing some giveaways with the viewers whilst watching the streams, maybe some sit and goes with us here in the booth. We'll have all sorts of fun once that is officially released, so get involved.
Little inside straight draw, taking a stab. Easy one. You know, Henry.
Go on.
Very key important match in the sense that Burr can take this one down. It'll be 3 titles. 2 titles for Richard Young. It's a big statement if you can reach the 3 title club. Obviously one hard to be a part of.
That's a great point. Wai-Kin Yong and Phil Ivey, I believe, the only players in that 3-time champion club. It's also nice getting your 2nd title, you know, like just kind of showing that the first one wasn't a fluke.
Mm-hmm.
You can hold it down.
Yeah, and Richard's first title actually coming in form of No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah.
So we know he's loves the short deck. He, for the No Limit events here at this stop, played the 200K, the 100K full deck, but here, you know, going to work in what I presume to be all of the short deck events.
He's had a couple of crossbars, you know. The first ever event he played came 2nd for 1.4 million. Then in Jeju 2018, he had 2 third-place finishes. One for 9.1 HKD, the other for 16.7 million HKD. Had a 3rd place in London in the 50k short deck. 2nd place in Madrid, a 4th place in Madrid, and a 5th place in Madrid. Then a 3rd in Vietnam. He knows how to play short deck, that's for sure. Jack 9-9, complete brick. Both players. Richard going to take a stab here. With just 7 high, getting the ace high to fold. Nice little pick off.
Wider ranges, of course, and heads up. Your opponent more likely to miss than in 4-ring. So many dusty hands here. King 6 in the muck. 6x is just really not playable.
Young's certainly been getting dealt bottom of range so far this heads-up match. Don't forget the conclusion of this heads-up match. We won't be finishing with our coverage. We'll be diving into the 50k main. Couple of playable hands here.
We've seen Brewer get aggressive here with these Jack 10s. Trying to deduce how often he's getting trapped pre-flop. Thinks not often, so jam we go. And May denied his King Jack of clubs. Lots of equity. Nicely done. Just really leaning on Richard right now as he is taking really aggressive pre-flop action.
Top pair for Brewer. Richard, man, has been just getting dealt. I mean, looking at the app, like the best hand he's had was the ace-queen. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, trashy stuff, but losing the minimum, I suppose. Part of the game. I'll tell you, though, still has not used the time card. I tell you the thing, he really hasn't. He might as well turn them in now. Look, they are the.
I can see it.
Just stacks.
And those are just the one-time bank ones. He's got the green ones behind, which are worth 5 apiece.
I don't know why do they hand them out to him. There's no point.
Another jammable spot for Brewer potentially.
No, it feels like his frequency is a bit high lately. Doesn't mind give his opponent a flop.
Both players bricking.
There we go, pocket sevens. 3 overs, taking a stance.
Same 2 calls back to back. Ace-9 of clubs.
Huh? For those of you just joining us,
Ace-9 of clubs, Ace-9 of clubs back to back.
222,000.
Like, yeah, 2 hands in a row I've had Ace-9 of clubs.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
All hand.
It's way tough to get
Same.
It's tough to get exact same calls, same suits.
But both hand together.
Yeah.
323,000.
It's better on the Ace King Queen 9
for the
than
champion.
It was on the King Queen 8.
Both hands 8 hand.
Check.
Monotone we go.
Check.
Yeah.
They're playing fast. Can barely catch up.
Check.
Look, already checked by the time the screen got to Richard Young.
3 pair.
3 pair good.
Yeah, love it. Definitely love it. And Brewer knows it as well. He's one of those guys that does adjust to the field, playing fast as well.
Good point. You know, do you really want to be the guy who takes full shot clock every hand when your opponent is playing, you know,
Brewer.
top 3 seconds on the shot clock? I respect that. I respect these 2 aces as well. Trappy, you know, he's seen Brewer just attack relentlessly against this limp.
There we go.
Nicely done.
Right on cue. Richard finally being dealt top of range. Setting the trap, aware of the aggression Brewer's been showing against these limps.
Yeah, meta is so important in these heads-up matches. Gonna slam it in now. Hope his opponent's got a piece to continue. No show here of 2 aces.
So 38 entries in this one. 6 places paid. Start off the final table with Sir Watts in first. Ended up bowing out in 6th after losing 2 key all-ins. Followed by Bazir Kuski in 5th. Stephen Chidwick Out in fourth, then Ante-Only using a monster pot with aces against Jack 10 of spades. Set the trap. Brewer jammed with the Jack 10 and rivered a straight to get us heads up. So Watt's just getting a little 2.6 rebate on his 6 bullets that he fired. Needed like third or better.
Look, obviously he wanted higher, but the cards sometimes say no. Denial.
Oi.
With the way these two are playing, there's certainly room for this to be over very soon. All it's going to take is a little ace-queen running into ace-king, or an ill-timed jam like a Jack 10.
Yeah, it's a grindy affair. You can see Richard Young's actually chipped back up close to 4 million in chips. Was 3.2 on the low. Aggressive here, 10-9 offsuit. Richard playing off the fact that he's been a little snug so far in his heads-up match. He does get resistance in the form of the black 10-9. 10-9 is pretty sweet for both players on this board texture.
Both of them flopping an open-ender. Richard obviously with the aggression pre. Certainly find ways to win this one should they brick. It's just going to jam, Randy.
You know, with the open jam, he actually has denied the equity of his opponent. I can't imagine him calling with this 10-9. It just feels so disgusting having to fold an open-ended on the flop.
3, 460.
What a disaster would it be if Richard Young's just holding like King 10?
3.7.
You know, a better straight draw. Checking the math for this. For Chris. Does he calculate?
Fold.
Said he folds. Nice little pick off
I
there.
went to gamble.
Fuck, same hand. Same
Same
hand.
hand.
Actually, I'm ahead. I have 10 of spade 9.
Same hand. I went to gamble.
I would call king 10. Oh well. Nice hand.
Richard just showcasing Randy
King 10, is it?
how
No, I would've called
powerful
king 10, I think.
equity denial
I folded 10
is in short deck.
You're a bit worried about
Jamming
King
that
10.
one in.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't forget, he got the 400K
King
in
10,
pre-flop too.
Yeah, and he got the free roll to fold. Closing the gap
Nice
a
hand.
decent bit there.
You got me. Check.
Look at that, by the way, just getting that through up to 4.6 million. Started off this heads up
Check.
around 3.2. Back to where he started, in fact, north of. He's now turned the straight against Brewer's top pair. Brewer drawing dead. Board has paired 450 out there.
Check.
It's going to check through.
Sweet.
Young up to 4.9,
Nice.
Brewer down to 6.5. It's grinding away, Randy.
Yeah, saved a little bit of chips there, not betting their top pair of kings.
Oh, the old Jack 6 bounty hand in cash games.
5 million in chips now.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go. So it sounds like they are going to take the scheduled break.
You want to make it a shorter break because we just had one? You want to just do like 5 minutes or something, or do you want the full break? you want to just do like a 5-minute break because we just had one, or do you want to? 5 minutes? Yeah, if you want to take 4.
I think they're taking the full break. You know, get some tea, chat with the crew, maybe analyze some hands. There is a lot at stake, Randy, but look at the gap between the two. It's been narrowed to just 29 antes, and the fact that when we come back, the ante will be increasing. That is what they play for when they come back from Heads Up. Randy, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. 101,000 on the line. Second title for Brewer if he can take this down of this trip. Second title of his Triton history if Richard Young can close this one out. Don't go too far. When we come back, we'll be playing down to a champion.
GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
he's used one, but I also bet he ended up having to use it because he didn't know it was on him.
Yes.
And then they had to expire the shot clock, and he owed one.
There was a time earlier in this tournament specifically, he didn't know the action was on him. Used like 15 seconds or so, almost bled into the time.
It wasn't even because he was distracted. He just, every now and again you kind of drift off.
I want to know, is there someone that's looking through all the past footage now? We're going to find him.
It's bound to happen.
Let me get through this, several hundreds of hours of footage.
Internet detectives. I'm glad you said that, though, Randy, because obviously coverage from every one of our festivals is available on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, a channel on which many of you may be streaming this coverage here today. If you are, welcome. Always nice to have you around. Randy and I keeping a little eye on the chat. Love to see your engagement. Love to see you hit like and subscribe in order to help us continue to deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment at the bargain basement price of free of charge. Meanwhile, Mike Watson charging $275K.
Yeah, quite a sizable open here. 11 antes, King Jack. Makita thinking about all the options, of course, whether call or jam or even fold. And notice that he kind of always peeks to his left because that's the short stack of the tournament. Is it worth kind of risking some chips to get involved right now with Anson sitting on 36 antes?
1.2 million.
Damn. Strong.
Indeed.
Anson, 2 aces.
Wakes up with it, and you can see the situation is a little bit awkward for him with the chip leader and the guy who came in as the short stack, but now has him out-chipped. Both in there, but of course, he will sail in his 36 antes.
Nothing. I said he has under 1.2. That was all.
Literally the one hand he doesn't want to see is pocket aces in this spot.
Bads, that is. Watson out of the way, and Anson will be delighted with this development. Eight, 8, 9, and 1 diamond as the aces continue to dominate.
Oh, yeah, right.
They're just dead on the dollar every time.
King of Hearts and Brewer getting a laugh out of the fact that normally in short deck there's always a sweat. The never easy statements.
So we're 0 for 2 today, just drawing dead on the turn. It's not a thing, but today it is.
Sorry? 6,895.
Could be the bad guy, Boris.
A bad guy in a cartoon, though.
Okay. Still.
That's not evil at all.
That guy was pretty evil by cartoon standards, even.
You want to go with Urban Boris for the guy named Bad
Henry wants to go with Urban Boris. I like Bads.
Urban Bads?
Maybe you can settle.
It's a good compromise, isn't it? Urban Bads. that got you?
Yeah, I like it. Because it was the diplomacy of it all. You try to make everyone happy, Randy.
I try to.
Let's see how happy Watson's going to be with a couple of 8s here, folded to his cutoff. Makita, obviously, one presumes if he wakes up with one, he will go for it.
Yeah, 8s is a type of hand you try to take flops with. You really don't want to bloat the pot.
How much trapping do you think Watson would ever be doing from the cutoff here?
I don't want to say 0, but it's down there.
If it's down there, does that not encourage Makita with King 9 suited to try to just take it here?
Potentially, and it crossed his mind. As you can see, he knows there's a sliver of chance, so didn't really want to risk it. But on this type of board, King 9 is not looking too bad, given that you expect these kind of Broadway big hands to just kind of rip it in you pre-flop, sitting on 40 antes or so. Having said that, I do think Watson might still stab here, just given that the dealer button on the flip side, would want to jam these big cards as well.
You would think.
Could be a pretty fun pot incoming, given it's a bit of, I know you can't be strong, you know I can't be strong, who wants it more?
Right. Stronger, of course, is bads considerably. Middle pair, backdoor diamonds. Just going to call the 50 as things begin to get interesting. Ace pairing on the turn. Not certain how much Ace X these guys are going to be giving one another credit for as played pre.
I suppose it comes down to if Watson thinks his opponent's going to fold King X right now on the turn bet. He thinks so. So one more bet, we go.
Warm welcome back to the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino in North Cyprus. It is event number 15, the Triton Super High Roller Series, the 25k short deck, Ante-Only. Heads up between Chris Brewer and one of our founding fathers of the Triton Super High Roller Series, Richard Young. $101,000 heads up match, but for these two, sure, the 100k goes a long way. But the title, I promise you, the title is what they're fighting for here, Randy.
100%. Yeah, sure. Nice change, 100k, but
Pocket
often can you
change.
say you're in the 3 or 2-time club in the Triton Super High Roller Series? So here we go. Big heads-up match. 6.3 million chips versus 4.9. Richard Young did claw his way before this break.
He did. He's closed the gap by a considerable amount, especially with the antes going up to 60, 120k. Mark Harris saying, shout out to Ali, master of the quick one-liner. Listen, guys. I want to let you in on a little secret. Randy, off-stream, off-camera, is getting very good at these one-liners. We're going to come with the complete, with the 980, Richard.
Oh, sorry.
It's I was trying to figure it out too. It's a weird.
Yeah, I think it's very. Check.
Swing and a miss for both. Brewer turning bottom pair. Richard with the open-ender. I say open-ender, sorry. The gut shot. As a 9 would have obviously given him a straight. See what Brewer does here. Blocking both the straights. Maybe trying to get a fold from a jack.
Yeah, the big bet designed to fold out pairs lower than ace. Did have the best hand, but you know how it is.
Chris Brewer, 2.1 million in Triton earnings, 9 cashes, 2 titles. Took down the 25k PLO earlier on this series. And his first title coming back in Madrid, taking down the short deck Ante-Only 20k. First joined us in April of last year in Cyprus, this very card room. A couple of hands, Randy, that could have potentially put some more money in. Brewer opting to check the 10-9.
Yeah, these hands do interact quite a bit, but on queen 7-7, first one to stab wins. There we go, Brewer. 6.8 million.
And saying, oh no, is this the last event? It's not, chat. Don't you worry, Randy and I and Ali here for 2 more days. We got the 50k short deck main, event number 16. That one's starting today. We're playing to the end of day 1. And tomorrow we'll be playing all the way down to a winner. And of course that will be followed by the final event of the series. Gonna wrap it up with a little 20k short deck Ante-Only.
Yeah, obviously our marquee event is the short deck main, where you can acquire a Jacob & Co.
Yeah, you
watch
can.
with that title. Yeah.
Yes, you can. Little custom Jacob & Co. Triton collaboration timepiece.
It's a tough event, I'll tell you. Obviously, the heavy hitters going into that one. But we'll be picking up the action of that after the conclusion of this tournament here.
Chips it in. Brewer asking for a count, Randy.
Yeah, Queen 10 suited. Saying he thinks he has to call.
4.48.
Yeah.
75 Andes.
Brewer talking out loud here.
Yeah, well, let's defer to the Brewdog. It's going to get an official count. This would be huge. Brewer calls and loses, which he will 39% of the time. It's going to be down to just 1.7 million.
Would be down to crumbs. He knows he does dominate those Jack 10 suited. It's crossing his mind. You heard him say it. Feels like he's supposed to call. He self-announces. But
No, I folded.
8-10.
Oh yeah.
going to muck.
Glad I folded.
What do you have?
I would call Jack 10 suited. I had Queen 10 suited.
Huh?
Queen 10 suited.
Queen 10.
I thought we were going to play a 9 million chip pot there.
The way he was announcing his action, it felt that way.
There we go. 114 antes, plays 76. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. First elimination of this FT. Michael Watson out in 6th, followed by Makita Badziakuski in 5th. Stephen Chidwick out in 4th for 110k. And Anton Yu for a chip lead pot. Limp trapped the aces. Brewer jammed the Jack 10 suited. And rivered a straight. And with that, heads up between Chris and Richard. A little limped pot. Randy, have you got anything planned between now and London? Going to be going home back to Australia, just chilling with the family? Maybe a bit of grinding, bit of studying. What's the plan, mate?
Just going to relax, honestly. You know,
Yeah.
it was a bit of a grind here, of course, not only for the players, but for us. And been lovely, but some time off
Bit of
and
family time.
then back into it.
Nice, mate.
I'll reciprocate the question to you. You got plans?
Surgery.
Oh, that's okay. Let's just end it there. That's all you really got to say, Henry. It's just surgery.
Yeah, I got some stuff to take care of back home, and then going to be flying to London actually a few weeks in advance, just to catch up with family and friends. Haven't seen my parents and my brother in like 8 months or so. So spend a bit of time with the family, then going to enjoy Europe for a bit before the Triton Super High Roller Series in London. A bit of downtime with some friends, you know. Just enjoy the sun. And then, yeah, back on the grind.
Then it's
The
me and you
Triton.
time again.
It is. One of my favorite times of the year.
Brewer's just attacking pre-flop relentlessly. King 8 offsuit, not much of a hand. Trying to pounce on the fact that Rich Young's been laying down, but 10-9 of clubs, certainly worthy of putting chips in there. Can even take this one out of position. Lots of playability.
does make the call. Sizable
Notice
pot.
the pre-flop equities here. His 10-9 of clubs is actually the favorite in short deck.
By a considerable margin as well as it comes. King 8-6. All spades. Brewer with top 2. Young with the inside straight draw.
Yeah, top 2, obviously great board for Chris Brewer. Feel pretty confident here. Needs to extract value from, of course, the lone spade. Gutty's out.
Nice little pickup there for Brewer. It's quieting down here. I'm telling you now, if Richard takes this one down, the crowd on the rail will be going absolutely wild.
$360.
Richard just opting to limp fold the A7-0. Managed to maintain the position he found himself in coming into this heads-up match. Started around 4.3. He's chilling. He's been here before in short deck events, knows this can be a bit of a grind, but he's going to remain patient. Calls flashbacks to the stone bubble where Richard limp called the Queens, said ICM be damned. I'm playing for the win. Oh, 2 pair for Brewer now. Richard turning second pair to go along with his flopped gut shot. A sizable turn barrel from Brewer. On the window, on the river rather, is clean. It's going to check through. 2 pair good for Brewer. 7.4 plays 4 million now. Close up, that Shambhala Jewels bracelet, the coveted golden Triton trophy. Do you know where the name Triton came from? It just seems so fitting.
Jack.
You know, the trident, what it represents, the trophy.
There's definitely a backstory to it. I just don't know it, Henry. You'll just have to do some investigative journalism.
Some investigative journalism, okay. Brewer flopping a boat. Richard with just king high from what we can see. It's going to let it go.
Yeah, try to start a pot there with the boat.
Brewer Brewer tabling it.
Lucky nothing. No 10, no nothing. No flash store. No.
Flush draw's a little scary. I'm okay with you.
Yeah,
flush
flash
draw.
store I called.
Flush draws beat full houses.
I don't want you to have a flush draw. You can have a straight
Just a
draw,
reminder.
No flush draw.
Straight store will call.
About an hour into this heads-up match now. Pretty much where we started off in terms of chips. Obviously, the ante has gone up. No real major pots so far. In terms of swings, it's just been a grindy affair from both players.
Little piece here for Richard Young, bottom pair inside straight draw position. Looks like he's going to lay it down. Nice pickup for Brewer, king 9 suited.
Let us know who you think's going to close this one out. Who's going to be going home? The title of event number 15 here in North Cyprus. 25k short deck ante-only.
Brewer's been extending his lead. 2 queens.
360.
Likely to extend it a little bit more. Young did peak around 5 million in chips.
Yeah.
Down to 3.6.
Yeah, since returning from the break, it's been Brewer just grinding away. Penultimate day of poker here. 2 more events after this. Randy Liu, one of the Triton OG commentators, been on the call for the past 2 weeks, as well as Harley Najad, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Shout out to producer James Martins, the Sharehand crew, all of the staff at the Triton series. There's so much that goes on, not only throughout the series behind the scenes, but the months leading up to the events to pull these off. Of course, the support from the poker community and the players. It's been fantastic. Just really appreciating what Triton does. Potential collision here. King Queen O for Richard. Chris Brewer with the King 10 suited.
60.
It's got an ISO, Randy.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Spin the
Lays
wheel.
the trap.
Oh, hold on. Call
we
made.
Go. Wow, 7 million
Hey,
chip
yeah.
pot.
Fantastic shape for Richard. About as good as it can get, heads up, Randy.
Chặt gì hết Jack.
King Queen for Yong. King 10 of diamonds for a 7 million chip pot. All in brought to you by
Okay,
bookmaker Ace King
Chop it up.
Queen.
Ace on the turn, chop it up.
Ace on the turn would chop it. Jack needed for Brewer.
Wow, still got a lot of chop.
A lot of chops.
Clubs.
A lot of chops.
Removing one of Brewer's
Chop on an 8 and ace.
outs, of course. Non-club Jack needed for the win. Ace for the chop.
Jack of diamonds.
No dice. Richard Young gets the double and is now up to 7 million chips. Brewer down to 4.4.
5-10. Nice hand, Mitchell.
So first all-in survived. Stage 1 complete.
Wish I hadn't raised. Oh well.
The Richard Young turnaround.
Here's one of those.
Now it's Brewer on the back foot. Randy, I spy a Mr. Tom Dwan in the 50K. Sat next to Dao Min Fu.
He loves a short deck, you know it.
That could lead to some very entertaining poker later on.
Did hear Brewer kind of regret raising the King 10 to begin with, forcing himself in a call situation.
See, we will be picking up coverage of that 50K main event, the conclusion of this heads-up battle. Saw how quickly the chips found their way in the middle. Could be over very quickly.
Oh, this is too much. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, take that and then take 5. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
No problem.
Both players just checking.
$360? 360.
Brewer taking upstairs with the ace-king. 7 million plays 4.6.
Yeah, Richard Young's been patient in his heads-up match and looking for opportunities as a huge favorite in pre-flop, paying off right now.
Is indeed. Do you know someone who I forgot to shout out, Randy, from our team?
Go for it.
The moderators on all of our channels. Shout out to our mods, by the way.
Just keeping
everyone in check.
Just some of those naughty ones out there
You
in the
know?
chat.
Making sure everything's in line. Getting all of our stuff out. Yeah. Shout out to our moderators. Do appreciate it. 2 weeks of listening to us, Randy, I can only imagine.
So you're applauding them for
Well
having to listen to us, not necessarily banning the appropriate people who are misbehaving in our chat.
I'm going to put it out there, okay? I know that you watch the streams when you're not in the booth, and it's commendable. You're definitely the key link in the Three Musketeer chain, if you will. You're the link that kind of holds it all together. These mods, they have to listen to Ali and me for 2 weeks straight. Can you not empathize at least a little bit with them?
The mods don't know that I make multiple accounts and just say naughty things. They have to ban me, you know, in multiple situations.
Shout out Nice and Sunny, Ghost of M, and of course, Booze Bruges. Triton free roll on GG Poker in 10 minutes time. Password is millions, no late reg. Enjoy that one. Quick look at the chip counts, brought to you by Bookmaker. Richard Young out in front now, 113 antes, plays 77. 122,000 guaranteed for both these players. Champion will be going home with 323,000. Not to say that 100k is a small or insignificant amount, but there is a lot more at stake than just 101,000 for these final two players. Brewer looking to join a very exclusive 3-time champion club alongside Phil Ivey and Wai Kin Yong. Richard Yong, one of the founders, of course, of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Looking to add a second title. Looking to separate the gap between himself and his son, Wai Kin Yong, on the all-time money list for the Malaysian contingent. Richard is currently in second, Wai Kin in third. But Wai Kin's been getting busy over the last 12 months, Randy. He's narrowed the gap on his dad, and I can guarantee you, around the dinner table, maybe some banter about, hey, the student has become the master, and Richard's just like, hold on a bit, son. Let me show you how it's done.
Something to add there, but let's get to this hand. We can definitely see these two hands clashing. 2 jacks, 2 aces. Brewer has been relentless, looking for the limp jam from his opponent.
Surely this is going to go in the middle here. Jacks against aces.
Ồ, tôi đuổi dắt tự nhiên.
Snap call, of course, from Brewer. Fortunately for Richard, he had created a bit of a buffer. Still have 2.4 million back, unless he can convert this 28%. Brewer, of course, the man that cracked the aces of Anson Yu to get us heads
That
up.
feels a little on fail. 10-8-7's fail. 10-9-8's on fail.
Eight, 9, 10 called from the team on the rail. Queen 7-7, not even a backdoor straight available for Yong. Jack and a jack only needed. No dice, and with that, Brewer with a massive double up, Randy. 9 million plays 2.4 now.
Yeah, huge turn of events. Yeah. Would be Richard Young's lowest point in this heads-up match. 2.4 million in chips, 40 antes.
Richard's been so patient, just grinding away. Jacks into aces, heads up. Absolutely nothing you can do.
0-5.
Oh, Richard with a mountain to climb again now, Randy. Silver lining, of course. He does have Brewer covered. Still has 40 antes.
81.60.
Oh no. It's gone up. 81.60 now. $25K short deck Ante-Only, brought to you by GG Poker and Triton. All in announced. Very next hand. King 6 will be hitting the mark.
Brewer getting so close, just leaning on his opponent right now.
Still smiles from Richard, of course.
It's short deck. It's anyone's game still. Yes, he's at a big disadvantage, but can easily flip-flop the situation. 2 aces. Maybe he finds a limp here. Hoping to induce from his opponent.
Check.
I like it.
So limp he does. 320 in the middle. Ace, king, 10. Top set for Richard, who checks it on over to Chris, who's going to take a stab.
Chris feels that Richard Young shouldn't have too many ace-X's given the stack size, so hence why he's attacking.
No.
Gonna try to bloat this pot up now.
You see Richard's rail celebrating.
It's a start.
It is indeed. They've been here before. They know all too well how these things can play out.
Brewer's just so close, though, to getting his 3rd title.
Sorry, I'll push it forward more.
Again, just trashy hands being dealt, but he's flopped the 10 high
Is
straight.
that trash, Henry? Just flopping it?
Flopping the joint. Been a long 2 weeks for Brewer. He's been in the mix since day one.
Yeah, and, you know, actually you saying that, Richard Young is actually quite fresh and...
Well, Randy, you say that in terms of tournaments, but obviously we know the cash games can run into the early hours of the morning.
On.
But I would say he's fresher than Brewer in terms of just in pure endurance. You know, not like he's playing every single day, Richard Young, I imagine. Anyways, Jack 10, King 10, and Jack 10 might make a stance here, given he's only got just north of 30 antes. He knows his opponent's been jamming. Is in bad shape here.
Does he want to take the spot for his final 31 antes with the Jack 10? Get back into this fight.
It's the longest I've seen Richard Young in the tank.
I don't think I've ever seen him take this long. He does make the call, Randy. And it's bad news.
10 king，冇啦，20幾個要接啊，
Dominated.
接啊，我200
5.4 million in the middle. Brewer can hold this 55% equity. He's going to take down the 25k and join the 3-time champion club.
咩啊？離職咯呢個。
Queen 9. Oh.
Oh,
Teaser.
Queen 9-8.
Yeah.
Richard
He's still got
flopping the
Jack.
nut straight.
Jack, never mind.
Brewer
Jack.
Jack of diamonds on the middle.
Still a
rooting
Jack.
for a king. Is Richard rooting for a jack as well?
Yes, he is. The reverse.
The old reverse jinx works for him.
2.5, right?
Doubles back up, and all of a sudden, Randy, we're back to 6.1, 5.3.
So close for Brewer to close that one out. He would like to win. You hear that? Oh, really?
Close, but no cigar.
No Jack.
Gap has really been closed with this double up. 6 million to 5 some odd.
What is it now? Less than 10 antes, 15 antes? I mean, that's nothing, right? Compared to Hold'em, that's just like a few bigs.
You've seen, you know, Richard grind from like 3.2 to 5, just all in pre-flops and whatnot. Of course, anyone's game. Brewer so close to closing it out.
So 3 all-ins so far. Still find ourselves heads up. King Queen against the King 10. Richard to take the lead. And the aces for Brewer against Richard's pocket jacks to retake the lead. And now about as tight as it can get. The Jack 10 v the King 10.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
2 ace-8s, red versus black. Quite deep stacks now.
All in.
Still gonna jam here.
Of course, we've still got a full day of action ahead of us. The 50K short deck main event is up and running. 15 entries in that so far.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was.
See Danny Tang,
Yeah,
Gatley, and Anson
we have-
Yu on Richard's rail,
Maths fairly hard.
rooting on their man. And some support.
Check.
Richard gonna limp. Brewer gonna check with the ace-9.
Yeah, and you notice that Burr is checking ace-9 because he's seen Richard try to trap him pre-flop several times already. Flop we go. Connection for Richard Young, taking the lead. And one and done.
Such a deserving heads-up match. Shout out to Richard and Brewer putting on a show. Over an hour and 15 in now. As we head into the penultimate day of the series. Maybe the penultimate day of the series doesn't mean you can't grab some action over on PokerStake. Today's event is brought to you by PokerStake, the official staking partner of Triton, the ultimate platform for staking professional poker players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. PokerStake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. You can check out PokerStake.com now. Get in on the journey. Your favorite player in all poker tournaments worldwide. All purchases are free, no rake or transaction fees, and all winnings are guaranteed by PokerStake. And we've had our fair share of pretty insane ROIs from players at Triton. Randy, selling action on PokerStake.
Henry, perhaps we try and PokerStake you into one of these Triton stops in the future. Would that be a positive ROI for our sake? I can't even hold it straight.
It would mean that I've been fired from my job.
And your last shot at it. The glory.
So the answer is no, but if that day ever does come, I'll be sure to sell you a piece. No markup, of course. Mates rates.
Oh, just be like, oh, I forgot to buy. Too bad the register tournament just started. How unlucky am I?
Did you mean to call?
Little inside straight draw versus the trip eights.
Yeah. Okay. I thought I hold him say call anyways. Yeah. I hold him say call before he went to grab chips.
Of course he's calling here with Jack 10.
Trip 8s for Brewer. Straight on the turn for Richard. 560 in the middle. Brewer looking for a 9-7 or a 6. Checks it back, Randy.
With that river card, it will create a lot of action still. Richard Young is not expected to be checking back a straight.
It's almost a pot-sized bet.
Richard cuts out calling chips, makes the call here. Afraid of the full houses. Bad news for Brewer.
You can see the grimace on Brewer's face. Maybe somewhat fortunate to not lose more chips there. Heard Luca in the background call the players for the short deck main.
Chris Brewer, Queen 7
Giờ xề mua
offsuit.
đều tại ơi hả? Bây giờ
Game
bắt
plan of attacking
xuất nhiều lượng để
Richard's limp seems to be the strategy.
8897我10隻，跟落去咯。
Barton's going to be on seat 1.
嗰兩個
At
爭
number
分數嘅最
16.
快。
King 9 for Brewer, going to complete. Richard with the suited ace on the button. He's continuing with the low ball style.
Yeah, he's pretty content with just taking it small, and seems to be when the money goes in, usually has the best of it, top and bottom. Brewer might attack here inside straight draw. We'll check. Let's see if this 125 gets it done. Brewer not phased. And with that turn card, we can expect Rich Young to fire. Oh, he's very well balanced, actually. He's so tricky. Lets his opponent pick up a pair of kings, but Richard Young is just... You cannot really put him at a hand at any point. Checks it back.
Up to 6.2 now. Million chip difference between himself and Brewer. Just to tease the viewers at home, got some of the people in at the start of the 50K. Seth Davies, Greenwood, Forrest, Jason Kuhn, Michael Watson, Stephen Chidwick, all in at the start of that 50K main. Of course, all eyes going into the final 2 events on Jason Kuhn and Stephen Chidwick. Going to be battling out. That's going down to the wire, Randy, for that
Yes.
Ivan Liao Player of the Year winner.
We definitely will touch up on that, especially the main event. Little bonus points, too. Roles have reversed here as Richard Young is now the one applying the pressure on in this heads-up match.
Brewer setting the trap. Unfortunately for him, Young with just 8-6-0. Young gets to see a free flop. And the equities in short deck are crazy. Young out in front. It'll be very unlikely to see a turn here. Brewer with the 2 overs. Inside straight draw. Gets the fold with the stab on the flop. Nines for Young, obviously. Short deck and hold a massive difference. Nines, very strong hold'em in no limit hold'em in short deck. Not the case. In great shape here against the 2 undercards.
Brewer taking a stance here in position, bottom pair, and not going to shake the 2 9s. Definitely some cards that Richard would love to see on the turn. Ace. A little inside straight draw, but doesn't love to see that one.
It's a big stab on the flop from Brewer.
Yes, 200K, 2.5 antes. Brewer thinking about taking another shot, trying to drive out these Jack X holdings. Full pot.
Pot size double barrel from Brewer gets it done, and with that, practically tied now. And 3 all-ins survived so far this heads-up match. Richard Young with 73 antes, Chris Brewer with 70, Randy. I've never seen anything quite like it in a short deck event. At least not the ones that I've had the pleasure of covering.
Really neck to neck here, as you can see. The chip count's 5.4 versus 5.6 going into this flop. Little pair for Richard Young. Also for Chris Brewer, a better kicker. More backdoor potential for Richard. Like that. Rather quick play.
They're going to chop it up.
Yeah. Jacks, 8s, and ace kicker on board. Very grindy heads up, but just the nature of heads up short deck, like we mentioned earlier. First to act is out of position post flop. Not much incentive to kind of raise vigorously. So you tend to see these limps and of course open jams with high equity hands.
Yeah, a lot of equity denial, a lot of passiveness post flop. Just given how close the equities run, it's a lot harder to go for value in short deck compared to Hold'em. Oh, that must have been trashy. $80,000, $160,000. Young getting a walk with the ace king of diamonds.
It's like, whoa there. You sure you don't want to play those cards?
Let's play for it all.
Have you figured out whether this hat is a special limited edition yet, Henry? I know you have been asking.
Yeah, I will. I didn't want to obviously, you know, coming into the FT, just let him focus on that. But
a wild Henry appears. Where'd you get that hat?
Yeah, I will. We'll ask him later on. I also want to ask, you know, I want to get the story behind short deck, either Richard or Paul. Let's find out. Back in the inception of the game, I'm sure they've got some crazy stories. Richard flopping bottom 2, Brewer with a complete whiff. Brewer now picking up a gut shot. Thinking about here, does let it go. Richard in for just the one bullet, I believe. And that massive all in on the stone bubble. The queens against the 9-10 of Stephen Chidwick.
60.
Top and bottom for Richard.
Chuck.
Richard Young with the limp. Brewer. Gonna check the 7-6 of clubs.
Check.
Does out flop Young. Ace on the turn. Giving Young top pair and a flush draw, and Brewer now drawing to just a couple of outs. Doesn't find it.
Check.
It's going to check through. Young extends his lead. 6.3 plays 5.1. Blinds going up, Randy. Should I say antes going up 100,000, 200,000.
Still got some pretty deep stacks here. Need to be patient. Attack at the right times.
57 anti-average now.
A sizable bet will be hard for Richard to continue with just bottom pair. Very vulnerable. He's out. Nicely done, Chris Brewer.
Yeah, Chris has been great at navigating these limped pots. The aggression's really been working out for him in a lot of spots. For his second title of the series, to join the 3-time champion club with Phil Ivey, Wai Kin Yong. You see that man right there. Richard Young looking for his second Triton trophy. He's been there since the start, Randy. Second on Malaysia's all-time money list. Second only to his good friend, of course, and business partner, Paul Poit. 7-7. Two pair for Brewer, complete whiff.
Check.
For Young, does check through. 10 on the turn, now giving Young a pair. 400k in the middle. He's going to check it on over for a second time, and Brewer going to go for some value now on the turn.
Let's see if Richard can read into this. We'll pay off this turn bet.
A lot of straight draws available, of course. King on the river. Checks through. Brewer now takes the chip lead. 5.8 plays 5.6. Just two antes in it. Just taking a look over on the Triton Poker Plus app. About 50k. 9 entries in at the beginning. Obviously, very early doors. Just a couple of hands dealt in that one so far. We will be jumping into that. The conclusion of this heads-up match. piece for Brewer. It's been stabbing with these gut shots. Gonna continue here, 75k. Young with just jack height. A bit of a gap now for the Brewdog.
Yeah, Brewer seems pretty comfortable in these post-flop confrontations. Limp pot. Coming in with 3 ante C-bet.
Been a grind, Randy. Hour and a half in. 3 all-ins.
Our longest heads-up match thus far.
Definitely one of our longest matches so far. Still anyone's game. 90 minutes into this heads-up match. As close as it can get. Less than 10 antes between the two, which for the Hold'em equivalent is the same as like a 3 big blind difference.
No cut this time.
Gets a walk. A welcomed one.
A little bit interested, just given it's suited, but obviously Jack 6 is not so good in this game. But Brewer, he's been trapped enough. He's like, well, I'm not going to take a stance here. King 10 suited.
Both players flopping a pair.
Brewer's been happy to bet 75% pot in these limp pots. Continue to do so. Cannot extract from bottom pair.
Could have been Brewer. Had Richard all in twice. He's going to jam the King 10.
Ace. No ace what?
Sweated the ace first.
Pair up the ace. It's pretty hard to do. Cuspy.
Yeah, I mean, ace 10, I think he calls, right? Ace 9 hits the mark. What a sweat. Looking at the ace of hearts first card.
Whoever said pair up made a mistake and should have said paint up.
Sweat when he looks at the false roll and says ace.
Oh, that was fantastic. Who was that? Was that Danny?
I think so.
Danny or
Come
Kia?
on. Odds were in your favor to say paint.
Pair up.
Pair up the ace.
I see ace.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Only 6, 7, 8, 9, 4.
Yeah, call 10. That'll. Suited 9, call.
Huh?
Ace 9 suited, call.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a bit of a sweat for Brewer there as well. 50% of the time he knows he's getting looked up. Oh, piece for both. Richard with the gut shot. Brewer with the open ender and the over.
Continues with his 300k bet into these 400k pots.
That's been a common theme.
Once again, takes it down. Really just extending the lead here. 6.7 million in chips. Everything going Brewer's way as of late.
What a grinder Brewer is. Been here since joining us first time back in April of last year. 2 titles in the span of a year. Plays pretty much everything there is to play. Some very high highs and some very low lows during his Triton career. Bubbling the Coin River Invitational back in September of last year, but 2 titles to his name. 1 in short deck, 1 in PLO. Over 2 million in Triton earnings.
Ôi,
He's now created a 2 million chip gap. 20 ante lead. Does feel like it's been close on a few occasions.
Just 1-7 left for Richard Young, but actually going to potentially pounce here as he grabs the black chips. Raise he goes. Nicely done. Would have been hard to play that one post flop.
Coming up to the 2-hour mark. This heads-up battle. You know, when it's such a long grind heads up as well, you know. Someone's got to take second after battling so hard. Always disappointing. Brewer just jamming there with the King 10. First to act. 10-9 suited does open jam.
Queens, of course, is going to be calling. Huge pot here incoming. Disastrous for 10-9 suited.
It's about as bad as it can get. 2-1 favorite for Richard Young to be back up to 9.2 million and have Brewer down to just 2 million. Just waiting for Luca Vivaldi to come over. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu.
10-8-6.
Only player Mr. Richard clock of queens, queen of hearts, queen of clubs. Result 10-9 of diamonds.
5 cards to come, Randy.
oh, 10. Oh, 9-10.
10-9-6. Brewer flopping top 2 on the monotone board. Young looking for a 6 or a queen. Those are his immediate outs. And it's the queen of diamonds on the turn. Brewer drawing dead. Young with the massive double up and the queen of spades on the river. Death by quads. How about that, Randy? The collision we were alluding to. Standard, obviously, from both players. Brewer just running in to top of range with the 10-9. Sweaty on the flop.
Yeah, Brewer's been grinding his opponent down. But when he's gotten in pre-flop, generally speaking, most of the times he has gotten in with the worst of it. Patience paying off for Richard Young right now. And a massive lead, right, with that double?
4.5 to 1 chip lead now. More importantly, Brewer down to just 20 antes, if I'm not mistaken. A huge swing. 82% of all the chips in play. Had 4 all-ins, almost 2 hours into this heads-up match. We've been grinding away, but just unable to convert in the all-ins.
Yeah, clearly in dire straits now with the 17 antes he's got remaining. Could get some really quick all-ins rather soon. Definitely the threshold of hands willing to get it in now dramatically decreased, especially sub 20 antes. Here we go. 9-6. Can't really get it in there. But Queen 10 can perhaps apply pressure. Will come in with call. A free flop for Chris Brewer. Delightful.
Yeah, he'll take it.
Queen high still best. Inside straight draw for Chris Brewer in form of the wheel. These chips are so important. Let's see if Chris still wants to deposit chips. Try to take down the 400 in the middle. Trying to represent King X perhaps.
There it is. 250 on the turn from Brewer.
Richards out. Nice pickup. Brewer just needs to try to gain as many chips as he can now for when potentially a double up happens. Can spin up a nice stack.
4-1 chip lead. One of the Triton co-founders, Richard Young. The hunt for his second Triton title. Aces for Young. Brewer getting dealt bottom of range.
This is a show.
Oh, wow.
Definitely a show.
Very lucky.
Some real situational run good for both of these guys, obviously, as we all know. Especially in tournament poker.
Yeah, it hurts for Brewer. You can see he's just realizing what the trophy seems like was around the corner is getting away, potentially.
I'm waiting for you. You come and to play with me. My headset. Yesterday you told me. You said, can I play with the final table? Stick myself. I said, okay.
Tom Dwan only just realizing that
okay, no problem.
heads
you
up.
can't play.
Welcome to day 15, Tom. Tom Dwan, of course, in that 50k short deck main. As will Brewer and Richard at the end of this heads-up match. Up to 11 runners now. Sam Greenwood, Tom Dwan jumping in the mix, as well as Anson Yu. Hansen, of course, fresh off this third place finish. His first Triton final table here.
Lays the trap here. Brewer does not oblige. 20 anti-effective going to a flop, 400k in the middle. Nice start.
Ace, Queen 10. Checks through. Not flush draw now on the turn for Richard. Brewer looking for offsuit king or an offsuit 8. He's going to call at least one street. Doesn't get there.
Bit scary. Brewer knows he needs to bet to win this pot. Try and represent Queen X.
500k. Richard calls this one off here. Top pair, top kicker. All the draws bricking.
Reaching for chips.
You win.
Makes the call. Massive blow to Brewer's stack. Down to just 12 antes now. And almost a 10-1 chip lead for Richard Yong. 9 fingers on the trophy, my friend. His second title.
Oh.
Ten to 1 chip lead. 4 all ends.
That is 6, I think, every.
Almost a 2-hour heads-up battle between Brewer and Yong.
We're looking at a 10-1 chip lead right now. That's pretty much unheard of in short deck. Brewer really needs a big spin up soon. More than 10-1 now.
Not going to take too long, Randy, for him to spin the wheel. Down to just 8 antes.
Let's see.
It's going in. Snap call from Brewer. Richard with the ace-7. Brewer with the jacks. 6-4 favorite. 2.1 million in the middle for Brewer to get back in this fight. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Richard can convert this 39% equity. It'll be a 2-time Triton champion. Ace, queen, queen.
Leading.
Brewer drawing to running clubs, running straight draw, or 2 immediate outs. Now looking for a jack, and a jack only. Can see Richard's rail watching on as he finds himself 1 card away from victory. 9 of diamonds on the river, completes the run out, Randy.
Thank you.
Massive round of support, applause for the 2-time champion. It's the Richard Yong taking down the 25K short deck ante-only event number 15 for his second Triton title, Randy.
Yeah, first off, good job to Chris Brewer. Of course, he's disappointed. Felt like he was going to be able to close this one out for his 3rd title. We'll have to wait for a future event, but none other than Richard Yong taking it down.
Won his first title at his 2nd event back in 2018. Fast forward 5 years, over 10 million, infinite amount of cashes. 2nd on Malaysia's all-time money list, and now his 2nd Triton title, going home with 323,000 to beating Chris Brewer. Heads up, that is how the bust outs went in this final table. Michael Watson out in 6th, Bads in 5th, Chidwick in 4th, Anson Yu, his first final table at a Triton Super High Roll Series 3rd, and Chris Brewer coming up short as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy, it seems so fitting that we had almost a 2-hour heads-up match with the chip lead being exchanged back and forth on multiple occasions, but ultimately one of our co-founders, Richard Yong, coming out on top, taking it down for the 323,000 and claiming his 2nd Triton trophy. Kind of just, you know, proving that the first one wasn't a fluke.
It definitely wasn't a fluke. And, you know, now that I think about Richard Yong, I remember when he won his first title back then, he was asked about why Ken Yong, you know, one of the greats in the game, but he said, I've got more all-time lifetime earnings than him. He hasn't beat me. Therefore, I'm the better player.
We were talking about why Ken Yong kind of closing the gap a little bit on his father on that Malaysian all-time money list. I believe got it down to like 500K. So maybe some exchanges, you know, some jabs between father and son, and the father is coming back in at the end of the series saying, hang on, hold on, okay? 2 titles now, extending that lead over his son, of course, all friendly between the family. Yeah, the family, Randy, jabs necessary when you're competing at the highest level.
Yeah, jabs necessary, of course. And it's good to see our Triton co-founder, Richard Yong, taking it down, grinding against his opponent. It was a gruesome match, quite a long one. You know, whenever he got the chips in, so to speak. Mainly, he got it in good as a big favorite, and the last one did get in bad, but his opponent was severely out-chipped, more than 10-1. So naturally, the chips do go in, and he does take it down.
Ace always finding its way into the middle there. Penultimate day of super high roller action here, but we are not finished. We're going to be resuming coverage of the 50k short deck main after we throw it down to our MC, Ali Najad, who's going to have a quick word with our champion, Mr. Richard Yong.
Every now and again, when an all-in situation develops at a Triton final table heads up, the entire room comes to a standstill. And that was certainly the case when Chris Brewer and Richard Yong found themselves at the moment of truth. And in the end, Richard Yong would take down the title. Richard, this is your second ever Triton title. Your first came all the way back in 2018 in Montenegro. The drought broken now. And this is incredibly your 8th short deck final table, finally claiming the title. What do you love so much about this form of poker?
Because of a short tech, easy for me to play. Because full tech got a lot of super pro there. It's difficult to beat them because they're so good and so young. I'm the old man.
Well, listen, you looked every bit as spry as they did this time around. What were you going to say?
Because I just can play this gamble game very fast.
Well, there's a little bit of skill that we observed as well, without question. Now, I feel compelled to bring up the fact that this entire Triton Poker Series doesn't exist were it not for yourself and Paul Pua. What prompted you to create the Triton Super High Roller Series?
Because the time when we learn poker, me and Paul really like to play tournament everywhere. Very unlucky that PokerStar not allow us to bet. To play the tournament, then we start for the Triton. Very happy that the Triton can grow so much.
You're so proud. I can tell. An emotional moment. Did you ever expect or anticipate, Richard, that this Triton Super High Roller Series would become what it has become today?
I hope. I know everybody like the Triton Series tournament because we are everybody very friendly, like family. Then I will like to see Triton go up and up again, strong in the world, the best in the world.
I think we may very well already be there, Richard. And without further ado, I want to bring in Lydia from Shambhala Jewels. She's going to present you with your winner's bracelet, well-earned and well-deserved. There it is in lovely blue. And of course, one more order of business as Luca Vivaldi is going to step forward to hand you your second ever Triton title. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Richard Yong, $323,000, your 25K short deck champ.
Well, now we know, Randy, these caps, bit of run good attached to them.
Richard's a champion. We're now champions.
Champions of the booth. The red caps available, by the way. Head over to the Triton Poker website, hit up the merchandise store, get yourself a little bit of a red cap run good. I'm not a fan of that close-up. I look like Mario a little bit, but, you know, the red cap with the golden Triton. Randy, you know, epic end to that 25K, of course, almost 2-hour heads-up match, and ultimately Richard Yong going home with his second title and $323,000.
I think it's safe to say that if you pick up one of these caps, the chances of you running good is increased exponentially. So I'm looking at the 50K main, and not enough red caps out there. They don't know.
Have you got like an affiliate deal or something with these red caps? Are you getting like a 20% commission for every sale? Is that what's going on?
No.
You just know
I'm
that
stating the truth. Look, Richard Young, he played 200K no limit main as well, and comes back in the 25K, ships the first event he plays in short deck with a cap on. It makes sense to me.
It does indeed. Well, look, we're not done. Penultimate day of poker here in North Cyprus, the Triton Super High Roller Series. Event number 15 going to Richard Young, but now our attention turning to event number 16, the 50K short deck main, where there's not only a cap potentially up for grabs, but of course one of those Jacob & Co. Triton collaboration timepieces going to the eventual champion. A lot of big names in the mix. Some of the world's best short deck players are obviously here, going to be battling it out in the 50K. Take our attention to the Triton Poker Plus. I have to take a quick peek at some of the players in from the start. 15 players so far. And it's actually Tom Dwan in third, who's going to be at our main feature table. Take a quick look at table 1. Mazhenkov, Greenwood, Antoniou, fresh off that final table, of course. Voris still in the hunt for his first Triton title, and Tom Dwan all in the mix. Everyone still with their 2 bullets, Randy. Anything really stand out, or just very early doors here, given how deep they are?
Of course, we're pretty early here, but I think it's important to note that we're using a 3-bullet structure into this main event, whereas the event that just concluded was a 2-event structure. So each stack is 100K a piece. You do have the option to exercise the right to just buy in all bullets if you want. Most players will not be doing that. So lots of fireworks to be had, of course, with 100K stacks. We'll be flying in, looking to chip up rather quickly.
And you touched on the different strategies. Obviously, the 3 bullets in exchange for your 50K, you get 100K chips. But some players do opt to take all 3 bullets. No one doing that yet at the main stage, as we're ready to throw it down to the floor for the 50K short deck main, event number 16 on the penultimate day of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in North Cyprus. That is a look at your chip counts. See very early doors. Daniel Dvoris out in front. All players with 2 bullets left. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Now, obviously, Randy, one of the biggest talking points of the series coming into these final 2 events is the match between Jason Kuhn and Stephen Chidwick, just 4 points difference. Producer James trying to get me to give back the Run Good hat that just got given to me. Not happening, Randy.
Yeah, but it's not like you're entering any of these tournaments. What do you need a Run Good hat for?
He's going to have to pin me down to the floor. Need to get the cap off. It's not happening. The Run Good in the booth has started with the red cap.
Okay, Super Henry Kilbane.
It's a me, a Mario.
No, it's a me, the Henry.
15 players in this one so far. 50K buy-in. Exchange for your 50K. You get 3 100K bullets. And it looks like Dao Min Fu is sat next to Tom Dwan.
Yeah, and also like
getting some short deck coaching
from like the beginning and stuff.
Well, Dao's never played the game,
and Richard,
so
like,
you know,
sometimes like
why not learn from one of the best?
Whatever.
That's so fun. I love that. Dowman, he wants in on the action. He wants to learn the game.
Yeah, for him to kind of sweat this, he really wants to learn and get in on the action. Perhaps maybe at the next Triton stop, we may see some Dao Min Fu.
That would not surprise me at all, Randy.
He just looks so eager. 2 people sweating one hand.
I think this is just a byproduct. He doesn't want to give anything away, right?
The funny thing is, like, Tom, he just shows up with some dusty hands from time to time, just blasting away. Do we have a straight somewhere?
Dusty, but nuts on the turn, Randy?
No. What if Dao Min Fu's like, you just have 9 high? He doesn't realize that there's a wheel out there.
I'm really looking forward to.
Maybe just a big smile coming out. Like, what are you doing, Tom? What a bluffing maniac.
I love how stoic.
Oh, he knows. Okay, he sees it.
I love how stoic Dauman is during the hands. Doesn't want to give anything away.
Can be a 5 and also ace.
Yeah, because flush very hard to get. Only 9. If you have flush draw, only 5 out. You know, long deck, you have 9 outs if you have flush draw.
So 9 levels of play today, Randy. That'll be the end of day 1. All unused bullets.
Very bad hand.
Will go into your chip stack at the end of level 9.
Was it originally
Late reg open until the start of day 2.
Games in Macau, were they like trips beat straight or something?
No.
Was that ever a rule?
Yeah, there were some rules to this. I don't know.
I think someone played that like one day or something.
Okay, and then they realized it's stupid?
Yeah, yeah. Because then your trips are just the strongest hand ever if that happens.
Yeah, you just make a set and you can like never lose. Yeah.
It used to be full house beat flush. We played huge games, full house beat flush. And
I mean, that's kind of whatever.
the thing is, it makes it, if you're playing with people that don't know how to play that well, you can slow play a ton. You can like it makes the pros edge over amateurs insane.
Yeah, but like I'm just saying it doesn't make like pocket pairs like super good or whatever.
Bigger pocket pairs. Yeah. If you think about it, there's all these spots pre-flop where like you kind of gotta shove like queens or kings or jacks or something. Even if you're like let's say you're 150 antes deep and you limp and it goes
Queen good for Mazhenkov.
Kings or queens, right? Even kings, like of course you shove, but you're not super ecstatic,
Right.
If you're 200 antes, you're really not ecstatic, but it's still shove. In those games, you kind of call because you set over set people.
Right, you set over set people, and then once you make your bow, so your hand can't draw out on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you get to check the flop a ton when here it's a problem if you're out of position with those hands.
Yeah.
Because you don't get to.
Yeah, especially if it's like multi-way raised where like people are suited more and stuff.
And it changes the whole dynamic because then you got to check raise bluff rivers and stuff. Like now, if there's a flush on board, you need to like credibly be able to have that.
Right.
Raise.
Some insane insights there.
Did he call or did he fold?
In that exchange between Dwan
Here,
and
here.
Forrest. A little treat for the viewers. Randy and I will obviously do our
Here,
best
so take
to
5. Okay. Here,
not talk
take
when they
5
are
for 5, and then I
conversing.
call.
I give 5,000.
I need to put in money, right?
No, you
No,
did.
okay, hold on. So you owe him 4,500 and then transfers into him.
Call.
Yes.
Yeah, 12K in the pot, right? Yeah.
There's Dwan that flops best. Top 2. Mazhenkov with the ace of hearts and the gut shot to Broadway.
Looks like an overbet, 1.5x pot. Top 2, looking good. Happy to see that overbet. Perhaps can extract some value and all the chips going in there.
Tuan with the check jam against the overbet. Zhenkov does have 31% equity. We can see. Can't really call. Doesn't have a price.
I'm gonna get some food.
Just gonna pause the
You think,
clock for
you
a
think
quick
there's enough time
second.
to grab food?
Yeah, like
I joined the photo. No?
See a lot of the Triton OGs wanting to get in that winner's pick, Randy, with Mr. Richard Yong. Is Tom Tuan leading the pack here? See, very early days chip counts brought to you by a bookmaker. Got 9 levels of play ahead of us today. Tomorrow we'll be playing down to a champion in the 50k short deck main event. 15 runners: Daniel Forrest, Stephen Chidwick, Seth Davies, Jason Kuhn, Kat Lee, Danny Tang, Paul Poir, Sam Greenwood, Ike Caxton, Mike Watson and Anson Yu. All regulars, and then a couple of newcomers or players that specifically come for the short deck. Dennis Shufarin, Alex Mazhenkov, and Martin Nilsson, all professional short deck players here for the back end of the series in North Cyprus.
Round 2, short deck. Took their shot at the first one. Didn't get a score. Perhaps this is the one for most of these players. We'll see.
Double the buy-in. Firing a few bullets in this one. Get incredibly pricey. 50k in exchange for 3 100k bullets.
Yeah, in our first short deck event that Richard just won, we had obviously re-entry, so multiple, an average of 2 buy-ins per player. Here, we'll see how that goes.
This was like 100 antes, plus he raised, so if he has like ace king or something, it's very hard for him to fold. I can have queen jack, I can have gut shot and be bluffing, I can have flush draw gut shot.
That's more than 100, because we have 200 stack.
No. You had...
I'll tell you this.
500.
Tuan's a good teacher to have if you're trying to learn the game.
Well, questionable. Maybe I play like fish.
No, it's fine.
That's the Sam Greenwood classic. First level, thinking you're 100 deep when you're 200.
I think everyone's done that once or twice. I've seen Jason do it.
I just did it.
Check. Oh, sorry. Check.
Yeah, we are 200 antes deep. You look at the smaller one. A common mistake, apparently.
Even the world's best, Tom Tuan, Greenwood, and Jason Kuhn.
About 3.5?
3.6.
Yeah, more than that. Like
3.6.
Yeah.
From turn to river. Yeah.
One outer have around 3.5%.
Oh, sorry.
Tuan's in there. He's got top
Did
pair.
you see how Stevie busted? He got all in queens to 8-7 suited. It was king, king, queen, ace, king.
Classic.
Classic.
Mazhenkov check calling with the 2 overs, and the gut shot does turn top pair on the 4-liner.
Tuan's playing the dealer button, so he can easily represent this 9x if it does happen to get checked to him if he wants to. Doesn't look too happy about it though.
I did check through on the turn, so Tuan just waving the white flag.
Wow, I just ripped it 200 antes.
Yeah, but there's already 30k in the pot.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's still fine.
I mean, I would have showed.
Dao Minfu chilling on the sidelines in complete comfort. And talking of comfort, special shout out to Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton and Poker Series. Just to showcase the Titan Evo 2022. Our players are the best at their game, and that means spending long hours seated to really perfect their play. Secret Lab's research-backed chairs are extensively tested and engineered for optimal sitting health. You could say our champs are ready to go all in on comfort. We're excited to see our players comfortably supported for some high-stakes action. Over 2 million users worldwide, Randy.
Right.
Secret Lab chairs in their home. We've got 2 of them here in the booth.
Yes. Probably some viewers in the chat own some Secret Lab chairs.
There's going to be 1 less in the booth at the end of this trip.
You're going to fit that in your suitcase. You got to take it apart.
I
Might be tough.
I've got ways, don't you worry. 9 would be disaster for Dwan and Majenkov. It would give Anson a higher straight.
Like this
Mystery
is
card's the
because
one
even
betting.
If you hit, they can have.
We have a 3 booklet, but 1 booklet, 100K.
Yeah.
Yes.
But this hand, the 8-6, it's no good because even if you hit straight, they can have bigger straight.
So when we are close by, we can add our chip.
Once the buy.
You can add any time, but usually it's better because you can run up a stack.
But the last level.
You can put 3 bullets in one time.
Yeah. But the last level, you must do all 3.
Okay, I understand.
It would be kind of sick if you just gotta like hold on to it as like a life for the whole.
We could try one.
You just bust at the final table and get your hop back in with 1 ante.
That'd be kind of sick. We could try.
Dal was asking the real question is, how do I just add more chips to
Do a
the
tournament like that
fire
where
with
you-
3.
You can, if you bought in at the start, you can keep them the whole time. If not, something like that, right? Is it on me?
Yeah.
Greenwood with the biggest piece here.
I think that would be a good little advantage.
Does check
For
through.
someone to buy in at the start.
7 on the turn, giving Dwan a set. Zhenkov with the gut shot.
Yeah, super disguise set, gonna take a stance. Shall we try to extract value? Let's see if Greenwood pays off with the green 10, but maybe 10-8, inside straight draw.
Drawing
It's a
life
9.
to the nuts.
A lot of payoff if the 9 drops off, someone else holding an 8 would be in real trouble spot.
Dwan boating up.
Queen 10 got out, would have been trouble.
$4,500.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Is it safe to say Tom had something when Dao Minfu goes,
Yeah.
oh no?
A little more action.
I think it'd be cool to have like, just for any tournament, like not Lammers, but you get like 3 run it twice trips.
Yeah, I want to see a
that,
tournament like that.
that you could use whenever you want.
And like.
Well, you have to be the one all in.
1,000.
Then.
Oh. Why not? You can do it regardless. Why do you need to be the one on it?
Well, because then how do you decide who has to put
Position.
it in?
Yeah, you can just do position.
Oh, just position.
You get to try to bluff someone. Like, if you think they're going to use it, you get to save yours.
Yeah, you just like all in on like a massive chip lead pot on the bubble and you're out of position and you're just like,
Yeah, you're
okay,
like-
it's on
you're
you.
just like, you use it.
Yeah, yeah. I think it would be kind of cool.
I would love to see the guy in position, DGen. Run it once, showered.
We need Tom Dwan in some of these boardroom meetings when it comes to some tournaments.
Every single time Tom is on that featured table, he's just thinking of new creative ways to just spice up the game.
87.
Forrest potentially with the trap here. Limping under the gun. Now he's got at least the ace of spades.
You know you're 87 deep, right? You're not thinking you're 43. Are you
87
sure?
or 43 ace king would go in.
I told you this is fine.
You know how people leave like a few antes back too? It would change that.
Oh yeah.
Strong. Not that. Same, long that. Ace king only in pre-flop. Okay.
Yes.
Ace king, queen, queen, ace king is
Yeah.
like 51%. Very
Short,
small.
short deck, JJ 10-10 no good. Long deck good.
Jack 10, 10-10, Jack 10, 55%.
55.
Versus 10-10. Yeah. About. Maybe 54, 56, but right about.
I'm so slow.
In before Dao Min Fu wins the short deck title.
I think that final event might have
Yeah,
Dao
you
Min
leave the
Fu's
chip
name on it.
You leave a chip behind and then like get it on the flop and you see the
Yeah,
other guy,
yeah,
you have the
you're
other guy drawing dead.
Greenwood with back-to-back ace kings.
Alan?
No, I don't think he fucking knows. He's playing fucking 40 antes deep.
Do it.
Short deck is gumber.
No, 1,000 ante. This one, if he has Jack 10,
I just keep getting the all in hand. I don't know.
but maybe Jack 10.
I just keep getting the all in hand. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do with it.
Dao Min Fu with the quote of the series, short deck is just gamble, gamble. Can someone clip that?
I've seen you go all in with some bad hands. 7-7 and 6-6, very, very bad hands.
Yeah, small pair, very bad in this.
Very bad in
Very
short
bad
decks.
to on.
Yeah.
The
9-8 suited though.
Yeah, 9-8 suited like this is okay all in. 10-9, even offsuit, not as bad. But like 8-8, 7-7, no good. Can call 8-8, 7-7, but don't want all in.
You need a set.
Tom Dwan, the early leader. Chris Brewer has jumped in. Fresh off that second place finish.
Toji.
There we go.
G.
Toji. Bluff.
Okay, I think I sit behind you. You unlucky. That guy.
What do you mean? He just made a full house.
Maybe when I come back to Vietnam, I probably.
You can watch Paul too if you want.
Yeah. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
okay.
Thank you.
See you, Mr. Fu.
Dao Min stepping away to maybe go and watch boss man Paul Poit, Uncle
He's
Paul.
like had enough of observing this
Thanks, guys.
information.
No worries.
Oh, he got coaching from some of the best, Forrest, Greenwood and Dwan.
I think he's ready for a spin. Download enough information.
Odds on him being in the 25K. Sorry, the 20K.
Pretty big favorite,
Several
I'd
times.
imagine.
Really? Several times? In the 75?
His move was like the first hand of a bullet, he would just go all in.
Wow. Yeah, that I think fair to split.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not more excited about short deck.
Maybe he thinks
that
people
kind
are
of
stealing
move
his
just goes well better, way better in this game.
Maybe he thinks people are stealing his move, you know?
Dao Min known for going all in blind on his first bullet of any tournament.
It's a strong play.
Okay, and he was by Paul when I went over and said, I was like, of course, no problem. No
Checks
problem.
through on the Queen Jack 6 board. Mechenkov with the open ender now on the turn. One with 2 pair and a flush draw.
You won a lot in cash. I mean, if it was later in the tournament, I think it looks bad, but level 1,
Yeah.
you guys said it's okay. The guy's shoving.
Yeah, I mean, it's also not like that thing would have been on stream anyway, so wouldn't like.
It probably will be. They'll end up streaming.
Yeah.
Worst card in the deck for Dwan. 2 pair being counterfeited.
If it wasn't someone I knew next to me, that's weird. You and I have played together long enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like, if anything, it's like a disadvantage for you.
Yeah.
I mean, not that like I'm gonna like be looking at him on like in a river decision or whatever, but like yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty fair.
Dwan getting the better of Alex so far.
Yeah, the kind of guy that shoves all in blind a bunch of tournaments. I know.
Yeah, he had in the 50k turbo, he had something which I've seen in short deck too. But if you look in the app, the graph, they bust the first hand, so the graph just starts at zero. Like it doesn't start at 200, it's at the first point is 0.
I only met him in Europe, so I wasn't in Vietnam.
What's
Very jovial and chatty table, Randy.
50k in Vietnam.
Penultimate day of the series.
And apparently all his friends.
Expected in the first
Oh,
levels.
that's right.
Things get a bit serious as we approach the money, of course.
Yeah, it just the last couple of months of poker are such a blur for me.
I mean, yeah, I cast the 50, and then the bubble, I'd seen him already have some like big hands with the lowest walker pairs, and we were both like middling stacks on the bubble, and he 3-bet me, and I had 6s, and I was like, oh fuck, here we go. And then I like started talking to him, and he seemed like he had a good hand and wanted to go with it, so I folded, and he showed me ace king, and I'm like, oh man, I could have either sped up his run to the title or slowed it down. But,
Couple trip 7s here. Mechenkov and Dwan. Bad for both.
They're already chopping on the turn, but they do boat up. The flush draw does get there.
Yeah, flush draws obviously is bad since they beat full houses. Crossing their mind. Looks like Mechenkov thinking about extracting value from King X. Does check back.
What about blocking?
Might work. I thought about doing something dumb, but I thought I had the 9 of clubs. Once I recheck, I'll probably call it.
They chop that one up to one. The early chip leader. $148,000. I want Dalman Fu back.
You miss him already?
Yeah, it's just cool listening to Dwan and Voris, you know. Hold on. See what Dwan does. King Queen suited. 53 antes.
Might give this Jack 10 a spin here. King Queen suited. Probably knows that Anson is jamming hands. He does dominate in this spot. White chips are cut out and flying in there.
Ansonu, whose aces were cracked by Jack 10 in the 25K. Fresh off that third place victory, his first Triton final table with 42% here on his first bullet. Now down to 29.
Oh wait, no. No good.
For a queen or a jack.
That is about a royal flush baton.
Hello.
It is
Clubs
not
now development. 3 additional outs. Doesn't get there, Randy, and with that bullet number 1, or Llama number 1, I should say, being deployed for a fresh 100K.
Those are some pretty nice bullet lammers. Specifically designed.
Feels like that was a fair fight.
Jack 10 King Queen.
Antes. Yeah.
Fair. Understandable. Nicely done, Tom.
We needed
Currently chip leading.
watching like level 3 and 4.
What?
We need him watching levels 3, 4, 5, and 6. You know.
It's over there, but not here. I mean, that looks bad on TV.
No, I'm just saying. Those are the actions.
It's definitely a lot more exciting when there's like 30 anti-stacks, just like ripping it in.
No, I half watch them. Richard just won.
So expecting to see a lot of this, Randy. A lot of limping, a lot of multi-way pots, and some potential big collisions.
Yeah, mainly because we're playing like 100 anti-stacks, you know, they don't tend to just blast away as much, given they have to risk more to win what's in the middle. So, limpy game does invite multi-way pots here, 9-8, flopping trips against the top pair. And Tom's going to be wary of the 9x, of course.
Gonna check through after Dwan picks up a gut shot. Greenwood gonna boat up, although it is the nut-low boat that he can hold here.
I believe Greenwood checked through the turn thinking that if he bets large here, he's representing a 9. Figures it's better for him to try to extract value with some deception on the turn, and as played, may fire a big shell. Probably not perceived to check back 9x a lot on the turn, especially not Jack 10. So maybe a bit of confusion here as he goes for full pot, and Tom now thinking, am I getting blown off of a chop? Was 4-way going to flop?
Yeah, Greenwood would need to be setting a hand like Queen Jack, Queen 10 into a bluff. King Jack, King 10. Try and get Dwan off of a chop. Nice fold, Dwan. Gets away from it. Greenwood back up on the climb, north of starting stack now. That's on you The only player so far that's had to fire out one lammer.
I want to do a squid game tournament, like stand-up game tournament. Like how
Real life Squid Game.
It's like a little
Just saying.
Would you be able to like bust paying the fee?
One option is just introduce chips every time. But then that's kind of not as good.
Yeah, I think that just has some issues.
It has a lot of issues.
I think it's like as shitty as it is, I think you just need to make it that you need to bust. You can bust in the stand-up game, and then you need to pay like left from the dealer's button or something like that.
Pay what from the dealer?
Like in case you're out of, like if we're at an 8-handed table and I have like 6 squid bounties left, then like you pay. You have some order of how you pay, and you can bust if you leave the stand-up game.
Yeah, I mean, you could just pay.
Table breaking's weird though. That's the other thing. Table breaking and players moving.
And then the thing is, if you're paying, you're gonna create a ton of squid in the tournament.
Yeah.
For table breaks and stuff like that. You could do where a table can't break until the squid, until the squid's refreshed.
Yeah. I mean, that could also be so brutal on like the bubble if there was just like a big stack. It's just.
Green
Yeah,
with
you
a
could
very
also introduce it.
pretty looking king,
like,
queen of
after
spades.
Registration closes, and that way you wouldn't need to deal with like balancing tables in the same way. You wouldn't need to deal with balancing tables when you entries
But I
just
think
for
you
like
want
people
to be able
still
to
in.
play while registration is going on. 'Cause
Yeah.
they'll like it,
9.
Meanwhile, Mezhenkov trying to take advantage of Jack-8 offsuit as they discuss different wrinkles they can apply to potentially future tournaments.
It could just be that it's like 5 big blinds early, and then it goes down to like 1 big blind later. Or 3 big blinds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely gotta, it can't be like what it is in the beginning when average stack is like 25 blinds.
Mezhenkov with the ISO pre. Actually outflopped Greenwood's king, queen of
I
spades.
think it's better for no limit, for short deck, for pit low. Short deck, I feel like no.
One with a million new ideas, of course.
Yeah, not short deck. Maybe you have it going only while reg is open. And then once reg closes, it's just a normal tournament. At least for the first iteration of it, because all of these things.
That's smart because it makes it way easier.
Yeah, because all of these things, it's just like you need to do them and then see what the issues are, if any. So it's like predicting what will work, what doesn't is like kind of hard. But yeah, you just run a tournament where while reg's open, you have the penalty, and then it's just a normal tournament after it closes, and then people can have fun while they can still re-enter. And it's just a normal tournament, and then whatever issues you have can be ironed out and before it gets too expensive. And then if there are no issues, then you can potentially run like an actual full-on tournament with it.
Like 20K buy-in.
Yeah.
I mean, I think below 20 is Maybe we could do 15K.
I mean, the other one,
What?
the other thing you could do is you could do some sort of like, I don't know, like some sort of like even like bounty. I guess you'd want to do it with tournament chips. I mean, you could always just do it with like money. But then, like, I don't know how happy people will be about being like, hey, like, this 30K tournament was actually like a 38K tournament or whatever.
The introducing chips would be nice, except like the security of like deal, you know, that feels dangerous.
Then it could also create, I mean, then it creates a weird incentive the other way where it like encourages people to play fast and stuff like that.
That's what I would
potentially.
like if it was, you know, let's say you counted the squids and if you got one ahead, then your table pauses or something, you know, but that there's some incentive to play faster.
Well, I mean, yeah, if the chips come from from nowhere, then there's some sort of if it happened that we play in orbit and everyone except the last player gets like an extra chip, right? 2,000?
I'm lost, Randy.
Squid Game. That's
Cash
it.
out of the pocket.
Just trying to think of different ways to add some spice.
Triton London's going to turn into a 20-day festival at this rate.
You gotta register with a number. Track jackets. Could be a tough tournament. Life on the line.
Okay. Congratulations.
Sounds like Dow.
Believe he just said Triton London. He's going to play.
Okay. So it's gonna be a sponge right now, absorb all the information for short deck.
I could see Dao Minfu being an incredibly exciting player in a short deck event.
It is definitely a game where if you love a good gamble, it's the one to splash. Good value there for Daniel DeVoris, Queen Jack. Queen Kicker will play.
That's tricky.
Randy just received word from the marketing team that we're just 54 subscribers away.
Yeah, the other thing about
hitting
doing it in short deck
165K subs.
if
If
you
you
did it in
haven't
short
already,
deck, it would
you've been enjoying the content that Triton's putting out for free on YouTube. Do us a favor,
like make the big stacks
click
a
that
little
subscribe
less
button and
powerful
help us
potentially.
hit that goal here. 165K subs.
Going all in as a short stack becomes a little more enticing.
Really mean a lot to the team.
Like
as
on
we
the bubble,
continue to
you mean?
go from strength to
Just
strength.
shoving all in as a short stack, you're like risking a lot less. And yeah, like on the bubble at a final table, like you could probably shove a pip or two wide. Because then not to the big stack will want to suddenly start calling, you know? Like if you're a big stack and you start calling to chase like the squid chips, I think it's going to work out pretty poorly for you compared to just like giving up like a couple of antes.
Trap from Dvoris. Pre-flop with the ace-king. Flopping best on the ace-ace-queen. Greenwood with the inside straight draw.
Looks like he's getting involved here. Comes in with call. 14 antes in the middle now as we drop a jack.
Now Greenwood only drawing to a chop. So 10 would give them both the same straight.
Of course, problem with drawing two straight draws now is that if you do happen to hit it hard to extract value on a four-liner.
8.
Kicker does play here for ace-king. Gonna keep firing away.
think trying stuff like that's good. You know, like new tourneys.
Yeah,
Do
and
you have
like.
a DM? Sorry.
Oh no, I'm saying like I thought like mystery bounties were like kind of a dumb gimmick when they first came out, and they're very popular and everyone likes them and they're fun to play. And
I think your idea makes sense. Close it when registration ends.
Yeah.
And then, or you could even do like the first one level after registration ends or something, and then close it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think like also like the things that it would encourage, you kind of want reg open for it.
You definitely want people to need to open their hand every time to avoid any like, you know, collusion and stuff like. Even in cash, people usually force that.
While they discuss ace queen here.
In order to win, you need to show your hand.
10-8 suited here for the dealer button. Once again, very deep stack.
Yeah, seeing a lot of this limping from early position with monster holdings, and well, Forrest flopping both Greenwood and Dwan dead with the flopped flush. Both players with top pair.
Yeah, not going to stop Tom from betting out with top pair, trying to protect his hand on this monotone board. And Greenwood comes along, and big question now for Divorce is should he opt to raise or just call? Of course, players will be fearful. They could be drawing dead. Even with like a set, you could be drawing dead right now. Opponent might have flopped a flush.
Can't be drawing dead with a set, Randy.
Quads, I suppose. You can see it.
Forrest is going to take it upstairs. Obviously, Forrest has a lot of offsuit holdings as well, like the naked king of spades. Could turn into a bluff. He does have the 100% range on the button.
Problem is, Tom's out of position. He's got someone sandwiched in the middle. No queen of spades in hand, which would be delightful. Looks like he will peel, but proceeding cautiously, Greenwood snap out.
Sizable pot brewing here, 40,500 in the middle. Fortunately for Tom, does not improve on the turn, although the 6 of hearts should be a brick. Taurus was bluffing with a hand like King 10, King of Spades.
Big question for Divorce is how big of a hand does Tom got? Tom has a lot of hands that just has mandatory continues, say like top pair, strong spade, 26K. Might be tough though for Tom without the spade in hand, just ace queen high. Maybe Tom is thinking I call one more. Check fold reverse. Call, he comes.
A 6-6 run out. Spades bricking. 92,500 in the middle. Divorce with just a pot-sized bet behind.
Yeah, right now Divorce is thinking, hoping that Tom's sitting on pocket jacks or aces. Some kind of full house he can extract max value. Very clean run out for 10-8. Quite possibly one of the best.
All in.
Tom pained by this decision. Doesn't beat value.
How much is it?
Just needs Dwarfs to have a hand like King 10, Queen 10, Queen of Spades, or the King of Spades. That's what he's looking for, Andy.
Yeah, the main types of hand he's trying to pick off. Just those holdings, ace queen. Just non-believer so far. Does have his hand in folding motion. Does you have the chips now of his other hand? It was a limp pot, so Divorce can have a lot of offsuit hands that will contain this naked king of spades that might press.
One deep in the tank. Does make the fold after calling flop and turn, gets away from it on the river. Says nice bluff to Divorce. He had the goods, Randy.
2 spades, my friend.
Chip leader, 16 entries so far in event number 16. 50k short deck main event. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Ante 1k, button ante 2k. So everyone bar Ante-Only with 2 lammers left. That's what that means for the viewers at home that may be new to this short deck format. So you buy him for 50k, you get 300k lammers. You are allowed to exchange all 3 at the start for 300k, but almost everyone opts to just take 100k at a time, and once you lose your 100k, throw in a lammer.
But you didn't beat all my
100k
clubs.
chips.
Nah, I think I beat most of you.
Big slick for Tom. Gonna go ahead and pump it up. Should get the job done against these numbered hands.
Just feels insane to fall without a spade.
I heard Tom saying feels insane to not call without a spade, which is true. You want to block the flushes when possible.
I mean, and like no full house or something, you know?
Shit.
Not that it makes a huge difference, but look.
Drawn. Getting out of the way, 3-way affair here. Very chilled start to this 50k main. Ace 7-6. Zhenkov, the 10 high straight draw. For us with top pair, Anson, the complete whiff.
Mashenkov's been pretty aggressive. He's got inside straight draw. Dealer button can definitely represent these kind of flops. Top pair, 10 kicker, comfortable call.
Mashenkov on the button, of course, can have all of those 2 pairs. The straights definitely has more 9-8, A7, A6. Torres going to check it on over once more to Alex.
Mashenkov here probably thinks he's up against ASEC at pretty high frequency. So if he wants to blast here, would need to size up quite a bit to try to exert strength. Checks through. Trip aces now for Divorce. Kicker is pretty reasonable. Probably expects the ace-jack plus to raise pre-flop at a pretty high frequency.
Block bet from Forrest.
Yeah, going milky and just hoping that Mashenkov happened to hit that king in some fashion. Maybe induces some raises with this small bet that he can pick off.
Alex always taking his time to think things through. Thinking if he can get a bluff through. The plan today is to play 9 full levels, 45-minute levels. Just getting told by producer James that there's actually 8. He's got the pamphlet. I'll take 8, producer James.
Oh, like separate them?
That's early night.
Oh,
Do you know what a brochure is, Henry? Because you could use one and kind of read it during your off time.
I'll tell you what, Randy. With an attitude like that,
Had the issue before.
you'll get yourself in trouble, mate. When was the last time you read a brochure? Question. When do the llamas have to go into play? The llamas, the unused llamas. When
I know the answer to this question, by the way. Do you want me to answer for you?
What time? I want the exact time.
I don't know the exact time, but I can tell you.
1:45 p.m. tomorrow. That's when they go in.
Okay.
It's actually a lie. I was testing you. That's when late reg ends, I believe.
You have to use it the level.
Start of level 9, which is the start of day 1, day 2.
Right, sure.
We got there. Boat over boat. Answer with the best of it. See if you can squeeze out some value from this Jack 10. See all of the straight draws bricking for a really small bet.
Yeah, the milking sizing is basically targeting the 10x and does get paid off. Nicely done, Anson. Show him the ace.
We will be, of course, switching up the feature tables. When we return from break. Very chill out there. These guys have been grinding better part of 2 weeks. Some have been grinding into the early hours of the morning, playing high stakes cash games. So I'm thinking about something maybe.
10.
Do apologise, it's on Greenwood. Make it 10k to go.
Let's see if Tom takes one out of position here. Generally speaking, when someone raises pre-flop, you're going to put them on the big cards. Know how to respond on flops, even out of position. Not the type of board he wanted to see, of course. 9-8.
Fantastic flop for Greenwood, just flopping the joint. Not straight on the ace jack 10, unblocking all of the pairs Dwan could have. Unfortunately for him, Dwan with just 9 high,
Yeah, bad straight draw, right?
12.
Let's just say he hits a queen. Of course, if his opponent holding king would be bad for him. 1/3 pot, well, half pot, sorry. C-bet incoming.
One does eventually let it go. You never know with Dwan. Sweating it a little bit there. Always capable. Running big bluffs, making big plays. 16 players have ponied up the 50k buy-in on this. Daniel Dvoris, the chip leader. So far, Tom Dwan in second. Danny Tang in third, rounding out the top 3. Everyone's still with 2 bullets. Bar Anson, you.
DD with the check, 4 ways to the flop, 9k.
God, I saw the ace of diamonds then.
Why did you get excited with the ace of
Well,
diamonds?
you know, Greenwood's got the queen 10 of diamonds, but look at this from Dwan, just recognizing he's going to have the strongest ace-X. That trap from under the gun. It's going to get through 3 players. Lovely little pick up there from Tom. Don't try this at home, kids. Or try it at home. It's a good strategy.
Yeah, the main logic there is that he's under the gun so he can represent those ace-kings more. Paired board, always nice to stab. It's hard to make trips.
Three players showing up late to the series to specifically grind the short deck events. Dennis Juferin, Alex Mazhenkov, and Martin Nilsson. Short deck pros have another 4-way affair. This time Queen 10-7 for us with the open-ender and Jack high spade board. Mazhenkov with middle pair and 10 high spade draw. Greenwood with the Broadway gut shot and ace of spades in hand. This could be the final hand before break, Randy. This could be an absolute car crash. Although only 1 spade left in the deck.
Yeah, everyone with a pretty amazing draw here, but it does check around. Gonna change things here. No one with trip queens. Might still freeze the action here. Looks like Mazhenkov going to attack here, 4k. Greenwood still ace-jack. We'll come along here. With the way the action is here for Dvoris, maybe perhaps he comes in slow, knowing that trip queens would go nowhere when he raises, if he had raised. So call we go. 3 ways. Spade would be disaster.
Don't you dare. It's the king of diamonds, Greenwood, rivering the Broadway straight. For us with the king high straight, Mazhenkov. It's just 2 pair, queens and 10s.
Yeah, obviously pretty bad here for Dvoris. Here's a paired board. Imagine that. Greenwood will try to extract value. Mainly targeting Queen X, but Jack 9 would be nice for him.
Greenwood with a pretty big bet. 3/4 pot on the paired board.
Would be insanely hard to lay down Jack-9 into this spot. Yes, you fear the ace-jack, you fall to the full houses, but what if sometimes your opponent's betting like an ace-queen? There is a little bit of value you do beat. It would be an amazing fold.
Yeah, I think
wow,
Forrest
what a
gets away
laydown.
from it.
Nicely done.
Zhenkov could be
DD.
trapping. Certainly can have queens, kings, king, queen.
Big read.
Nice little getaway there from Forrest. It's Jason Kuhn leading the 16 players overall going into break. King Jack of diamonds for Jason against Paul Poir's Ace Jack of clubs. He's now up to 236,000. So 2 levels have been played. Randy, chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. The only players in the field that are on their second lammer, Paul Poir, Kiat Lee, and Anson Yu. 16 runners as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, really nice to just see, you know, a lot of chattiness. You had Dao Min Fu sweating Tom Dwan's cards at the start, getting some incredible insights to short deck from Forrest, Greenwood, and Dwan, just kind of coaching him a bit. And, you know, a very chill vibe out there in the early stages of this 50K main.
Yeah, you know, it's expected. It's a small field where players just are, they know each other, right? They want to discuss how we can new ways to maybe evolve and have fun structures to our tournaments in the future. Always in the mix is Tom Dwan, you know, giving those insights. But he's getting feedback from players like Daniel DeVos and Sam Greenwood. But is the early levels, antes, of course, will increase. And I think the splashing is right around the corner.
Well, 6 more 45-minute levels playing down to the end of level 8 today. Don't go too far. Quick schedule break. In the meantime, enjoy this interactive quiz from our good friends over at GTO Wizard.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You open cutoff and face a 3-bet from the button. You hold ace-jack suited. What's your play? Fold, call, or shove? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
Yeah, the classic. You see, the advantage actually belongs to Yang.
See, we had something good.
Very different game, Ace King. The
Maybe
premium versus the queens.
Big 10 Jack, what? Maybe 2 Ace King. 10 Jack is good, what? Or 9 10 is good. Can think about that.
I quit there. Yeah, he covers. Definitely covers.
Almost 3 million in the middle. And it comes King, Jack, 8, all diamonds no less. As you see Watson recognizing even in short deck.
The hat is
Drawing
off.
one out is bad.
Nhiều diamond
And there is the diamond on the turn. Showers for Mike Watson, Randy. Who would have thought that would be the case coming into this one? As back-to-back titles not going to be claimed here today.
Ouch.
Out in 6th, taking home some. Though I don't play roulette or baccarat.
But it crosses your mind.
But I would definitely look up at the stupid,
You know how they
monitor.
got that piece of paper at the baccarat tables?
And like, it's been 19 bankers in a row. I've martingaled my way into insolvency thus far, but if you let me borrow $1 million, come on, really? 20 bankers in a row? Banker, natural 9, showers.
$650.
Well, not quite as coin flippy an exercise is playing short deck versus playing baccarat, as Bats applying pressure. Ace Jack suited for Anson.
He might run this one. He's seeing Makita just attack over and over again. Pre-flop with no action. There
Good
we go.
read, Randy.
It's a very small thing, but I noticed the 1.4, leaving the 565 back. So it's a very important in case Brewer comes along and then he can get away from Ace Jack, potentially looking for a big pay jump.
Call. Not sure if that's all of it or not. 1.1, 1.2, 75.
You surprised that Bads is
No, I'm not surprised.
making the call?
It's when you put this half stack all in thing, it's mainly is if someone else comes along, I'll get away if those two go into war.
Obviously, he knows no matter what he's going to be behind, but the good news is not by as much as he would have been in long decks. So, Makita seeks a spin.
Whoa.
How about that for a flop?
This is coming 9. No, not 9-7. That means ace jack wins. I was thinking chalk.
Gutter and a heart draw for Makita. The turn
need a picture.
Oh, 9 is no.
9's no good anymore.
is of no help.
7 or
Nor is the 9 now.
7.
And the river
9 no good.
is the 9. Makita makes the 10 high straight. Anson with the queen high straight. And that'll do it for the 4-time Triton title winner, as he will be denied his 5th here, Randy.
Yep, Makita, the veteran, short deck, disappointing. In this game, there's obviously so many cards you're just not sure how to react to on the turn, whereas in full deck, we got those little cards that can show up. Queens.
So the shortest stack at the table, headed in the right direction. One that somewhere out there Jason Kuhn is respectfully and sportingly rooting against in the hunt for the Player of the Year award. This, of course, the very last stop on the calendar for that distinction. Last few events. Final opportunities.
$350.
Chidwick gonna make it 350.
Interesting spot now, as he hasn't open jammed or limped, comes in for raise, and we do know that players time to time do
like
kind of raise fold with this kind of stack size.
Okay.
Brewer might give him some action here, base 7 suited. He's going to jam. Snapped off.
Yeah, and this is suddenly a very big one, as Brewer has run into the upper part of Stevie's range. Chidwick not in the mood to put queens in the bin after the open. And now poised to vault into the lead in this 3.8 million chip pot, where he flops the boat and leaves Brewer drawing to just backdoor spades or running aces. There's one of the 2 aces. Brewer was also saying, I'll take a king. That would have been a path. 4 outs once for Chris. And the king does show up on the end. An absolutely disgusting way to lose that one for Stephen Chidwick, Randy.
I'm stunned, Ollie. That is just dirty. That is the short deck of all short deck runouts.
It was what, Randy? Not coffee?
It didn't have as much caffeine as the coffee.
You need. Now, normally I give you ice mochas, but
I know it was.
All right.
It's not my thing.
Okay.
I didn't want to put disrespect to the Turkish tea, but really just not for me.
It's all right. We'll go with coffee.
No flowers inside. No chrysanthemum. I'm out. 2 aces. Trappy.
Yeah, a botanical pocket pair. The most beautiful pre-flop bouquet.
Brewer is the chip leader right now. Taking his time. Wow, jams. Anson with the 2 aces going nowhere.
No, going to double check and make sure it is indeed needles. And now suddenly a massive pot of over 6 million. You instantly hear Richard say, whoa, yeah, this is the type of kit required to find a collision of this magnitude. And do note that this Jack-10 of spades is performing rather well, all things considered. 37%, and look at that. Open ender for Brewer. Anson hanging on. Board pairs, and now he again becomes the favorite, as Chris had jumped in front on that flop. And the river is an 8.
is in between. Good game.
GG.
Running to
Chris
the-
Brewer showers Anson Yu in third place. No shame in it for Anson. Not a one of us.
Was 8 antes.
Let's see.
It's going in. Snap call from Brewer. Richard with the ace-7. Brewer with the jacks. 6-4 favorite. 2.1 million in the middle for Brewer to get back in this fight. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Richard can convert this 39% equity. It'll be a 2-time Triton champion. Ace, queen, queen.
Leading.
Brewer drawing to running clubs, running straight draw, or 2 immediate outs. Now looking for a jack, and a jack only. You can see Richard's rail watching on as he finds himself 1 card away from victory. 9 of diamonds on the river, completes the run out, Randy.
Thank you.
Massive round of support, applause for the 2-time champion.
Every now and again, when an all-in situation develops at a Triton final table heads up, the entire room comes to a standstill. And that was certainly the case when Chris Brewer and Richard Young found themselves at the moment of truth. And in the end, Richard Young would take down the title. Richard, this is your 2nd ever Triton title. Your first came all the way back in 2018 in Montenegro. The drought broken now. And this is incredibly your 8th short deck final table, finally claiming the title. What do you love so much about this form of poker?
Because of a short tech, easy for me to play. Because full tech got a lot of super pro there. It's difficult to beat them because they're so good and so young. I'm the old man.
Well, listen, you looked every bit as spry as they did this time around. What were you going to say? Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane in full Richard Young reverence mode right now. What an incredible moment. I know you and Randy were front and center for it as I was out there awaiting the opportunity to interview him. But having won that short deck title, the first of 3 that we have on our hands here to draw the curtain on this particular North Cyprus edition, just the whole room lighting up, everybody on the rail, even those of us here in the booth who were supposed to stay neutral, found ourselves really cheering him on.
Yeah, and Brewer also just recognizing at the moment they got into heads up, he was like, playing against one of the nicest guys in the room, and Brewer was just aware that, you know, the whole team, Danny Tang and, you know, the Malaysian contingent supporting Richard. And look, it didn't come easy for Mr. Young. It was a 2-hour heads-up battle. The chip lead was exchanged back and forth on several occasions. But yeah, ultimately coming in clutch right at the end there and taking it down for a 2nd title.
Yeah. All right. Let's turn our attention then to the title that still hangs in the balance here. Day 1 action here in the 50K short deck main event. Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, Henry, we find one Jason Kuhn up at the top of the leaderboard, 235,000, and obviously very real implications in terms of that Ivan Leal Player of the Year award.
Yeah, just eliminating Paul on his first Lammer. Little King Jack against Ace Jack. And we're going to get a glimpse of Kuhn. He's at the blue feature table, so yeah, let's throw it down.
All right, let's indeed, as we take you down to the arena where the gladiators are doing battle at present here with the blinds at 1,500. 3,000, that's not the way to describe him. It's the ante and the double ante, of course. The manner in which we express things here in short deck. Chip counts at those 2 new features brought to you by Poker Stake. They will include Jason, as you mentioned, and Martin Nielsen, a short deck specialist, playing under that Faroe Islands banner. Almost 120 antes in front of him. He is the 2nd largest stack in the room at present with 17 runners remaining.
Sounds like we just had a fresh entry on break. Looks like Mikita Azikuski jumping in the mix. 17th entry into this 50K.
Decimator? The Decimator.
Imagine just you have the sickest level of your life. You're like 5x chip lead, and they high card you out of the tournament.
Who would play that?
Well, it'd be very good for VIPs.
They wouldn't like it, though.
Yeah, they wouldn't like being told to leave.
Yeah.
They would love
Is there
it.
a tournament like that?
No, no.
No, it's a joke I've
One
been
of
making
Ike's
for a long
sick
time.
ideas.
Decimator.
From what I gather, Henry, and we're getting kind of into this one midway through the conversation as we see the three-way affair. King Jack, King 7, 9, 6, 8s and 7s for boss.
Been doing it for 2 weeks, and it still
Off
flips
of
me out every time I see a flop. And it's
just those
tiny
30
cards.
annies in the cutoff, the best of it. The concept being discussed is high carding someone out of the tournament at some sort of interval and referring to that act as the decimator. I think just being able to call anything the decimator, I'm a fan of it. Even if it's like a triple bacon cheeseburger from a fast food establishment, just calling it the decimator.
Sounds like a tournament you'd actually have a chance in.
Actually having a chance, of course, is Haxton with the open ender on the flop. Pairs his 6 on the turn. Paul still has the best hand, but of course, nursing that very fragile 85K. Cobbling here, Henry.
Yeah, Paul finding the double barrel and getting that 46% equity to fold. Well-timed aggression from number 1 on Malaysia's all-time money list. Paul Poit. Now, of course, Ali, one of the biggest talking points coming into the penultimate event of not only this series, but of the year, is the 4-point gap between Jason Kuhn and Stephen Chidwick on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard.
Yeah, it's one extra level.
Level 9, then last level to buy in instead of level 8 because we add in the 2.55K.
Oh, okay, yeah, you added the level, but
yeah, so one level later to register.
One of them makes it into the money, whilst the other one comes up short. Could make all the difference.
Could be very expensive.
Could get bloody.
At the last minute today, or start of tomorrow.
I was thinking maybe the extra level would make it less bloody, but no, we added a level.
More blood.
8 45-minute levels today.
Registration open for one of those levels tomorrow. You reckon we're going to see anybody who didn't bother to play today just show up at the onset tomorrow looking for maybe a chance to nose their way into the money? A little late spin on a shallow stack?
Yeah, they would be coming in with 50 antes. Would be very surprised. Does feel like everyone that's still in town is in the mix.
I certainly can't, in looking at the 17 runners at present, think of anybody who would pop into these short deck streets who isn't here now and hasn't already left. You see Paul firing with at least the Queen of Hearts, taking another one down, starting the process of working his way northbound.
This was a great stop. It was really good.
And it isn't over yet.
20 to 40K. A lot of people.
Did really
Yeah.
well,
Yeah. I mean, the 100 was insane, the full deck.
Yeah, it's because of the invitation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. It's very smart to do the invitational right before the main event.
Jason's opinion, as objective as possible, given that he's won 2 titles and has a second place, but I think it's one that's shared, obviously, by many.
Okay.
Henry, including us here in the booth.
Yes. Are we going to play any tournaments at Les Ambassadors? Probably not. That was fun playing those crazy.
Find someone that's stuck 7 figures, Ali.
God, those were so expensive.
This time it's not like
Well, I actually
4
did
years ago.
find someone who was stuck 7 figures
No.
at lunch today.
Don't you dare.
Promise you.
Yeah, it's 100.
1.3 million in losses in tournaments
I'll do
at
it.
this stop. However, I do feel compelled to mention, as we see Davies jam with the ace-queen and Jason flat with his jacks on the button, leaving Haxton in an awkward situation as the limper. Finishing the thought, do feel compelled to mention that that individual is actually 2.2 million in the black on the trip.
I told you.
Don't need to explain to you
got
why
the
that
lucky
is.
tens, huh? It's always the hand that's on the fence. I got the jacks this time.
Ooh, you guys are dead.
Yeah,
Well,
these
looks like
queen-
Kuhn did 3-bet. Haxton
A lot of sets.
flatting, so there's going to be
A lot of sets.
money on the side. I say flatting because it was all of his chips to get in there. 98.5
7, 7, 7.
between
Let's do it that way.
the jacks and tens. You see Davies rooting for quads on board.
Deal with some math if we have to. I think it's probably just getting chipped to the luckiest guy in the room.
King 9-6 board. Not the one he had in mind with ace-queen, as this current bullet lacking future, but
Walking wheels.
on the turn, Haxton
I think we got seven hearts.
has an opportunity here
Big money, big
to
money.
make a straight or hit the 10. Instead, it is the queen, and Davies binking.
54.5 for Seth, and the rest for Jason.
Jason will scoop the side against Haxton, who appears to have a lammer remaining.
Maybe I broke even here. Took a little.
Yeah, that's Ike's
took a
first
tiny little
bullet.
hit. I live with that.
Tell you who's on their final lammer. Stephen Chidwick and Anton Yu.
As long as registration is open, Henry, it's never a final in terms of Chidwick, but I know what you're saying. What was it, 6 bullets that Mike Watson fired?
Yes.
In the...
Oh, you can improve it.
Well, you have to
Was
learn
it
how to be
the
more
PLO?
lucky, which I
No,
haven't
I can't even remember anymore.
That
now.
was the 25k short day.
Give me a link.
Came into the FT today, chip
I
leader.
have some problems with
Out
that
in
this
6th.
game.
That's right.
This
Little
women,
2.6.
like devil game.
Buy and rebate on those 6 entries. Still a bit of a sting.
Not
to
too
the
shabby.
bankroll.
6 bullets on the heels, of course, of having taken down
Or I prefer to
that
say
top prize
solve.
in
Now I
the
will solve
30K PLO.
this tournament. Looks. It makes sense.
Dennis with absolute rags on the button, does check his option.
King 10-8 here, a rare 5-way affair. Top pair for Haxton, the best of what's around.
Mike was potentially thinking about leading into the field.
Certainly was. It's a very textured board in terms of a limp family pot. You see Shufarin closing it with the dusty queen 6. Now the 8 pairs on the turn. Obviously some concerns for King Jack.
Very rare 5-way affair on the turn. It looks like it's going to check all the way down to the river unless Dennis wants to try and rep this 8.
Kings and jacks now for Haxton, as Dennis does not Try to rep the 8.
3 straights get there. Would be tough for Ike, of course.
If you think 5-way limp pots have been infrequent, try 3 streets of complete checking in one of those pots.
Go on, Dennis, rifle it in. It's got the queen blocker. All you can eat. Not all you can eat. But 6K into 15K.
Awkward spot here for Haxton, considering that obviously it's pretty tempting for Dennis to just look up at 2 complete streets of checking across these 4 players and say, I could look like I just binked some sort of gutty.
Yeah, certainly possible. Mike does have 2 players behind as well.
Glad I didn't have to do it.
Haxton manages to click call, keeping Dennis honest and timing that endeavor quite nicely. Didn't have all too much pressure on him with just 6K. Obviously a few players behind him as well, but I don't think those were concerns. I think first to click call was likely going to be clearing the rest of the field.
LA?
Not straight away, but
We flip it back over to
Gonna stay there all summer?
our other feature where we find Mr. Nielsen.
17. Wow.
Chidwick,
Weather is
Babs.
definitely way nicer in Canada, huh?
Mm-hmm. You have kids?
One on the way. Oh, congratulations.
Will you let your son or daughter, if they want to play poker for a living?
Tang, Watson, Kiat Lee,
Why? It's a good life.
also sprinkled
So
in.
do I.
Why?
I'll prefer they do something else.
Like what? Be a what? Typical doctor, lawyer. This is a good life.
I mean,
So what's with his first child on the way? Congratulations.
Everyone folded, yeah?
hold on, we have to pay a big pot first. Give me a moment.
I wouldn't have minded seeing the Triton champion hat.
I don't think he watches. So unless someone watches it, I make sure you cut it, put it on Twitter, and tag him.
Sir Watts rocked it
But tag Kit only, don't tag
straight
me.
away in the 25K short deck across 2 days of play, should be noted.
15?
To get him down to the FT. Where the wrong good ended.
Hiya!
Big
Watson.
pot indeed.
Jamming the ace-9 suited, Kiat Lee with the call.
Big pot indeed.
Red jacks.
GG. Full. No ace, bro. No ace.
Full. No jack.
No, we all got jack, like jack 8, 7 jack. You know. I think you're dead already.
Yeah. Can't make a wheel though.
GG.
Ace 8-8 on the flop.
Hand of diamonds?
Jacks.
Hand of diamonds.
In a world of hurt.
Dead.
8.
Oh no, not dead. 8. And jack. Jack still
take
win.
an 8?
Yeah, 8. Fair.
8 for the chop.
Bingo!
Ooh. Jack was a clean
I
winner.
say dead. That's how bad I am. Fuck.
Kiat left with just 35K here.
First time we played together. First time we played together, like you were so talkative. That I was like, this guy's not a poker player, right? I think he's a rapper. Or something.
Yeah, I'm not a poker player. I still am not.
I thought you were a rapper. You look kind of like a rapper.
Yeah. Why?
I know.
What Raptors you follow?
Just have that vibe. I don't know.
You just look like a UFC
Watch.
fighter, bro.
Yeah, the watch definitely.
Now you look like a Raptor.
I need a big gold chain. Diamond chain.
So hard to win with jacks.
Stevie on bullet number 3. If he loses this one, he will be heading to the cage.
Lots of aces in the deck.
Additional 50K.
Very ace-rich deck, I'm sure.
I agree.
To re-enter, of course.
Maybe you just go A6, A7, maybe.
Very possible.
Oh, I don't follow rap. Maybe that's the problem.
Stevie's queen 8 suited does pick up a king 8 suited. And then a raise from Danny Tang with ace jack. But a min raise to 6,000. And I can't remember the last time I saw something like this.
A live misclick, perhaps?
And if it is, might it be something that Nielsen has gotten wind of and feels compelled to pounce upon?
Call.
Get our answer.
So a slightly inflated pot. Going at least 3 ways.
Then he started to play like a rapper as well.
I could see Lococo making that play if he was a short decker for sure.
Who?
Alejandro Lococo.
Oh yeah.
Ace 10-6 board as the limpers come along unimproved. Danny has Martin in a way.
Two-thirds on the flop from Danny. Should thin out the field, everyone bar Nielsen. We are up to 18 runners. The 50K. Any guesses, Ali, as to who jumped in? I'll give you one guess. Do you want any clues? I'll give you a clue.
Dwan's already in there.
Dwan's already in. Danny Tang with top 2. One of the chattiest, funniest guys in the cash games that we film. Sometimes likes to exchange all 3 llamas at the start.
Gotta be Elton.
It is indeed. Elton.
That was a
in the
great
mix.
clue, by the way.
Didn't want you to guess incorrectly.
I did need some help. I wasn't sure Elton, well, I mean, come on. Elton's always going to be here. Straight through the end of any festival. Not much we know. We see Danny having Nielsen in a bad way.
Really?
45K for Martin to continue, and he's trying to kind of piece together exactly what sort of kit would have min-raised, provided it wasn't a misclick, after 2 people limped up front. Limps that oftentimes are tethered to very strong kit that's just looking to trap, and then is willing to fire 2 streets into the ace-9. Ultimately, Nielsen wisely deciding to let go as he drew dead.
Danny Tang, early chip leader.
Bucks on there and play something.
Is ACR bigger than Poker China?
I don't think so.
Pretty close?
I don't know. I have to check Poker Scout or whatever, but I looked at it maybe a month ago for the first time in years, and I think they were still quite a bit smaller than theirs.
But GG definitely bigger.
GG's like twice the traffic. I think it's crazy.
Ace King for Bads.
Shout out to our title sponsor, GG. Absolutely crushing it. So what's paying his dues?
Nikita not absolutely crushing it. Currently 15th of our 18 runners.
No one wanted to trap.
Looking for a customer.
Don't trap me.
Oh boy.
Ace Queen for Stephen Chidwick, who has effectively the same stack. Going to be left with just 3K, 2 antes, unless he manages to get this Ace Queen through the Ace King of Bads.
This is his third and final bullet.
Either way, you're helping Chivik. You bust him, you're helping him. You give him chip,
Win-win.
you're helping him.
Queens and clubs, what Chidwick hunted on that turn. Instead, given the 8. And on the river,
83.5.
he cannot find a 6 for the chop, nor the ace, let alone the queen for the win. And Bads leaving Chidwick mortally wounded on this particular bullet.
Has to put in half of his stack as an ante.
Reminds me of Laszlo Bojtas's last stand in the 30K PLO. Had just 1 chip.
And he got dealt queens as well.
Yeah.
The hand that he lost all the chips to Watson with.
Did Watson have aces?
Did.
Against the queens?
Ace, ace, queen, deuce,
Yeah.
triple suited. Hearts and a diamond. Against king, queen, queen, jack. There we go, Stevie, to get back up to 10.5k. 43% equity.
撲克真係一做嘅。
Pair of 7s and the gutter. That's drawn live to a 9 or an ace. And there is the 9. As Chidwick now needs to fill up. And instead, the 10 of diamonds will leave them chopping it up.
Nikita, do you know your Chinese name? Makita. Mikita. Just translate to Chinese.
Okay.
Makita.
Do you know your Chinese name, Ali?
I don't. Do you? Is it normal to know one's Chinese name as a
conversation.
non-Chinese individual?
Yeah, I was asking Makita.
Look at the chip counts there. Brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Danny sitting oh so pretty with 2 bullets left. Can't say the same for Kiat Lee and Stephen Chidwick, who've got 1 apiece, and Chidwick, of course, with barely anything.
And you could look from a different perspective. Yeah, I already used the 1 when I chop in, being, you know, with a better hand. Next time I chop with the worst hand.
I found your name. In Chinese.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not getting a tattoo of it.
How much?
All right, mate.
6.
We're in the fun.
Million.
Someone didn't have their Cheerios for breakfast this morning.
Watson limping the Jack 10 offsuit, Jack 8 suited for Chidwick. Can we call this a jam?
It is a jam.
It is, but you know what I mean? It doesn't have the kind of weight to it. I feel like I want to assign to that verb.
Minimal fold equity.
Yeah.
You could argue non-existent fold equity.
then, active side. Currently dry between Watson and Tang. Watson with the Jackson a 10 kicker in front of Chidwick. Gut shot straight draw for Danny. Now just a sopping wet turn here as Watson makes Jackson 10s. Tang with the double gutter, is it? No, just the single gutter, but obviously the diamond draw as well. And chips feel like they could be working their way toward the middle now.
Yeah, dry side pot. Watson going to take a stab for 1/3.
$7,000. Bet and called. And now on the river, Danny fails to make what he needed in terms of an 8 or a diamond as he hits a pair of 9s. Kind of a coordinated card, but not sure that Watson's all too worried about straights being in there.
No, 7-8, unless it's exclusively 7-8 of diamonds. Shouldn't really be in there. Goes for a small sizing again, and Chidwick exchanges his final lammer.
Another 150, is it, Henry? Going his way?
100K going his way.
Right.
And then he would have won. That's the thing. Yeah.
Very chilled vibes out there.
Yeah, yesterday was just a 2-bullet event in the 25K, each lammer worth 150.
Yeah.
Chill vibes being reinforced, of course, by Nielsen's frames. Chidwick kicking off with the King-Jack offsuit. Bats, A7 suited. Ready to rumble. Downhill momentum as Tang from the cutoff sneaks in. Watson says, run it, please. With the dusty Jack 6. Comes ace 10 9, so Chidwick's got himself the gut shot Broadway draw. Top pair for Bads. And the open ender for Danny.
And Danny with the bad open ender. Only one clean out. See if a jack would roll off. Have the third nut straight. Very easily be behind in a 4-way affair.
Bats will flat the 5K. Presume Danny will do the same, and Watson should be finding the muck.
No Jack 6 bounty in this one.
Yeah, it's effectively the 7 deuce of short deck.
So Danny is going to peel one off.
Aces and 7s now for Bats, which will create some comfort Double gutter for Chidwick.
I was the bank. I was keeping it clean.
Bit of discomfort still. You can see only 46% of the equity with one card to come 3 ways. To fade a 6, 8,
You staying in Vegas?
a queen.
Are you familiar with? Are you familiar with the environment in Vegas?
Two checks in front of Danny.
Yeah, I mean, I go there usually in the summer.
Limping from the cutoff here, he's going to have a reasonably broad range behind two limpers before him. Will that range include Jack 8 and 6-8? He thinks not in terms of repping as he checks back to realize, and instead the 10 pairs. Unwelcome sight for Bads, who's been counterfeited, but the ace still works for a winner.
Thank you.
Stevie with just king high. So turn this into a bluff or not. Jack of clubs in hand.
You're gonna be safe, like robbery and everything.
It's incredibly difficult to make flushes in short deck, hence them being worth more in value than full houses.
If you have a nice place, it should be fairly safe, but definitely like gated community is preferable for sure.
Shout out to the gated communities in Vegas.
King Jack, King Queen. Please?
Got my hand right.
No. No, I don't beat that.
Hey, they check or go?
Henderson.
Oh, were you staying in Henderson?
Well, Henderson or Summerlin.
Henderson is the best place to stay.
Checked around on the river there, Danny with some situational awareness. Picked out
I wouldn't say that. It's kind of far.
one of the two
depends how
holdings.
much you wanted. I guess it's cheaper, but it's further away from like the casinos if you want to be.
Where would you recommend me to stay?
Henderson seems. What do you?
It's like 40K.
40K
What do you want?
a month?
No, like 20, like 20, 22K.
How long do you come in for?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, but we're staying 1.5 months, so it's like nearly 40K.
Yeah.
You're just gonna do the usual, like play lots of WSOP and cash games and all that stuff.
Run no cash games. Is there cash games over there?
Can we just run the cash game in our man's room?
Do feel compelled to step in.
I was waiting for it. Thank you.
So I'm listening to exchanges regarding
Your
most
hometown?
desirable neighborhoods in Las Vegas. Henderson a bit sleepy. 20 to 30 minutes away from the strip. Relatively bad traffic back and forth at peak hours. Summerlin, meanwhile, newer, a bit nicer, a bit more posh, a little more expensive. But with that said,
How much do you have?
there are some gated communities out in the Henderson area in the mountains with terrific views of the strip that are
probably should have known that.
absolutely home to some
should have what?
spectacular
Probably should have
properties.
known how much you have.
Shout out Summerlin.
My bot.
Spring Valley, south side.
Two checks in front of a flush draw here as a less than spectacular flop for Chidwick and Watson. They are confronted with a little 3K question from Kiat.
Care to dox yourself?
What was that?
Do you care to dox yourself?
Why would anyone ever dox themselves? Is that me divulge an excessive amount of personal information on a live stream to 160,000 plus YouTube subscribers?
Definitely something that's been done on several occasions over the years.
Can't argue with it. Home address not a part of the revelations, Henry, as a 7 on the turn is part of Kiat's kit, putting him in front. No Chidwick peeling with that ace-10, by the way. Keeping an eye on Kiat, and the check back by Lee on the turn, mindful of Chidwick in turn, allowing Stevie to bink the ace for a winner.
Yeah, Stevie calling with the 1 over to the king. Ace high could be good. Cat on the button could just be stabbing with random 2 cards, trying to thin out the field. He's definitely perceived to have more 6x on the button. Snap fold from Lee.
Just the 6K sprinkle, considering what sort of kit he would be up against for Stevie. Doesn't find any of it that he beats.
He called.
And I have showdown now. I checked.
Kind of meandering our way through this one for the time being, Henry, with the registration period open. The second of 3 short deck events to wind down this 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series North Cyprus Festival. The 50K main event registration will be open for the first level tomorrow. Richard Young winning the 25K earlier on today. Putting a smile on the face of virtually everyone in the room. Even Chris Brewer, as you mentioned, Henry, who was his foe. Heads up.
Yeah.
All the disappointment that came with maybe not being able to pick up another title here on this festival still. Can't be too upset.
No, not at all. Second title for Richard, 5 years after winning his first. A lot of crossbars over the years as well in the form of final tables, as you mentioned in that interview.
8 of them in total.
Loves short deck, as he said. Keeps out all the
Sorry, guys.
quote-unquote super pros, the young guys, compared to the long deck. Look at this. 10s, 10s, jacks, ace queen, king 9, and 9-8, a 6-way affair.
Shame on me for being impressed by a 5-way limp pot as the chiseling continues here at this feature. It comes queen, jack, 6. Ace queen for Chidwick with the diamond draw, Henry, for dessert. Bads with a gutter. And of course, Watson with the set of jacks.
Actually impossible for Makita to turn a straight or river a straight. All the
Little
10s
does he know it,
busy.
yeah.
9,000. 9.
No, the lack of diamonds out there, by the way. Only 1 diamond dead, with 2 to come.
Is this mine?
King 9, 8, 7, 4 outs for Stevie.
Looks like Martin's discovered the virtues of the green juice. Henry as well, here in the booth.
Parsley, green apple
Standing
juice, ginger,
shower.
lemon
But
juice.
I don't want a bath and a shower. I want a standing shower.
Set of jacks. Could end up being detoxed by Chidwick's
Like our
kit.
hotel now. It's a standing shower. It's not a bathtub. I don't like bathtubs.
Danny Tang doesn't like bathtubs, ladies and gentlemen. True creature. Bathtubs are delightful, Danny. Get on board. It's hard to have a bubble shower. Note that Makita hung around. Now the King of Diamonds on the turn. Chidwick making the nuts and leaving Watson with just an out to a jack. So of course, flushes do beat full houses in short deck.
Yeah, the good news for Sir Watts is obviously that he actually has third set. So if a king or a queen rolled off, it wouldn't be like a nut full house situation.
13.
It's the 6 that would be the toughest card to have to contend with, as we see Makita drawing dead, but betting 13,000 here. Henry seems like a fairly ambitious situation, but obviously he understands how difficult it is for somebody to have a flush in this spot.
Goodbye 13k. Yeah, blocking, you know, king, queen, king, jack, some of the two-pair holdings. What does Chidwick want to do? Give his opponents the chance to boat up. It's incredible. Always going to stack off against the flush. Raising, of course, would get straights to fold, potentially.
Afraid of nothing, Chidwick choosing to flat and hope that his opponents improve, which they have, courtesy of that 6 of spades. The clean boat, Henry, as you put it. Disaster for Watson. And remember, it was a limp up front by Chidwick, Henry. Could contain things like pocket kings and queens with some frequency.
Yeah, it was the card that you called that would spell disaster for Watson. Yes, certainly. Certainly capable. Although I think queens may be more likely to just raise on the flop. To try and deny some equity.
I think some
6 ways.
Wait until Stevie's hands over. We can ask him. I think Summerland has like, it's like a little community as well. Have supermarket, have park, have shops, have gym.
That's pretty good.
So preferably Summerland, I think.
Danny's come around, it would appear, in terms of
Summerland doesn't do Airbnb.
Vegas neighborhoods.
Summerland don't do Airbnb.
That's correct, Kiat. Airbnb. Leave that to the lesser communities. Now then, stage is set for this collision by Watson, who barrels a not insignificant 85 dimes, which will cover Chidwick. The exercise for him, trying to make it seem like he is weak enough to allow Makita to call behind him.
Nice little overlay for Chidwick. The dead money in the middle. On his 3rd bullet, but going to be back up to almost 300k. Move up to 2nd in chips at the conclusion of this hand.
Bads not at all interested at that price, as he will get a look at the fate that awaited him had he clicked call. Deflating feeling for Watson. We'll be left with just 52,000.
What a disgusting run out for Sir Watts. Pretty much the only card in the deck that really costs him that much.
And 3rd place.
Stevie's not going to mind. Hopefully this Lammer going to be going better for him than the previous one. That's the thought, of course.
What's up, Harley?
Hello, Henry.
How are we doing?
A little better than Watson at present. Although, remember, he is coming off of delightful title. Made the final table. As chip leader came in, by the way, in the 25K. Making Richard Young's accomplishment all that more impressive. And that was a very stacked FT in terms of short deck talent.
Yeah, Watson with 2 key all-ins not going his way from first to out in 6th. When I joined, Randy just hit me with the very, yeah, Henry, it's short deck. You know what they say here?
Short deck la?
Short deck la.
Dennis Shufarin. Ace King suited. Raise and take it as Kuhn limp folds.
2K, 4K, 2K. New level, 2K, 4K.
Good for me. Short stack.
Good for you.
Short stack.
And he's going up. Brought to you by Poker Steak.
2K, 4K, all right.
Is dinner break this level or what?
It's after this one.
After this one, yeah.
Jason. Tummy might be rumbling a little bit. Got to put gas in the Ferrari, Henry.
I'll tell you what, you would think that the buffet and the spread that they have here at the Merit Roll Diamond would potentially get boring after a week. I am really looking forward to heading back to today's buffet. The food is just ridiculous every day, man.
Don't I know it? It's all stuck to my waistline. Ace Jack 9 as Boss and Ike join the party, courtesy of that J. Kuhn. Come and get it.
Can't see it on your
Pre-flop.
waistline, by the way.
Properly tailored kid.
Them skinny jeans, though.
Uncomfortable tone with which you made that statement, Henry, suggesting perhaps I should turn away from you. As we see Jason getting turned away from there.
I'm betting like Elton today.
He does like that one, doesn't he?
Loves that. Grabs it off the stack. And
Elton.
Elton loves to bet like that.
Yeah.
You know who's like also like a really fast better is Rui. Rui is like he'll just
fastest player on the planet.
He really is. Just he really.
Why didn't he come here? Does he?
Lost a lot of money online. And then got drunk, go play baccarat, lost 7 mil.
Holy shit.
In Dubai.
He's always spinning it, man. It's
That'll
crazy.
do it.
Up and down, up and down.
Stupid. Asking not to go to the place anymore.
God damn.
That's the most painful conversation I've ever overheard.
Remember that appetite that you were talking about moments ago? Still intact? Having heard about
sounds like it's
the
time for a
demise
break
of
for him.
the legendary Rui Cow's bankroll in the Baccarat streets in Dubai, allegedly? Wow.
Physically pained by that.
Oof.
7 mil.
That'd get you a nice house in Summerlin.
Jesus Christ.
Get you a nice house just about anywhere. Ace King 7, 5-way affair here as Davies under the gun with the 2 queens. Looks up at not 1 but 2 overcards. Perhaps happy not to have raised it up pre, though not sure how Boss would have responded with the Ace 10, which is turned into top pair. Two checks in front of him, 15K into 22.
A large sizing from Boss. Really trying to thin out the field, get rid of those gut shots.
And Jason, little smirk, puts the 7-8.
Thinking of doing
into the
something?
muck.
Yeah, I was. I had a very creative one. Then I was like, Paul's gonna call me down.
Well, the time is now to talk to you about Jacob & Co., our official timekeeper here at the Triton Poker Series. They make the incredible timepieces you see on their screen. Truly works of art. Not just about the diamonds and the sapphires and the rubies, but if you're into poker gambling themed gear, how about the Astronomia Casino piece with the functioning roulette wheel inside? And of course, winners of our long deck and short deck events awarded the special collaboration timepiece. Thanks to our friends at Jacob & Co.
A few of them on display. This 18 runner field, Chidwick and Kuhn. What's Hansen thinking about here? Oh boy.
6-7 suited with 3 callers in front of him. And as silly as it may look on the surface, Henry, some of it
How much is that?
may have something to do with what he presumes to be interference in the 3 holdings that precede him. And in terms of card removal, look, 3 aces busy.
Look at
The king,
equity.
queen, 10 unique. And yeah, virtually even distribution here as Dennis decides to move in for the 97,000. Very understandable with that ace-king suited. Has the clubs smothered, but of course flush is far less frequent. Now boss considering things with ace-queen offsuit.
9-7. 5 seconds.
I need some more time.
Paul crunching it here, and obviously he knows that Anson is a guy that can get a little bit out of line, do some things that don't add up from time to time in terms of what the pros might be doing. And you see him delighted, yeah. Very properly
Right there's the winner, boys.
Very good.
Sorry to
recognizing
tell
the benefit of his holding.
Quad sixes. Very lucky. I think it's you're gonna get the
32%.
And he's looking thrilled.
Why wouldn't he?
Another 3
He's
way
got
all
boss
in.
in a bad way for a 92K side pot, and somehow the case ace
I want your hand. You can have my
works
hand.
its way onto the board.
Is good. Yeah, 7 is good.
6, 7, 8, all good.
You want a 7, buddy.
Just 3 side.
Anson with the gutter. And now aces and queens for Paul. That leaves Shubarin's ace-king
7, 8, king. I got the dog.
showered for the time being.
7, 8 king is it?
8, ball out.
Anson wants to see a 7 or an 8. Instead, it's the 6, as 6s and 7s will be downed by aces and queens.
48.
That's 40.
Paul gets it all, right?
48.
Yeah.
So I give you 96. 48? How much?
Oh no, Paul gets it all. Paul gets it all.
You win.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
yeah.
fuck.
Boss not even realizing. He scoops.
Yeah, I forgot about my toupee.
Me too, man. I was thinking, ace king. This is God. It's been a long week.
Yeah.
Paul, yesterday I had a hand.
How
I
can
had
I win in cash games?
I had a hand yesterday where I asked the guys on the flop how many people were in the pot. They told me, and then on the turn I forgot again.
Yeah.
It was against Paul.
No sleep.
Oh yeah, yeah, it was. And then I forgot it was against Paul. I'm going crazy, man. Oh my God, it was against Paul. I'm telling him the
now
story.
sleep. Very hard to play poker.
Jeez, dude, these tournament stops are hard, bro.
So that's why London will do the cash game 1 week early, and then no more cash game after that.
Yeah.
You guys can play cash game yourself.
Dude.
Good idea.
The thing about the brain is,
Very
dude,
tired.
it tricks you into thinking you're not going
Play
to.
until morning, then
You just
day
think
2
it's
tournament.
normal.
How?
Yeah, the very first thing that goes
AI
when you start
maybe
getting
can- AI.
tired is your ability to evaluate how clearly you're thinking.
Yeah, it's wild.
Sounds like cash games are going to be running earlier on in the series in London.
The wheels are rolling down the hill.
I mean, this is very fresh one.
Oh.
This is very fresh one. Okay, fresh meat.
Oh my
God.
Tastiest when it's fresh.
Fresh
Whoop,
meat.
whoop, whoop. Oh, yeah.
Anson's new 100K stack didn't take long to work its way into the middle.
Okay, not
Yes.
so bad.
Not so bad.
Haxton,
I
Take
think,
that King 10
I
hard.
think I'm the favorite.
You are.
the customer, with just 7,500 more in front of him.
I should know things like that.
And then
King 10.
Still good.
King's still good.
Hops in
Gives
front,
me
but just
many
by 5%, as you see.
Up. Bigger
Hansen
cut. Oh, it's
That's pretty good.
can hit any of the King, Queen, Ace kit, which he's done
Queen and 10.
on the turn. Now Haxton, the one with outs, in the form of a 10 or a queen. Instead, a 6, and Anson doubles up. Fresh meat, he says.
Fresh meat, final.
Give me, yeah, give me the money.
Lammer.
No.
Yeah,
Answer, just give it to me. Thank you.
It is a confusing game. We understand.
Yeah.
It's a weird one.
Yeah, it just took 3 of us about
Yeah.
2 minutes to realize 2 pair beats
Yeah,
2
played
pair.
a million hands. No, I knew. I was just like, oh, that's sick.
Staring at it so hard. We said Paul breaks even.
Yeah, I'm
It's
counting out
all-
the chop.
Yeah,
Anymore.
Yeah. Say, wait.
Very tough 2 weeks
Oh
mentally,
my God.
physically.
Yeah, it's kind of
And
nice having
brain.
short deck at the end because in some ways it's easier, but like
Mm.
in Vietnam, at the end, the last short deck, I made such a big punt, my brain just broke.
Well, obviously exhaustion very much setting in. In particular, however, Henry, for the likes of Boss, who's burned it at both ends, night in, night out in the cash game streets, running on very little sleep.
Yeah, I'm sure there are some 16, 18, 20-hour days. Non-stop cards for these guys, not just the tournament swings, but the cash game swings as well.
Jesus, that's scary. That was almost a raise, I think.
That's only one chip.
Okay.
This is not the moment in time to be doing fancy chip things.
Yeah, no doubt.
Accidentally all in for a million big blinds.
One chip. The right game to misclick all in.
And the snowball effect of Boss's ace-jack limp up front comes to fruition, as does trip queens for Seth Davies, which is ahead of Boss's aces up.
I was going to try and thin out the field a little bit. Get rid of some gut shots. Should never really be raised on this board after limping from under the gun.
$7K barrel. Ike on vapors. Thought about something ambitious as a caller for what little he has left, but ends up folding it. That was never an option for Davies, who comes with the flat.
Asking myself, what would Sean Winter do?
You're going to win now.
Yeah, trip's no kicker for Seth. Be a disaster. Paul can certainly have hands like ace, queen, aces from under the gun.
$18K as the Broadway gutter that was picked up on the turn by Paul leaves him confident enough to lead once more. Half pot exactly. Davies, of course, recognizing the vulnerability of his holding. Content to just call, and on the river, Boss goes runner, runner for Broadway. Short deck can be a cold, cold world.
72k out there. Does need to be somewhat concerned that Davies is trapping with a boat. From the hijack, going to have hands like King, Queen, Queen 10. Still value to be had, maybe.
Given Boss holds the ace in his hand, which serves as a blocker to Davies' kid, you think he imagines he's up against trip queens with a good deal of frequency and would have heard from them if they were full?
I don't think so. With the SPR, I think Seth is always just going to continue calling in position, doesn't want to scare off his customer. Definitely think Seth can have boats here, hence the small sizing from Paul.
Yeah, caution. As tread lightly barrel here of 25k is taken under advisement by Davies.
Be a sick hand to turn into a bluff.
I was just thinking, it doesn't feel like flat is in the cards. And in the end, rather than turn trips into a bluff, Davies decides to fold.
Boss winning that three-way all-in and scooping a nice one against Davies. Up to second in chips, second only to Makita.
Actually, it works really interesting how you can do straddle in GG.
Straddle here?
Yeah, I mean, like
anywhere?
from third position, yeah, like from any position. And time to time we do like blind all-in, like yeah, it's fine. And one guy tried to lose, but he can. Like he started from 50 antis and like get more than 1,000. Like run that.
Keep winning that way.
Yeah, go blind. That's crazy. This is actually not bad strategy for short deck. Almost no chance to win.
How it works the trader? Let's say he's trader.
Yeah.
Action
Action starts from here.
Yeah.
So going there.
Yeah.
So button have big problem. You understand? So button lose some EV, a lot of EV.
Yeah.
Oh. So can collusion.
Maybe actually.
Yeah.
Maybe.
The button we want, want to win the guy's money. 3 guys just trader when he has a button.
But it's really fun. And it's really good for the game. Like really. Much better, and you can get
What would Sean Winter
Davies choosing to
Is that Kings? Yeah.
issue
You really are playing like Sean Winter.
some protection as Axton with 3,500 in there.
That it ain't good.
Woke up to top of range and has a stranglehold on this one. 2 spades, 2 nines. For the time being, of course, as you see, Queen Jack of Hearts with 9% equity, make that 0.
So you run
Chops only. No, not even that. Forgive me.
Like
getting 5 back
this
from
is also
balls.
interesting.
It's all right, Ali.
So just give me 3.
Even the players saying it's been a grind.
Yeah.
At least 2.
Now they're doing the
Yeah, he can put my
pre-game shows, the interviews, having to put up with Randy
The early position play
and myself
tighter, right? If you
in
increase
the booth.
Oh, of course, like
Producer James.
No, come on.
No?
You guys are my crew.
if we're talking about theory, for
Well,
sure for
Martins,
button, this
he's
is
a
not a good
hockey fan.
idea to put like money.
Just an
but
insane
anyway,
human
he
being.
can
No, I'm
do-
kidding.
As bad as no limit holder.
Martin's our
Yeah.
technical producer. Part
Did
of
you
the
play ever on Ante-Only
share
Flex
hand
and
production
Hold'em,
crew that
like long deck?
Yeah, we did.
truly do
Remember
work
we played Macau?
tirelessly.
This is profit game.
Big game, man.
Really, this is
That was a
profit game.
big game.
to bring
I
you
don't
content.
know why people does not promote
Shout
this
out to
game also,
Latvia,
like Ante-Only,
qualifying
much more action
to the
like,
finals.
and a lot of multiplayer is really
It was cool, yeah. It was cool. It was really hard.
In terms of
and
what, like
no problem with solvers, whatever.
I've absolutely no
inclusion
idea.
into the UN, or I'm kidding. They probably are in there, right?
Oh, I have no idea.
No, zero clue.
Final tabled it one year.
Yeah.
Hansen getting stuffed on as Davies steamed up at losing the 3 times to Haxton's Kings with the Queen Jack.
Except the button didn't have to ante more, right? It just everybody anteed the same, and it just started to the left of the button.
Oh, so everybody can limp
That sounds right though.
without putting money in.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
It's no good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you need the button putting in.
So many family pot.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
It makes very slow.
Still getting out of the way, icon the spin.
Yeah.
The first short deck game was without double ND.
Really?
You have same
I suggested, hey, button put one more.
Wow, you just invented this shit, huh? Sick, you invented the game.
That's awesome.
First time I saw short deck was you guys playing it at Tom Hall's birthday party. I was like, I want to learn.
That's a tough.
Haxton returning the favor of a spin as the flop fails to provide any hope.
Just keep running out the
Kings
deck
full for
until it's
Davies.
forced.
That was anticlimactic.
Amazing. No re-entry yet.
I agree.
Levels.
Bunch of nets.
Nobody runs ready back.
So we step back over to our other feature.
It's crazy. Halfway through the day almost. No re-entries so far.
You got to cool it while sitting flush.
Check river.
Did you bet the 2?
The key to bet the 2. You might have had a straight. Unclear.
Queen, Queen, Jack board. Advantage Makita as Martin flicks 5K out there.
Wants to just fold out bottom of range.
Very unusual way to play the hand, but possible.
Of course, Spad's far from bottom of range.
12.
Deciding how to proceed. Clicks it. Just north.
Action back on the short deck pro.
Doesn't feel like there's a future for ace-6, unless it's in the form of a bluff. Not this time.
Urban Boris getting it done.
You know, Randy came up with a diplomatic midway point between Bads and Urban Boris. He said, let's call him Urban Bads.
Do you still enjoy playing poker?
Yeah.
Promptly shot it down.
That place is like 1 block from me.
Asked him to stop behaving like Switzerland and just pick a side.
If I tell you the gate code.
But it's unlikely we get that one.
Unlikely you get it?
Because it's 4 bathrooms only.
Can I play with your kid?
That sounds wrong.
No, I mean. I mean, like.
Under supervision, maybe.
I better keep my mouth shut then.
Yeah. You get uninvited to the barbecue.
Shit.
Rare glimpse at a break-in character from Stephen Chidwick at a poker table. Love to see it, by the way, the product of Short Deck and, of course, the cast of characters assembled. Does have a dry sense of humor on him.
Well, this could be close to chip lead pot.
Yeah.
Right.
A damp couple of queens for Bads. And then a soaking ace-king behind it.
20.
Yeah, over 100 antes effective, Danny and Makita.
All in. Oh.
The raise to 20 and the jam, as you suspected would be the case. Stage is set for a massive collision.
First and fifth in chips overall. Average is 100K. Be a 5 times average pot. If Bads makes the call.
40. Yeah, I mean, I'm not folding anyway.
Bads lured in. 491K, Henry. Simply massive.
I have queens.
Both of them with 2 llamas left. I mean, this is really the hand that could send them on the way to the final table.
Note Danny's ace-king, the equity favorite. Despite being behind pre-flop, that no longer the case on a queen-high 2-club board.
No, now I'm dead.
Confirmed.
Monster pot for Bads, 636,000 now. Second in chips, Paul Paul with just 355K.
Hmm?
The white has pretty.
Yeah, I mean,
Watching him, you just win every time.
I was just pointing him, you know, in the wrong direction.
Grind it. And then boom, flip.
That's how the cookie crumbles from time to time, of course. Bit more frequent crumbling in short deck.
76.
You ever manage to work your way into a short deck game, Henry? Just to kind of try it on for size?
I can't say I have. The only place that I've dabbled in short deck is on GG, and it was incredibly low stakes. Just wanted to. It was actually, I believe, I want to say
that
post
counts,
Vietnam.
by the way.
Yeah, post Vietnam. Wanted to just give it a go. Some very low stakes, like a few bucks here and there, just for the fun of it.
What'd they get you for? A $5?
Yeah, something like that, like 20, 30 bucks. They got me. It's good fun.
Well, Nielsen trying to have some fun with an ace-jack. Watson, 8-9 suited on the button. Just 43K back. Double ante invested already. Of course, that Kiatli limp, which could be associated with proper kit. On this occasion, though, just the king-jack, which goes into the muck, and Watson,
sorry,
with a slightly weighted coin in favor of Nielsen.
Yeah, cool.
Certainly worse spots to be had as he seeks a spin. Courtesy of Martin. Jack 8-7 with 2 clubs. 61% despite having the second best hand at present. Flush draw, straight draw, none of it comes in. 9 or an 8 would work as well. 1 pull left and the king on the river. We'll send this one over to Martin Nielsen.
Flop ahead.
Yeah, of course. But
That's
turn
insane.
close, right?
61% equity on the
8
flop.
good, 9 good, 10 good, club good, right?
Just 1 cut to go.
No, I know. I'm just saying, at least it's close.
I mean, how much is close?
I don't know.
30% close?
How many outs do you have?
13 wins out of 28 cards. I'm almost 50-50, right?
Huh?
I'm like just under 50%.
Yeah, that's close. 30%, that's way more than 30%.
Math is tough,
5,
even for the smartest
5,
in the room.
2, 5, 2.
Almost 50. Almost
3.
Imagine what it feels like for us.
Speak for yourself.
As far from.
You have 13 out.
Fancy yourself a mathematician, do you, Henry?
Yes.
A little number cruncher?
The only thing that I am reasonably good at.
So it's close.
He probably folded his out. Not my
Everything else I'm drawing dead.
Huh, did he just jam?
He jammed.
Remember you said that. You self-deprecating
I got
co-pilot.
70. Not included.
Why do you think I'm in here and they're out there?
Court-ordered probation.
I'll tell you what, there's a court-order probation. It would not be to spend time alongside with you.
Cruel and unusual punishment?
No. It could lead to further chaos, and it has in the past.
No chaos for Bads, who was ready to go with Jack 10 suited.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we get hit up one day. Some juvenile that's, you know, getting up to no good. Go spend time with Ali and Henry and see what you will become if you don't get in line.
If you don't start making better decisions with your life, look.
There's some 18-year-old, 17-year-old just like, you know what, back to school I go.
You know, I feel like there's going to be a few of them that are like, I like this life of crime. We do have too much fun out here. And to be fair, the guys that play short deck, a fan of fun themselves. Certainly when the rebuy period is open, more so. Less stressful phase of the affair.
It really is a lot of fun. Did you ever think, what, 25 years ago, 18, 19, 20 years of age, fast forward 2 decades, the journey you've been on in the booth, as a player, as a presenter, the way the game's grown, both at the table and from a production point of view. Golly, American Airlines, all you can eat.
Not much of an appetite on Jack 8. Watson bins it. Round and round we go here in our short deck main from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Shout out to everybody who is streaming us live, whether it be on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or YouTube. Love the engagement, love your feedback, and love the opportunity to serve in terms of bringing you this incredible 2 weeks plus worth of high roller action from North Cyprus. If you're into it, the easiest way to let us know is by mailing a money order to my home. Of course, personal checks will be accepted, although doubtful they'll process. Cashier's check also allowed.
Western Union.
Rest assured, I will cut Henry in on the proceeds. Not handsomely, but I will cut him in. So send it down. I tease, of course, what we're really mining for is likes and subscriptions. Go ahead and click them both.
Martin Nilsson potentially in trouble here. That won't be going anywhere with these queens. Yeah, no need to cut Randy in. He's rich enough as it is.
You know, it's crazy. I did overlook that. There's nothing left for you once me and Randy carve it up.
No. Once me and you come up, there's nothing for Randy. Danny maybe going to spin the wheel here. 10-9 of clubs.
No, that one. Oh, that one. Yeah. That one doesn't matter.
Looks like he's salivating, but completely overlooking Nielsen. Or perhaps he was saying bads didn't matter.
Yeah, I think he's saying bads
Okay.
didn't matter.
Had it the other way around. And indeed, Danny wants the opportunity to triple.
No. What?
Was
No.
hoping for some ace-x interference.
50K spin of the
Nine,
wheel,
nine, seven.
Ali.
You wanna bet me?
Look at the equities, 3 ways.
997.
Ace-jack suited and 10-9 suited. Just about level, heading to the flop,
Okay. 8.
which is
Eight
jack
definitely
10-7.
I'm still ahead, but it's so hard to see, like, you know, the cards that I'm still winning.
8. No,
This
that's
is
not
one
bad
of
for
them.
me. That's very bad for me. What do I win now? 10? Only 10.
10 or an 8.
8. Yeah, 10 and 8.
That's what Tang needs. Queen or a jack. That's what Martin needed. And instead, the two queens hold.
Martin does not look thrilled at that development.
Very hard, right? Very hard.
Very hard. That was very much a 3-horse race. Everyone had a good shot.
Still no re-entry so far, Ali. Baziakuski, an overwhelming
Ace-queen.
chip leader with 2 llamas left.
Up
Has
to
9
over.
starting stacks.
That's just massive. As he polished off not one but 2 bullets in that last exchange.
For this tournament.
Oh yeah?
Because I had ace queen, I beat ace king.
Meanwhile, Paul looking to polish off a bullet.
Running good in the flip.
And you beat 6-7.
Up.
Yeah.
On this occasion, that of Seth Davies.
Yesterday sleep early, no cash game.
Oh, slept 9 hours. Slept like a baby.
Almost a lammer exactly.
Six,
Being risked.
6-8 king.
No. King, okay?
Eh? Oh.
King.
And kings for
Oh, you're
Paul.
not as bad as I am. I love to see it.
My brain is fried.
I love it, bro. I'm with you. I get it. Like I'm not.
6 didn't do it either.
People don't play these marathons. They don't understand.
My brain.
3 pairs is better than 2 pairs.
Didn't do it either.
We can all relate. I know
Never had this.
you're involved in
Too
the mixed
brutal
games in
of
Vegas. Can imagine a few all-nighters can very easily lead to your brain being fried at the end of the week, not knowing which cards are out.
Nice thing about losing every day, I've been getting a lot of sleep.
I was done at 8 p.m.
Yeah,
yesterday.
especially when you make every day too in every event. You know, right?
The 4 p.m. start is nice.
Maybe can delay the day 2 start time. I would like 2 or 3 p.m.
No.
Yeah, sure about that.
Because you want players start early, player bus, play the next event. That's the problem.
Point.
Yesterday we had, for London we had 1 day 2 start at 12. I go through the
I need it
scary
time
link.
to time, you know, like. I have my friend, like, Vladislav Korbut, we're playing together a lot online. And he's one of the best friends, and he's one of the best runners. This is insane. He even doesn't want to show me his graph for last this year. Because, man, come on.
He's just so lucky, huh?
Yeah.
62,
No,
right?
It's game.
62.
What you can do.
Or 95, 100. Even.
So,
I
not
used to play in
one,
Vietnam, like, oh, bullets.
but 2 raises behind the Jack 10 offsuit limp.
But I'm feeling comfortable.
Shufari
Oh yeah, you feel lucky?
Yeah.
all in and
Only accepting.
smashed.
I know your exact hand, by the way, just by your voice.
Yeah.
King Jack suited.
See, I have so many big hands.
Oh, okay. That's fair enough. Just aces.
Jack 10 into the muck.
It's
Boss. That's Dennis in a bad way.
So Jack 10, 9.
I'm so afraid of the aces yesterday, bro. I had the dream.
King Jack 10.
King. Oh.
Now some
Oh.
chopportunities,
Queen
as
is
well
fair.
as clean
Queen is
winners.
good, yeah.
Pay you back, but you lost to S King.
Another card. No, 8 is bad. Let's do queen. Everyone wants.
Yeah.
Chop. Everyone loves chop.
Everyone loves it.
Bro, let's put a queen up there.
Okay. Thanks.
Hockey stick.
But
Not quite.
Yeah.
very fun.
3,000.
Uncle Paul, as you refer to him. Henry, ascending up the leaderboard.
Sorry, man, I've been beating you.
Yeah, but it starts from Ace King versus Ace Queen. Like, probably that was the best shape what I can have. Like,
Paul always says this to everyone because he beats everybody.
No, beating you, I don't mind. You have too many trophies.
Oh, come on.
I had a long
good
trip.
for Triton poker economy.
Had a long trip from Thailand.
Great, I give it all back. You just give it in like nice ways, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe not with money, but...
Okay, maybe you can give me red chips.
Yes. Oh, no.
Oh, you give me only 2.
Sorry. sorry.
In here, you just want
Braid
to...
is really fried.
Okay.
Very bad of me.
Oh, tricky.
Sorry.
The stack is far from, as he is second with 283 antes. Still a wide margin between him and Badziakuski, and in turn, a big gap between he and third place Dan
Michael
DeVos.
Zhang also there, you know Michael Zhang?
Yeah, of course. He's a really nice guy, right? And he's pretty nice in poker, like. But I don't know.
No,
he beat me.
not nice.
He's beat me in Vietnam. Crazy call, like, and beat me. Like, but his poker intellect is really high. Like,
yeah.
He's interesting player, like unorthodox, you know.
One more.
And he's very kind person.
You all live nearby each other?
A bit, but I never saw each other. We can like see each other on the internet, you know. Like we live in Phuket, but you don't see any people, just in internet. I can see only my wife and 2 kids.
Like on GG, how they rank the short deck game? Like the when you play?
Rank?
They rank every hand?
Yeah.
How many percent?
Can I just skip this question? Like, okay. Like I don't know how many percent, but I know
Dennis
how many.
being put into a slightly awkward situation there by Boss on stream.
Small amount, like
1 NT cap.
Yeah, 1 NT cap, and in NT 100 maybe less. I don't know, NT 200, something like this. But it's gonna be approximately in VIP tables like 10 NTs per 100. Like you paying like 10 NTs per 100, approximately. It depends on limit. Like if you're playing like $200 NT, $100 NT, maybe 800 per 100.
Jason,
8 NTs per 100.
limping up front with sixes.
Because I'm betting
Henry.
percentage, but I can count.
Just
Like is
on the set
okay.
line.
You know, like only on GG you can have like high stakes shot.
Happy to see nothing but flat
And
callers
there's a limit there till
behind him, as well as a
$500.
check out of Davies.
Cap, huh? You mean?
I mean NT $500.
Oh.
But like I don't know, they can open like action maybe 1 time per 2 months, maybe 3 months. I don't know. But NT 100
9-10
is probably
king.
50 NT 100.
3 overcards to the 6s, which promptly check. Boss with the open ender. Both hands ceding to Haxton.
Double gut shot for Seth. 20k out there.
Knuckled all the way around, and now Boss does get there courtesy of the jack. But of course with a 4-liner on board, it is a bit awkward.
Yeah, these spots are so difficult to navigate 4 ways. Very easy for someone to have a queen, of course.
Second round of knuckles. Now the 9 pairs on the end, giving Haxton trips.
Nuts.
Straight.
Checked all the way down as Kuhn says nuts and shows the 6s. Not
Nobody
quite.
has queen. Yay! I got a good feeling about this event.
Yeah.
Heading into the dinner break, Ali, no eliminations thus far, even though Makita has 8 starting stacks with 2 Lammers left.
Well, far from 2 Lammers left. You, Shufarin, and Haxton on their 3rd and final as you get a look at that second biggest stack in the room in front of boss Paul Fu. When we come back, it'll be a 2,500 ante with a double ante of 5K on the button. Brought to you by GG Poker there. Ali and Henry back with you here at the break desk. Looks like everybody's just hanging out, having a good time, almost some kitchen table poker, if you will, save for some collisions here and there, but that is kind of the beauty of having 3 Lammers to redeem.
Yeah, and also just the joking nature about misreading boards, everyone's brains fried. It's been 2 weeks of non-stop grinding, and we're just kind of, winding down at the end of the trip. Even though it's a 50K main, the guys will obviously be taking it seriously as we work into day 2, but for now, just a very jovial and chilled environment.
Yeah, winding down on the macro front, but on the micro front, of course, winding up to crowning a champion in this 50K main. In this short deck, day 1, we will step aside. Players are going to a dinner break. We are going to tighten that break down to just about 10 minutes, so don't go too far. Continuing coverage from the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series will come your way in just about 10 minutes. Stay close.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Looks like Measuring Call thinking about extracting value from King X. Does check back.
What about blocking? Make a
Might
fault.
work. I thought about doing something dumb, but I thought I had the 9 of clubs.
I want Dalman Fu back.
You miss him already?
Yeah, it's just cool listening to Dwan and Voris, you know. Hold on. See what Dwan does. King Queen suited. 53 antes.
Might give this Jack 10 a spin here. King Queen suited. Probably knows that Anson is jamming hands. He does dominate in this spot. White chips are cut out and flying in there.
That's on you, whose aces were cracked by Jack 10 in the 25K. Fresh off that third place victory, his first Triton final table with 42% here on his first bullet. Now down to 29.
Oh wait, no. No good.
For a queen or a jack.
I was about to say Royal Fluche Batonche.
Hello.
It is
Clubs
not
now development. 3 additional outs. Doesn't get there, Randy, and with that bullet number 1, or Llama number 1, I should say, being deployed for a fresh 100K.
Those are some pretty nice bullet lammers. Specifically designed.
Greenwood
Yeah,
with
you
a
could
very
also introduce it.
pretty looking King
like,
Queen of
after
Spades.
Registration closes, and that way you wouldn't need to deal with like balancing tables in the same way. You wouldn't need to deal with balancing tables when you entries
But I
just
think
for
you
like
want
people
to be able
still
to
in.
play while registration is going on. 'cause
Yeah.
they don't like it, you know.
9.
Meanwhile, Measuring Call trying to take advantage of Jack 8 offsuit as they discuss different wrinkles they can apply to potentially future tournaments.
It could just be that it's like 5 big blinds early, and then it goes down to like 1 big blind later. Or like 3 big blinds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely gotta, like, it can't be like what it is in the beginning when average stack is like 25 blinds.
Mazhenko with the ISO pre. Actually outflopped Greenwood's King Queen of
I
Spades.
think it's better for no limit, for short deck, for pit low. Short deck, I feel like no.
Dwan with a million new ideas, of course.
Yeah, not short deck. Maybe you have it going only while reg is open. And then once reg closes, it's just a normal tournament. At least for the first iteration of it, because all of these
Yeah,
things.
that's smart because it makes it way easier.
Yeah, because all of these things, it's just like you need to do them and then see what the issues are, if any. So it's like predicting what will work, what doesn't is like kind of hard. But yeah, you just run a tournament where while rig's open, you have the penalty, and then it's just a normal tournament after it closes, and then people can have fun while they can still re-enter. And it's just a normal tournament, and then whatever issues you have can be ironed out and before it gets too expensive. And then if there are no issues, then you can potentially run like an actual full-on tournament with it.
Like 20K buy-in.
Yeah.
I mean, I think below 20 is.
Do it with like money. But then, like, I don't know how happy people will be about being like, hey, like, this 30K tournament was actually like a 38K tournament or whatever.
The introducing ships would be nice, except like the security of like that feels dangerous.
Then it could also create. I mean, then it creates a weird incentive the other way, where it like encourages people to play fast and stuff like that.
That's what I would like if it was, let's say you counted the squids, and if you got one ahead, then your table pauses or something, but that there's some incentive to play faster.
Well, I mean, yeah, if the chips come from from nowhere, then there's some sort of if it happened that we play in orbit and everyone except the last player gets like an extra chip, right? 2,000.
I'm lost, Randy.
Squid Game.
Cash out of the pocket?
Just trying to think of different ways to add some spice.
Triton London's going to turn into a 20-day festival at this rate.
You gotta register with a number. Track jackets. Could be a tough tournament. Life on the line.
Okay. Congratulations.
Sounds like Dow.
Believe he just said Triton London. He's going to play.
Okay. So it's going to be a sponge right now, absorb all the information for short deck.
I could see Dao Minfu being an incredibly exciting player in a short deck event.
It is definitely a game where if you love a good gamble, it's the one to splash. Good value there for Daniel DeVores, Queen Jack. Queen Kicker will play.
That's tricky.
Welcome back for continuing coverage of our 50K short deck main event, the penultimate, here from the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series in North Cyprus. Ali Najad back with you. Randy Liu in for Henry Kilbane as we take it down the home stretch of this series. One that finds Mikita Badziakuski at the top of a leaderboard. It hasn't been a particularly good series for him thus far. Randy, of course, would mean so much for him to pick up another cash, maybe even a title. Knows his way around short deck.
Of course he knows his way around short deck, right? Chip leader right now. It is still the early phases. Quite frankly, I want to see some blood. I want to see some people get it in there, splash around. We've got multiple bullets to go.
19 runners, all 19 in. No one yet to rebuy, Randy. And, of course, with Richard Young having picked up the title in the 25K short deck. How cool a storyline would it be for boss Paul Fua to pick up a title now here in the 50K main short deck, a game that he was around for the beginnings of?
He was around for the beginning. Of course, when he sees his buddy take down the title the other day, he's going to be hunting for one. Doing pretty good in second place, and, one of the arguably the most experienced player of short deck. He's seen the game evolve, the rules changing from time to time, of course, like the flush and the full house swap.
Apparently, he actually updated one of the rules. He said the first time that short deck was played, he was there front and center. that it was just one ante all the way around. And then at some point, discussion was had, no, guys, come on. We got to put a double ante on the button to create some actual action pre-flop. Elton Sang appears to have been involved in a few pots. He is currently shortest stack in the room, 69,000 right now, but does have 2 lammers left, so no cause for concern, as we will send it down shortly to our 2 new featured tables, where we're going to find one Tom Dwan, having already crossed the pond to Miami mid-festival to handle some business, and then turn right back around to come all the way to North Cyprus. Pretty remarkable. Frequent flyer account must be robust for Durr. You know what, though? Now that I think about it, I feel like he doesn't even bother. They're like, would you like to add your frequent flyer number, sir? Durr's like, my what? No, I'm good.
That must hurt for you, right, to hear that?
Heartbreaking. Soul-crushing, if you will. You know me. There's Boss. The mayor at the blue table, Alex Mezhenkov. Mayor at the red table. Mezhenkov, currently the 4th largest stack in the room.
Think about that. He raised jacks, what is going to be also rare. Your call, so.
Yeah, if I was paying rake, I wouldn't flat it.
So did you come in already?
Yeah. In front of me one, I 19,
Probably
18.
king is the best hand to shove in this game.
Wow. You put 300,000.
Huh?
You want to follow him? You should follow him.
There is Richard Young, fresh off the title.
Hello, Rockets.
Oh, okay.
Haxton runs into it. On his last lammer, 2nd shortest stack in the room, coming in.
Yeah, it's just got to get a 500 back from the winner. Guess not. Here, Richard, can I have 2-5?
Some conversation about Tony G's arrival here. All 3 lammers being redeemed at once. Don't see that every day.
No, you do not. Definitely one who likes to play deep stack. Here we go, King 10 suited.
10 high flop.
Yeah.
All you can ask for.
Getting 8 of
Jack of
spades.
spades. Jack of spades, good.
It's a bad one.
The 9 is a bad one, as the kings are taken off the board for Haxton, who now hunts one of the 2 remaining 10s here.
Oh, Jack.
As the Jack draws the curtain on his first 50K investment. Registration will be open through 1 level tomorrow, Randy.
I feel a little bad. I asked for blood. I got it. Sorry, Haxton.
I didn't even think about that, but you're right. This is all your fault.
Don't think. We'll be talking anytime soon.
Oh, is that your way out of having to handle your duties here in this frame? Nicely played. Under the auspices of guilt, Randy is checking out.
Hello.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. My mic's off?
Looks like Jason's
Bracelet
mic
looks good.
It's
was
so cool.
turned off.
Those are cool. I like those.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I love them.
Yeah, you got about 14 of them.
Yeah. I asked if they could put all the gold pendant, the Triton pendant, if I could get one with just 7 pendants on it, which would be super dope. But it would just also
Make
be
a
kind of bling.
necklace out of it.
Mr. T necklace.
Yeah.
Pity the fool.
Hey, boy.
Come on over here.
Limps gaining momentum, courtesy of Boss's King Queen and Anson's Jacks.
Very check-worthy hand here on the button, pocket 9s.
Queen 10-7 flop. Top pair for Boss to kick things off.
Okay.
Looks like he was looking at the stacks of his opponents.
Obviously very relevant to how he chooses to proceed.
King Queen.
Nice hand. 9-9. I have 9-9.
18K and take it.
Jack 9. It's fair enough.
With a good feeling about this tournament. Running good.
Yeah, looks like.
Looks like it.
Feeling fresh.
You know, when I had this ace king, and when he was thinking like to go or not to go, I was, oh man, just fold. Any hand, please, just fold. Because when you're thinking so long, and calling, you're winning for sure. Like, it works like that. Because like ace queen is for me is best. Like.
Yeah.
But looks like it's best for you. Pretty bad.
Now, obviously, the image there of Richard perhaps causing some questions as to what exactly is going on in conversation with him. He's alluded to the idea that his sinuses from time to time will get clogged up, and this particular
it helps alleviate
device
the problem.
helps kind of clear things up, let you breathe easy. Ace 9 and 7-8. The limpers on this occasion being punished for their sins by the ace 9 of Jason. He takes down that pot, and of course 2 titles already here on the series, battling Stephen Chidwick for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year. Chidwick currently 8th overall in chips.
Just a cool 200K to battle for on the side for that leaderboard.
Queen 10 offsuit.
Anson, you're coming to London, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Duh.
Wouldn't miss it.
Duh.
Jason and Boss.
We try to play the 1 million cash game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Go back and learn 1 month. Then
everybody with a
go to
piece.
Study, learn, practice, and play 1 million cash game.
Okay.
Paul's piece is best.
Sounds like some people go in the lab during the downtime. Regardless, Jason Kuhn middle pair, he's out.
Well, you know, Jason spends plenty of time in the lab.
And just the Vietnamese guy want to heads up with Tom Don. Now we are try to open the price, 500,000.
500,000 game?
Yeah.
Who wants to play Tom?
Dao Minfu.
Oh, does
Dao, yeah. Yeah, just to say what.
I don't want to play Mr. Popo. I beat Tom.
Loser.
Tell him to come beat me.
I
be
beat
the extra
Mr.
super.
Popo. VIP, beat VIP.
No, you. Just you say what. Talk with me and Paul. He said, I want to beat Tom Don.
God, it's so amazing that he has that. Everyone wants to beat him, and like, I wish people wanted to beat me more.
You have to play like Tom then.
I like money, Paul.
You got to make yourself more beatable, Jason, if you want people to try to beat
Is
you.
it possible to make heads up tournament show deck? Show deck heads up is a different game and much also interesting. We were thinking about it. Like
If you do fast enough structure too, it's just a ton of luck.
On the topic of interesting, get a load of this board. Jack 10, 6-2 diamonds.
It's a
Royal flush draw for Davies.
yeah, but like
If you make it a
Open-ender
fast structure,
for
I mean, like you both have
Young.
30 antes. What are you gonna do?
yeah,
you
what
gonna
is that?
outplay
No,
the guy?
no. I mean, like it's a huge fun. Like,
Yeah, it's a ton of fun. Yeah, but no, games that have a lot of luck are good for tournaments. You know, you want people to win.
Well, then, when you have other events going on, unless you allocate 2 days for it, you know.
Yeah, it's impossible basically.
Yeah.
That's even the heads-up tournaments. Like and No Limit Hold'em. It's the same thing. It just, they're fun, but they
so
take up.
expensive for us to for 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah,
And you need a dealer like for every table, like.
I mean, that is besides the point, right? But I mean, you want to hold the main event and then the heads up at the same time, or
Yeah, can't do it.
The predictable coupling, finding the turn.
You know, like last 1 year we was
Nice
thinking
spot
about
here for
how
Young.
we can do this
unless
game.
you have a festival just for short
Banks
deck,
the
then
king
yes,
high
for
straight, and Davies, despite improving and having a redraw,
What do you think? Is it possible?
checks it over to Young, who jams the 66-5 in there.
possible.
Vulnerable,
Queen.
but a 3-1 favorite
He's got a big one.
with one to come.
Still allowed to
Straight
make a
draw. Royal flush draw.
Royal flush
Queen of
draw.
diamonds.
Oh, jackpot.
Can he
Jackpot.
make
Yeah.
the jackpot?
Jackpot, Royal Queen. Queen of Diamond.
Oh, yeah. One more.
Brick River. And that will leave Davies with just 4K.
Did Davies not get the memo? It's Young's day today.
It was some sort of magic.
Everybody got the memo. There wasn't a person in the room, Randy, even people that weren't in the room that made their way down
Before
that didn't want to be here.
Full Tube got the heads up tournament one.
Oh, I remember that. It was
Yeah, because of
100K.
yeah.
100K.
Yeah, Ashton won it. Ashton, they actually might have had it twice.
Oh, because of I know John Jordan asked us to join in Vegas or something like that. After we want to try to going, but Full Tube get the problem.
Black Friday.
Black Friday.
Black Friday.
That time have short deck already?
No, short deck. The,
no limit holder.
Limit holder.
That's all I got.
John Jordan, remember that we are trying to going the tournament after Full Tube.
Yeah.
That might have been the kindest,
I remember that, yeah.
most simplified way
The Ashman 103 won that tournament. I remember.
I've
when they
ever
had
heard
it.
someone describe what happened to
100K
Full Tilt Poker.
He got heads up against Antonius, I think.
They had a problem, Randy.
They had a problem. They had a problem here for Davies. He's only got 4K with 2 aces.
Yeah. Where were these when I needed them?
Let's get him, Richard.
Not that they would have been good
Yeah, let's
against
get him.
Or rebuy
Richard's Queen 9
That's the one.
last time around.
Very nice, very nice.
You go in 300,000. Paul say want me to learn why you
on the
don't follow
side.
Tony. Because like we are going together. You say, hey, you not follow Tony. Yeah, 300,000.
3 bullets at once.
Is it?
That's for rich man.
On the side, or is it?
Yeah, it should be 2K on the side. I had 4.
King Jack 6
Yeah,
here
but-
board.
They, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
You're
fine.
right. Sorry, not trying to rob
As
you.
Jason realizes
I
that there
fold.
is indeed a
haven't looked
2K
yet.
side pot between
you're
he and
lying.
Richard Young,
Sixes?
who is
No,
flopped
you
bottom
never did
set.
Short deck. They'll have an open net.
You didn't see your card?
Oh my goodness, Davey's saying he didn't look, Randy.
Queen of clubs.
Yeah, I mean,
Even
come on.
more
It's still
painful.
Probably like 20% or something.
I should have waited one.
15% or so. Now you're.
Now a lot.
Royal flush draw again.
Magical turn
Second time.
9 out of.
Queen of clubs.
for Davies. Just a 22K pot.
Ay-ya.
And again, he fails to hit.
Ollie, did Davies get the memo?
Aces and ace king suited back.
It's Young's day
is,
today.
Running, I think it, I don't know 16 pair, how many pair. John Jordan invite us. Me and Paul also already confirmed to go. But after that, get this. Black
Yeah,
If he
remember they
didn't-
were going to have that Onyx
Yeah.
Cup too, the 100K tournament. They were going to have Full Tilt. Was
He
gonna start
also
running 100Ks.
Didn't get the memo that you had
I don't know,
requested
you might know
blood.
How many pair or some? I think
to start the day.
Yeah.
I with Paul.
Yeah.
Go and play short deck. The
That time we also still fish.
very fish, not few fish.
Big fish.
That
Now
time
small
I don't know
fish.
what is the tournament. That time I think we were playing very good already. Make a
Yeah, we thought we are good.
knockout. Wow, every day we make money one cash game. Wow, wow, 10,000. Wow, 5 million. Wow, I think we are very good already. Then go and play a tournament, one drop, 1 million. I still remember that. One.
Shufarin
Everybody
picks
laughed
up
for
a
me.
customer.
Ace queen. I under the gun.
Mhm.
I think I got 20 big price, something like that.
Jammed
I
it up
opened.
front.
Fold until.
Antonio Esfandiari.
Oh yeah, he ended up.
Esfandiari. He bet me. I got a 15, 20 people. I shocked. I call him. After that, got nothing. I check. He bet. I fold. After see the show at TV, Queen King. It was so stupid. The final table, you know.
Oh, that was at the final table.
Yeah.
Oh,
Final still in seven.
front. Oh yeah, he won, right?
Yeah.
He won,
in
yeah.
the tournament.
He beat Sam Cricket.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Trigger got second.
Oh, we're trying to do it.
For like 20 million or something.
GG, bro.
Yeah. We are-
6
we are
outs
me and Paul.
once. Not able to convert
Let's
is
go and play.
Shufarin.
That time we think we are so we are very good.
It takes a lot of practice.
Paul also still remember, I think 300 PB lose to AA, King AA, lose to Hermes.
In the one drop?
Yeah, one drop, lose to Hermes, still Hermes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think 200-300 shot all in, remember? You lose for few Hermes, King. That
Oh
time
yeah,
no
you should
few
have
Hermes.
folded to him.
Yeah, he's the tightest guy ever.
Yeah, if no few Hermes, everybody said might be fold.
I raised.
It was like he went all in.
Okay, that's fine.
The nostalgia.
Yeah, kind of story time there as we just sit
Wait,
back and listen in on Richard
someone
Young
busted?
reflecting upon
You
the
stole
early
it.
years.
You self-moved.
Oh. What are you bluffing me with?
There is
Everyone has 5, Slammy.
the infamous Tony G.
Yeah.
Rumor had it that he had redeemed all 3 of his Lammers for 300K when he first took his seat. And those of you with the Triton Poker Plus app are able to monitor just how many Lammers are available in front of everybody in the field. And for Tony G, he's got none left by our count. You didn't see any in front of him there, did you?
I
Andy?
did not.
Meanwhile, Brewer's 5K limp with the 210s has been jammed upon by Elton.
Brewer's in.
Yeah.
Look at that coin flip.
Big hand.
Yeah. Chris, a customer.
What happened? You called?
Yeah, I called.
The coin ever so slightly weighted in favor of Brewer. Elton still on just his first Lammer. Seeking an ace or a jack. Not finding it.
Confirmed safe.
Yeah, I was like, I felt good on the flop until Tony said safe. And then I felt very not good.
Turn double paired the board, and Elton found the needed ace of spades. As he takes
all good
135.5.
Oh my
It's a cruel, cruel game, this short deck.
No question.
You might have won that one if you folded.
Does seem like a favorite.
6, 6, 8, 8.
7, 9, 7, 6.
Yeah, kind of hard for
I had 2 tens.
So Brewer back at it after being dealt that blow. Finishing second to Richard Young, of course, in the 25K.
Trappy aces on Elton. Picks up queens. Lovely for Brewer as the raise does come in for Elton right behind him.
Yeah, Chris going to have a chance to get his tokens back and then some. Let's see how he chooses to go about his business here.
This is the type of game where someone raises a decent amount of stack, they're just going to call it
Yeah, like
off
150
anyways.
now.
Should be sliding
Should be a bit more,
these
right?
chips in there.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. All in.
Play roll in. Fold. Go down.
Elton manages to get it all in, courtesy of the limp jam from Brewer's Aces. Not a great spot. Jack 8-7, rendering
This
no
is where you
assistance.
say it, Tony.
Yeah, I was waiting to say it again. Safe.
I mean, it looks really safe, right?
Now suddenly on the turn, Tony G riding the broom once more.
This one's the 10 of clubs on the oval. I can feel it.
Elton picks up a gutter and hits it queen high straight.
Safe.
Safe.
That's not a good board for aces.
Doubles through
The
Brewer
Jack 10, 9,
twice.
7's not too ideal. Good drop of
Ouch.
kings.
135,500.
Tony G's fault.
I'd say Brewer feels that way.
Oh. There we go. That might be the worst possible board. Yeah.
It works, Tony.
I might start telling people they're safe.
Pretty good round.
Elton might put
I did
Tony
do that
G
to
on the
Stevie,
payroll.
Actually, when it came king, king, queen, I was like, all right, pretty
This
dead.
is not nearly as bad, right? This is just like.
Yeah, this wasn't too bad.
You're the change guy now. Keep going.
That's it, right?
How about that, by the way, Randy? After those two spins, Elton now has 283,500, which is good for 8th.
And he's got 2 lammers back too. Not too bad.
Yeah, why not?
Starts this party with King 10 off.
Jack 6 involved for Tony. Why not? I see a Jack and a 6.
Along with a monotone Jack 8-6 board where Durr has the only flush draw and a gutter to boot.
Looks like he's thinking about taking a stab here. Knows that people play cautious on these monotone boards.
Very much so.
Fold. 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 1-3.
Tony G, the lone caller, understandably, as that king on the
What do
turn,
you got left there?
giving Dwan an open ender. He'll
Tony.
check it.
Yeah, thinking about trying to deny some equity of his opponent. Has 39%, by the way. All options available here for Tom. Thinking about, does he got some fold equity if he decides to make a play with this hand? go.
I will in.
Check raise all in.
And just look how much pressure this puts on Tony. Durr knows it's hard to flop a flush. Tony would hate to be drawing dead to a jack or six.
He could be drawing dead. He could be drawing very slim. Even up against a better two pair. King Jack makes the call.
My. Catches Durr
Figured something like that.
red-handed with the jacks up.
I figured something like this. You should get it.
Tom looks a little impressed.
I'm not
surprised. And
I am
on the river,
safe.
the 8 pairs.
A date with an 8, thank you.
Tony G.
How he walks up, Tony
It's
tells
a
you you're
correct
safe.
hand, right?
You can't tell the other bosses.
I mean, is that a premium hand here? Jack 6?
Yeah.
Should be a bonus. Should be a bonus.
How about that for a
bunny.
statement?
You get a
Purebred bunny hands. That's what I produce. Right? You guys are also good. You need at least one bunny in the game.
Yeah.
You should play all the stacks. Why don't you put everything in? You got a bunny here. Take it. Look, everything's available.
I had 9 high, man. What can I do?
You're playing so small. I've got so much money
I'm waiting
available
for 10
here.
high, okay?
You just need a good swing. You can scoop me.
I don't know. I have no clue how many chips you have, anyways.
Whatever. It's all in. It's more than you. I mean, I don't think you have to worry.
He's got the rainbow.
It's like Skittles over there.
I want more.
I mean, each one looks to be roughly 300. Maybe?
I have no clue.
250 in each stack?
I mean, if Jack 6 is good, any hand is good for me now, right?
So it's 10 white chips, so it's over 250.
My ranges
No,
are.
I mean per stack.
Oh, I'm not sure.
200 per stack?
I could check the app, but
400.
God knows.
400 something more.
It's 4 ways, right?
450.
Huh? 4 ways? So that doesn't affect me.
You don't have
Yeah.
So DeVoris is limp
anyone.
with the 2 10s.
That's not true.
Come a
Does
low,
not
a low,
affect
a
me.
low board.
Picks up 3 players.
That's
Queen,
a
Jack,
good bluffing
Jack.
board now, right?
And so far, the 2 10s are good, though we don't know what Mezhenkov's side card is.
Tony
Okay,
has found a
friends.
way to play Jack 6 and 7-6 back-to-back hands. 2 of the worst hands in this
Get
game.
the board.
9 on the turn as DeVoris picks up an open-ender.
Okay.
Divorce will attack here, open-ended.
You win.
Gets the job done.
Nice stab from Dan. Well, you can take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Analyze played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and study any spot in the game. Enjoy it entirely for free for 24 hours. Just head to gtowizard.com/Triton and even get yourself a 10% discount on your first purchase. It's GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start an app
I never worry about flush in this game.
called Commentary Wizard. Randy,
I never
where you
look out
can
for flushes here.
help other people
Someone
take
liked
their
it to get it.
commentary game to the next
I maybe
level.
had a flush
Probably
3
a bad
times.
idea for us.
Who's going to subscribe to that? Like,
Henry might.
Henry? Would I like the Ollie solver or the Randy solver?
My support team coming.
I think this
How many
was-
bad jokes per hour should I do?
Well, at least one was right there, and then, of course, add one to the Ali's Bad Ideas from North Cyprus column. As Tom Dwan has an idea with King 9 suited, one that's going to have to triple its investment, courtesy of the Tony G raise to 15K. DeVoris. King Queen going to
Yeah, I
flat
wanted
the
to tell
button.
you.
Dan hanging in there for the extra 10. And
just
we will
need to
take
qualify.
a queen high 2-diamond board.
I think it's safe to say that 2 hands qualify here, King 9 suited and King Queen.
No argument.
Look
from
at this.
yours truly.
Open, rip it in, apply max pressure, sandwiches the player in the middle, ace 10 out.
Open 25. 15.
Oh,
Forced to call here.
I only got 30. I have no option.
Ace 10.
Unfortunately for Tom, though, King isn't live, despite being an overcard.
That would, of course, give DeVoris 2 pair, Randy.
Is he safe?
Yeah, because he said flushes don't even count in this.
Flushes will never come here.
Now,
good game, Dan.
Additional
I have
outs
lammers.
for Dwan.
And more chips.
After he pairs the
I
9.
never see a flush.
But can't get there on the end.
Tom.
And first buy-in.
I got ace 10.
Down the
If
drains
you
for
move all
Durr.
in, you get me.
Pre-flop?
Yeah. I mean, ace 10, I'm not letting go. So many chips to have a chance to be the captain.
Yeah. Chickened out.
You were thinking.
Anyone gonna tell Tony he's got a dirty stack there?
Apparently not. Think he'll figure it out?
No. A bunny, he calls himself. Never heard that term.
Not until Tony G coined it. I think he was mentioning it at this very table during the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational.
You might be right.
When he was getting everybody drunk and Leon showered
Funny.
Santosh. Might have been the first place I heard it.
Mention call realizes everyone's very deep. We'll take a flop here on the dealer button.
Elton limped the hijack with 9-7 off and is promptly rewarded with bottom 2 pair.
Promptly bets out 15K into 20, 75% pot.
This one should be over.
Yeah, Elton likes to just get involved as many pots as he can. Very confident in his post-flop abilities.
I'm the button, yeah?
Uneventful one there. As we take a peek at the current state of affairs at this feature, where Chris Brewer is sitting on 12 antes. We all know why. He ran into Elton Sang. Collisions. And back-to-back pots. Coming out on the wrong end of it. Still 2 lammers left, though. Just one for Mezhenkov, and Tony redeemed all 3 at once. That's at least in part why he's sitting on 413K plus. Started with 300.
He did. He tried to tell Brewer, hey, why don't you just bring in more lammers into play, but Brewer's happy to play with the short stack. 12 antes he is. Rather just try and spin that up.
Wait. Were you tempted?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Or
Ask the girls what they want to drink.
at least you used up
What do you
all
wanna
your
drink?
hammers already.
Something?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I might have just stalled shoving blind level one if all I did was a rebuy for 200K. I guess he still cashes and is down an extra 50.
What on earth is that noise?
least you got someone to gamble with, you know? I can get it in loose with you.
Did Elton swallow his microphone?
It sounds like Elton,
7-6
doesn't
call
it?
here. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's all in, right?
I wish I had more chips, but yes. I will take more chips.
7-6. I guess it calls. I don't know.
Well, Tony
Really
G is
bad,
going
right?
to try to gobble up the remains
I guess it's still the odds are there.
of Chris Brewer's chips, as he
Right,
says the
still
odds are
calls,
there
right?
despite having this
For 30, I don't know.
pretty ugly 6-7 off.
What are the odds? 30-70?
Would you have the 6-7?
Yeah.
A little better.
Yeah, 11 antes.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
12 antes.
It's bad now.
Brewer turns
He
into
qualified.
You say that.
I'm wrapped around the 8.
I was like, I'm so safe on the 9. Okay.
Safe.
That is safe.
Yeah, this time saying safe isn't going to create any dilemmas for Brewer.
It's not that bad.
Ante.
On his way back up.
Must be at least 30%. Is it? I don't know.
I'm just trying to think of it.
Hmm?
So how much is in the pot? 5, 10, 15. Plus my ability, so 45. Should have gone 25.7, 470 on it. Yeah, seems. If it's over 30%, it's probably okay.
And it was 31% for the 6-7 as Brewer. Working out the math on the back end of having hauled it in.
Yep, checks out.
You cold? Cold.
10-8 off is in for Tony.
Ace Queen 9, a three-way affair. A couple of gut shots. And the pair of nines for Elton, who again showing us a little bit wider variety in terms of holding under the gun.
Yeah, and and he's going to try to represent the top of his range with that bet. Bottom pair gets it done.
Indeed. Neither straight draw. Felt there was a future.
Yeah, and also with the bigger size, he just kind of discounts. Makes it worse odds for his opponents to continue. Nicely done, Elton.
Yeah, that's the idea. Swing it back over to the other feature table where we find two Malaysians.
Super cool.
And two pair for one of them,
Yeah,
that
I
being
kinda put
Anson
words
Yu,
in
as
you
well
don't
as
have
a
to honor that bet,
double
even
gutter
if I
for
went
Kiat
player
Lee,
either.
the man who's
Like,
betting.
I'll totally just keep this watching. That's all good. Hey, but okay. I'll switch you. Better.
One probably costs around 300 grand now. 300-400.
Okay. Yes.
Ensign raised it up from 10 to 25,000. Kiat made the call. Hits the jack.
It's
How many
crossing
watches
his
do you think you
mind
have?
if maybe he can attack. We'll check.
I gave away a lot.
Oh, you did?
All my family members.
Ah, okay.
We have 25. gave,
Oh.
20 away, like 5 or 6.
Oh my God. Okay.
But before in Macau, those days, when we were playing poker, when my birthday is so, like, big champions.
Ensign still betting.
Yeah, Kiat just got a little piece. Double gutter. Just enough given the odds he's given, so he will continue looking to improve.
Is that watch hard to take off?
Not that one.
Is that watch hard to take off? Is it hard to take off your wrist? Oh, that's it?
This one I bought it myself.
This is Bubba Watson, isn't it?
14 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
14 years ago.
Oh, my gosh.
At that time it was like 200 grand.
Now they're worth tons.
No, newer model, I think.
Shut it down.
Yeah.
And remember, Randy, there was some discussion between Boss and Jason about if Jason wins the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. Jason would have the opportunity to go watch shopping in Boss's closet.
Much lighter than I thought it would be. It's actually, it's about the same weight as that watch, maybe just a little bit heavier.
Thought I heard Jason just say, "I'll just keep the one I got," though.
The clasp is cool.
Tell you what.
So you were ahead of the time if you bought this 14 years ago. Most people weren't wearing Richard Milles 14 years ago. You were way ahead.
That Jacob & Company
37
Triton special edition watch, which can only be earned, not purchased.
15
Comes
That's
with
true.
the type of sweetness no store-bought piece
in Hong Kong, okay.
can provide,
Hong Kong dollar.
especially for someone as competitive as
I
Jason.
don't have a house in Hong Kong at that time, you know. My friend said, let's go to my friend's watch shop. Okay.
And you just walked in and bought that?
Okay, this one's white. Okay, I choose this.
Sick.
Boss
Something got anti 15 anti.
turns his attention back toward what he says is a snap.
45%.
Shit.
Queen Jack. Yeah.
Looking good.
Reasonably timed expletive there from Kiat. Dominated, but with decent equity, as Paul limp called the jam, and out flops the Queen Jack, though a gutter available for Kiat.
Give you a king and then 10 on the river. Come too early, the king.
Third 10 was needed for Paul as he makes 10s full. Kiat drawing dead.
I think you're going to win.
Polishes off a lammer.
Whoa, what's happening here? I see 3 all-ins.
No, I Tony open, limp open, I called. Shove, shove, shove.
Jack.
Call.
I feel like, no, not Jack.
Queen.
Question answered by Brewer.
Yeah, once I called, everyone decided they had to go
Like
all
2
in.
queens on the flop.
I liked
feel
it.
like you'll have trips, but I'm not sure if you'll win.
It probably would have been a little better for me had Queen Jack not put the money in, but
Trips will be close to winning.
Tony kind of fucked me this hand. Needed him not in there.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to win and for me to come second place.
That works.
Okay.
That's not a good flop.
So it looks like a massive side pot, which is going to be between
Yeah, Dan's
What do I
got
need, a
this
9?
one.
Devoris
9, Queen gets in front.
and Chidwick, who limped this ace-king, 10-8-6 board,
Wow.
which
Now
pairs
I need to hit
on the
something.
turn. Brewer, modest in terms of stack size, laying claim to the main
No, but not for the big pot.
on the river. A 7, though, as Devoris makes the 10 high straight.
Everyone give me their money.
And that is indeed a Count Scupula.
I called it for you, 6, 7, 8. It came, huh?
I would not have guessed ace-9 was going to scoop this one.
Still looking to determine exactly how it went down. Brewer did give us a little bit of a recap.
9, Queen.
I just needed Broadway.
I just needed a queen, right?
It does look like Chidwick limp, Tony G limp, Brewer jam, then Devoris from the button re-jamming. Of course, Chidwick
Okay, so
making
we
the
had
call,
the
and then Tony deciding it's just too tempting with this Queen Jack.
Going for the
Yeah.
rebuy? No? You already had
His
one rebuy?
entry
Just doing you a favor.
is showered as he bought all 3 lammers at once, and therein lies the risk of having done so as we flip it back over to the other featured table where one is developing. Aces and 6s for Seth Davies on the turn, downed by aces and 10s on the river for Boss after a round of checks.
Paul did say he was feeling good this tournament, and with this last pot and now here, an opportunity to collect more chips, and let's see if he can get paid off. Seth Davies has got top and bottom. Straights do come in, of course, clubs. It is a nice price, though. About half the pot was bet on this river card. Would be a big laydown here of ace-6. But if there's ever a chance Paul's bluffing or value betting worse, may feel compelled to call. Wow, nice laydown,
Bluff
Seth
this.
Davies.
King queen.
Left us all.
No bluff.
Gets away from the aces and sixes.
I was in pure just like.
Does so correctly.
Wow. Like, that's fuck, because he just would call like 9-8 off.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I moved to, I'm like, maybe I'm just supposed to go all with you.
Sam Greenwood, a part of the party now. Plays them all. As do every one of those gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they all do. It's like sick watching.
Well, I guess when I say all these days, I got to include PLO. Randy.
In terms of...
Don't think Kiat plays the PLO.
No,
Can't
he does
remember
not.
seeing him.
No. A lot of the people...
Or Anson?
From that side of the world, yeah, they don't really play PLO. It's not really the game. Short deck more their game of choice
Yeah.
for secondary.
Bit more of a Western
I did not count the chips.
affair.
OTNTs?
Trust the dealers. Trust the
Thank
staff.
you. Kiat's our calculator.
Yeah, we need him.
Like, if you could throw a couple like 2, 3 5s in the well. just-
Aces again.
On.
This time, though, he's got more chips. Seth Davies.
For me?
Kings.
Have a count, please.
Wow.
Jeez.
Everybody's got hands.
We got another massive collision on our hands, potentially.
You got the
301.
light show.
270?
Anson Lim.
301, right?
Greenwood on arrival, jam.
90.
Davies waking up to the aces,
100 NTs.
re-jam. And now, how do you like two kings here? Paul, remember, has worked hard to build up this stack. Third overall in the field.
140 NTs.
Back of Dvoris, of course, after that other massive pot.
120 antes. Gonna run it.
Badziakuski in second overall.
Excited?
Are you excited?
Anson thinking about a gamble.
I think I have to call.
Huh?
Too good price.
Oh, okay. Up to you. It's your
Sit open.
Sit open.
To call.
Could be 2 seats.
Yes, I call.
Oh,
Wow,
big
you wants to
pot.
take his chances
I have aces.
for 19%.
Oh my god.
That's dope.
I have kings.
Oh, yeah.
So Davies and Boss will play for the full second side pot, rather.
It's okay.
It'll be
Half my
three
second
ways
one.
with Anson, Davies, and Boss for the first side, and then Greenwood all in for the 407.5
I take
in
aces.
the middle.
No clubs.
I take aces all day.
I had ace 7 of clubs.
8-9 queen.
Oh, you're.
8-9 queen, then finish.
But it should be 152,000
Queen 6.
between
Oh my God,
Davies
I bought the
and
straight
Boss,
flush.
and it comes
Holy
6,
shit.
8,
That's
9.
Oh my
Greenwood
goodness.
makes the
Slamming
flush,
hit
but
it
still
and, bro.
2 more club, please.
You, I think I can win side pot.
I had to steal wheel,
Multiple
bro. I
side
had
pots.
ace 7 of clubs.
I win side pot, I still win.
Yeah, you're going to win.
Win side pot.
A lot.
Oh.
10 on the turn.
7, I chop with Davis.
Yeah.
How about a 9?
A lot of
Anson
board pairs, yeah.
hunting the 7, 10, or Jack, and he finds the 10. So Davies wins the main. Anson wins the first side.
Yeah.
And Davies' aces are only going to be good
Slamming.
for the smallest of all pots against Boss.
And then Anson's.
What happened, Ollie? The two worst hands scooping pieces of that pot.
It's dead to the...
I mean, I can explain
And then
it.
what? It's another three-way all-in over here.
And now
You
it
do?
just comes whack 9 of hearts. 9 of
Suddenly
hearts.
everything has
Yeah,
gone
9 of
haywire
hearts.
here at our
Always
two feature
is.
tables.
Ace of diamonds.
Danny and Elton playing for a 44K side as it comes queen, 8, 10, 6, 8. King, queen, hanging on. as Chidwick, no more Lammers. Showered.
Holly, we had a 4-way all-in on this table. Then ping-ponged over, 4-way all-in. Back to here, 3-way all-in. Back to back-to-back hands.
So there should be a 3-way all-in at the other table moments from now.
Yes, in 3, 2. Don't make me look silly, production. 1. Fired.
Brewer. 92K. 10-9, not the one. If you're just watching this, short deck doesn't always get played the way it did in the last 3 hands, but put the right ingredients in the pot and you get yourself a pretty spicy soup. Dvoris, Jack 10 suited, limping. Nezhenkov, cut off. Trying to sneak one in. Danny with the ace queen. And that newly minted 277K might be wagging his finger at the boys.
There we go. Wag we do.
Upstairs.
How much
Jack 10 suited. Getting a count of Danny's stack, and he's pretty deep. Just about 90 antes or so. Several options on the table here for Daniel.
Yeah.
If there's one player to attack, it probably will be Danny. We'll be taking a flop. Coin flip.
Top pair against middle pair and the open ender as Dvoris. 74,000 in the middle. First to act.
Pretty nice connection for him here. It is a raise pot from the dealer button. Clearly we start to think about the top-est hands. Would do well against aces. Ace-king is leading. Might be contemplating just some big lead. Yeah, just open jam and put these king, queens, ace, queen, aces just in a super tough spot. You can see the equities here that Jack 10 is a favorite against top pair, top kicker.
A fact that's not going to be lost on Danny as an experienced short deck player.
Danny probably thinking that this is some kind of big hand or big equity. Lays it down.
Doesn't want to play for his entire stack. Walks away from the pre-flop investment.
Yeah, and Danny there, he didn't think he was ever up against, like, say, the same hand or like king, queen. King, queen wouldn't really take this kind of action.
Sure.
It needs to be a big, like, pair straight draw or 2 pair plus.
The limp call factor as well from Dvoris obviously puts him squarely in the range of that sort of board.
Yeah, basically the good enough hands that doesn't get it in pre-flop. So, you know, Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, King 10, etc.
500 short. So.
Elton, again showing range up front, and this is what makes him a dangerous short deck player.
Yeah, that means that in certain positions where you may perceive most players not having a piece of it, he's got board coverage, even on these low textures. Nezhenkov being very aggressive here of King 10 offsuit, but Brewer wakes up with Ace King.
Gonna be ready to go.
Has to be. His opponent is definitely going to be priced in. Given it's 91K, he's put in 30 of the 90.
Makes it a little bit weird for the jacks as we see Elton promptly muck. You see Dvoris eyeballing Mezhenkov.
Depends on how loose he thinks Mezhenkov is taking a stance here in position in the hijack. Looks like he's going to lay it down and see the King 10 was up to no good. Nice spot for Chris.
So, Alex. Gets the King 10 out there. Dominated, but coverage in terms of stack depth and in terms of flop as well. Top 2 for Mezhenkov. Brewer needs the ace or the 7, and now can only draw to a chop with a king. Not there. And one more bullet meets its maker. As ace king met the Ukrainian Mezhenkov. First ever Triton event, by the way, was the 25K short deck yesterday. Randy?
Yeah, loving some short deck
Yeah,
specialists.
you just can't have cards and be looking.
I mean, I don't until someone called reflow.
No, until once called a single called stealth.
Okay.
Can't look
Yeah.
at your opponent.
Okay.
So like before and after.
Okay. Thank you.
Getting the lay of the land from the boys.
Dvoris up front, ace king. Contemplating limping or raising. Limp it is. Usually you will see limps from first position. Your hand is just kind of face up if you just come in for open raise. Gonna trap Chris Brewer, who's got ace 9.
By the way, Brewer just redeemed that 100K, Randy, and we saw him, the fire starter, with an ace 9 in that other 4-way pot.
That's not a good short deck hand. Ace 9? What are you doing?
Hey.
I just try to emulate the best.
You're looking the wrong way, bud.
Dvoris.
Unsafe.
6 of diamonds?
So unsafe.
6 of diamonds?
You're safe, man.
That's a little advice
That's a safe flop.
for
do
Chris,
not feel safe at all.
There we go.
who now has a gut shot
Please
on
sit
the
down,
turn.
sir. Please.
Why does it not work?
Didn't pick up the 6. And Chris definitely seems to have some different feelings about the ace 9, Randy, than I would say most of our more experienced short deck participants might harbor.
Heard Dvoris say. Not one of the good hands in short deck.
No,
Not sure if he was being a little cheeky or not, but Chris definitely likes to drive the action a bit. Dvoris is rewarded with quite a healthy stack. Look at that tower of whites. Teal just right above by 1 or 2 chips.
Sort of the maraschino cherry of that particular Sunday. Ace King. Looking pretty cherry for Danny Tang. Makes it 28 to go.
Let's see if Elton wants to take one in position. We know he likes to see flops. Looks like not too interested. Nor. Here we go. Out. Daniel will be able to close the action if he chooses to play 10-9. Flop we go. And the idea here is that my opponent raised early position. So he's got ace, king, ace, queen, the broadways in pocket pairs. So if it comes low, I know where I'm at. And this is one of those spots where 10-9 is just looking really good. Even if you're up against an overpair, you've got high equity.
And notice Danny doesn't waste any time trying to get cute. Does have the bad end of a gut shot, which is no good if it gets there. Dvoris. Top pair gutter, backdoor spades. All comes together in a 62K pot.
And just rips it in.
Yeah.
Funny face on Danny's mind as he's just ripped in huge on the flop into him twice now.
Well, you talked about what short deck amounts to, Randy. Game of equity denial.
And we welcome back Stephen Chidwick to this table.
Can't keep a good man down.
Nope.
I'm not sure. No, less than 1.5. Like 1.3 something.
Fold it around to Elton. Limps a king-jack offsuit and promptly look what pops up behind him. Dvoris, king-queen, and Mezhenkov, king-king. As all cowboys
Mind you,
are accounted for.
Mezhenkov just showed the king 10 not too long ago where he open raised, so might not get respect. I come up with very similar sizing. I believe it was 30K last time.
30?
Yeah. All going according to the script.
And when you see your opponent raising king 10, king queen is looking mighty good as you dominate the types of hands this player may open in position.
Jack, apparently not looking mighty good. My apologies, Randy, for clipping you there as Elton folds and leaves Dvoris to be the combatant.
Clearly not a great board for two kings with one overcard.
Broadway draws in both camps. Advantage Mezhenkov, but he may not sense it on this board texture.
Gonna maintain control, 20K into 72. Wouldn't say Dvoris is pleased with this flop, but given the price he's been laid, will probably feel obligated to continue. Lots of stack to play for. Check call we go, ace on the turn. Definitely changes things.
Well, Mezhenkov is going to start to wonder whether or not two kings are good as the second ace shows up here.
It's good for him in the sense that he's counterfeited the queen jack. And say his opponent's holding a queen or jack in their hand, may feel more compelled to try and take it to showdown with the ace pairing. As you can see here, king queen has got good showdown value in general.
To the river we head, 7 of clubs. Dvoris unimproved, same story for Mezhenkov. One last check from Daniel and a full shutdown from Alex as mysteries are solved as to why things played out the way that they did for Dvoris.
calculator
Head
you
fake.
got over there? How many antes you got?
33.
Okay, how many did I have?
I don't know. Like, more than me. That's all I got.
Back over at the other featured table, Anson Hughes ace-8 suited. Responsible for this gathering thus far. Davies Jack-10 suited. Kuhn, pocket sixes. Jacks for boss. Dust on the button for Kiat.
Check.
I thought it was
I think
coming.
more than one guy waiting for you.
I thought it was
I just tried to see who is the most excited. Guy waiting for you. I just try to see who is the most excited when I hold my chips. So I know who is trapping me.
That was a good read.
Most excited on this board
Drooling all over the
looks
rail.
to be Anson Yu with the top two. He'll check. Note, Jason does have a gutter to a 9 with his sixes. Kiat shares that gutter. Not to be overlooked, Davies' gutter.
Yeah, I would prefer Davies gutter in this spot. Now double gutter for him.
Yep. As Kiat pairs the queen.
Looks like Anson's going to start to attack. Doesn't want to check around 5 ways once again. Going heads up here to the river card. 2 pair versus double gutter.
12K ahead. Anson makes aces full on the river.
Yeah, boat looking pretty good here. We see the whole cards. Would be nice if he could check, but definitely going to try to extract value from ace X. Imagine this one's over. Anson will pick up this key pot to his stack.
Yeah, can't get any value out of Jack High, of course. 30 into 54, take it down, Mr. Yu. Moving it along. Kuhn. Little suited connector. Offsuit 1 gapper for boss. The cutoff in particular, once the limp brigade is underway, feels like kind of a real cheap way to sneak into a multi-way affair.
The more limpers there are in front of you, the safer it is for you to over-limp, just given there's more people who could be trapping. He does flop a open-ended here, Queen 9. Another open-ended everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah. Every variant present and accounted for. The worst of the bunch, Jason Kuhn, decides to barrel. Top pair for boss.
Yeah, top pair okay kicker. Still has 2 guys behind him to worry about in some deep stacks. Could get awkward. Not very comfortable. Contemplating maybe even laying this down, but looks like he does decide he wants to continue. What does Kiat do here? 100K stack, 33 antes. Sees a bet and a call. Wondering, is there any fold equity if he jams, or perhaps he just continues with a call? Call we go. Not a last open-ended. The nicest of the 3.
Yeah, that worked.
Accomplished nothing, Jason, with that 16K bet.
He knows it. Another 64,000. into the middle. And the king of hearts on the turn, a pretty interesting one, as it gives Kuhn the flush draw. But of course it gives Kyat Lee a king high straight.
Yeah, believe it or not, this is the one card that improves everyone in some manner. Top 2 now, Paul. Gotta be worried about those straights out there. It is 4 ways. Playing cautious here in Kyat now. Perfect stack size to play this situation 4 ways. 81k, 91 in the middle. We'll jam 81 into 91. And Anson here still got to worry about the first 2 guys in case they're trapping, and for a player to jam into 4 people is quite strong. On this board texture, King Queen is in a tough spot.
81.
Feels priced in the call.
Now, of course, while Kyat is all in, the remainder of the field is far from it. And so with Anson flatting, Jason has to try to determine how well he is doing against the field. That flat from Anson looks pretty darn strong, doesn't it?
It does. Also, Jason, there's no side pot, so I can't really imagine him wanting to be aggressive here, given he'd need to improve to win against the all-in player. The thing is also, yes, the queen is a straight draw for his hand, but that also would make a 4-liner for Broadway where an ace would just easily take him out. So he's got to discount that queen as a out quite a bit. Looks like he does come along. And Paul now with top 2. He can't feel good about this, can he?
Worst case scenario, he thinks he's drawing live.
True.
Blocking the 2 big sets with top 2. Obviously, just look at the price he's being laid.
Good laydown.
Wow. Boss showing real discipline there. So a 334K main pot is complete, and Paul would have filled up.
Look at that. He's just like, really? King?
That's case king, by the way.
Really? We're just going to drop the king? Good time for sunglasses.
What an absolutely devastating thing
You have king
to
jack?
look
Why
up
did
at.
I call?
You called out?
Nuts I have. No. No.
I thought for sure the money would be getting in. I know you mentioned good fold given that he was behind, but with the price that the pot was laying.
Get checked.
Can I check, bro?
Yeah.
King jack, ah. What do you have,
I
Jason?
mean, better have a
I'd
set, of course,
open-ended
more
flush
outs.
draw.
Yeah.
He's regretting it.
Sure
is.
King jack.
Maybe I
King
can fold
jack.
the turn. It's
Last king.
close. Very close. Very close to folding the turn.
Turn your stuff rồi tôi.
I don't know, I played better. I should have pulled the flop.
You have like 9-8?
9-8 of hearts, yeah. So calling for the queen for the chop and the heart for the skid.
Yeah. Like, obviously, I don't have ace queen.
Yeah.
So, Kyat Lee
Flop của stuff để nó dập liền rồi.
takes down an absolutely critical pot.
Yeah, back to life. That was a ton of chips that went in on the turn for him,
Sure
too.
was.
I love you, boss.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was speculating. I was like, getting
But my king and jack might be some cut up, some outside.
He wasn't wrong, by the way. There was a king busy.
Yeah.
Only had 3 outs.
He mentioned that maybe some other players got the king or jack, so he's got less outs, too.
93. And then bishop 82 call.
It was a fun one, though.
Pile.
Thank you.
That's pretty close.
The implied odds, too, Randy, of the other two guys in the pot that weren't all in, who were deep enough.
It's a good point.
To maybe be worth a little bit extra.
Yeah, no, definitely a very good point. I'd have to take a look at the pot odds again, but you can see in the post-mortem, Paul kind of thinking, maybe I should have continued. I think he said something about 5-1, maybe 4 or 5-1 on that turn call.
Pretty wild. Meanwhile, uneventful developments on an ace, queen, queen, 2 heart flop. Davies just 8 high. Got limped in. Looks like he barreled. There it is, 12K.
$340. 80 to win 340, is it?
24%.
Yeah, 80 to win 340 is 6.
Sounds like the guys are doing a little bit of math there. A pot removed.
18%, is it? 18%? Is it correct?
It's 24, isn't it?
Watson limping the 2 nines. Anson
Win 340.
welcomes ace king.
Well, they figure out the math on that one.
24, yeah. All right, I'm gonna owe that myself.
And then you have
2 all-ins.
you have 5
A nice free roll here for ace king of hearts.
outs and 3 chops.
I had 20.
Two
I had
chops.
against your exact 2 hands. I had 22. If he doesn't have a queen, I have the.
Wow. Watson on the gamble here. 2 nines. A nice favorite. They got the same hand.
Very much so. Dream developments for Watson, who was hoping for this sort of interference in the face of not 1, but 2 all-ins.
Very nicely done.
I think I'm need make a flush this time.
長好多，咪長都係長好多。對住你呢兩個
Yeah,
exactly.
9 of hearts seems like about 90%
Yeah,
to be on this
yeah,
flop, I would say.
100%. I say 100. Oh,
Probably less likely because I had it.
Jack 6. As the ace kings
It could have been the club, to be honest with you.
looked for a second to guaranteed be splitting
Can you let
the
me sweat face
212K side.
they won't allow it. Yeah. Okay.
Suddenly
I'm sweating
Jason
it.
asking for the face down sweat.
Show me some three-sider.
Oh! Backdoor hearts.
I tried to make a hard
Jason.
flush last hand, and I didn't. This hand,
Showers
GG.
Anson Yu
GG,
and
bro.
polishes
I'm
off a
lucky.
bullet.
Oh, I'm the luckiest person alive.
哇，好撚黃。
Ace king suited.
Elsewhere. Oh boy.
That was a triple scoop.
Mhm.
Nicely done. Oh, and Elton here, top 2 against the aces of Mechenkov. Flopped it.
Getting the money in as more collisions taking place at our featured tables. 8, 9, or ace. What Elton needs to fade, and he's unable to do so. A running pair as he wraps the table. Mechenkov polishing off one of Tsang's bullets.
Short deck is not for the faint of heart.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, it's very well.
I don't think we need to try. Yeah, he's gone there.
The aces one. The aces one.
Here. Yeah, push it to him. Just push it to him.
Aces and 9s.
Okay, all good. Don't worry.
Counting done. Mezhenkov hauls it in. Dao Min Fu has commanded the attention of the entire room. Did a little dance.
He did.
As well. Not
Well-
sure exactly what the update was he was giving everyone. Actually was sweating Tom Dwan for a little while, believe it or not.
Yes, he was.
One of the feature tables even.
Just for a little bit right to start, didn't know the rules. Was interested.
You know, we talked with those who were winning short deck events during interviews about how to grow the game. And obviously anybody who comes to a Triton stop has an opportunity to be exposed. And I think if somebody shows a little bit of interest, letting them maybe sit behind somebody and pick up, you know, just a pointer or two, maybe get their feet wet, obviously good for the game.
Yes, 100%. And actually all of the people at the table were just kind of giving them tips like, oh, you know, 6s and 7s no good anymore in this game. I think I heard Dal saying, next stop, I'll be in it. He would have loved the action at these two features recently.
Listen, don't put it past the man. I could see him doing it.
He's like, you mean I can just call as the last player with just Jack 10 and just scoop it? Or win the majority of the pot? Okay.
Calling. Just shopping.
Elton immediately putting the new Lammer to work along with 15K.
All in.
Yeah, he's going to give him a run for it. People with 100K stacks tend to just try and build the stack.
Sure.
Just above 30 antes or so. In great shape here of Ace King. Nice thing about Ace 10 is you block that, not block, but dominate that Jack 10 that you're after. Of course, the little Ace suited as well.
Elton going to have a chance to reclaim his chips pretty quickly here. Looking great on the 776 board.
Chop it. 1 point. Wow. Chop it.
As though he already knew what his fate was.
Still more chances for you, King and Ace.
Elton says, chop it up. And sure enough, that's exactly what the turn does.
Ask and you shall receive, Elton. Half the pot.
Yeah, I think.
So after the carving station is visited, Dvoris limping off of that 1.2 million.
The carving station?
Yeah, chop it up.
Ah, okay. I'll allow it. King 10 suited. And Elton is back all in. And just this hand here demonstrates why you go in with ace 10 that last hand for Mezhenkov, just knowing that players are jamming this kind of stack size of king 10s, jack 10 suiteds, ace rags.
Easy breezy. Do have confirmation, by the way, as I did send producer James out. get some intel that the timepiece currently being worn by Danny Tang is in fact from the good folks over at Jacob & Co. It is the Bugatti Chiron baguette piece with, of course, that working 16-cylinder Bugatti motor inside it. Being told 355 baguette diamonds, 72 baguette sapphires, all invisibly hand set, 18 karat gold, rose gold case. If I've got the right one. Meanwhile, Chidwick's Queen Jack taking a twirl with Mezhenkov's King 10. Needs paint on the river here to make a winner. And instead, it is 10s full for Mezhenkov, as another Lammer going to be redeemed by Stevie C.
So that's a pretty nice watch, isn't it, Ollie?
Whatever gave you that impression, Randy?
I don't know, this essay of a description you delivered.
Well, I was on their Instagram page,
So
if I'm being honest.
it's a working, would you say something cylinder?
16 cylinder.
16 cylinder, so just...
Yeah, try that on.
What car do you have in Vegas?
Tesla.
Tesla.
Why?
Have a look what cars to rent. And they don't have Toyota.
They don't have what?
Toyota.
Oh.
To rent, you mean?
Yeah, in Vegas. Maybe because it's America, right? Call.
Yeah.
So Danny's complaining there's no Toyotas to rent in Las Vegas.
Why would anybody want to rent a Toyota?
I don't know. I think he said something about Tesla, and he was
I think it's pretty cheap.
would rather have a Toyota.
Toyota?
No.
Oh, you mean, yeah.
Cars in general.
King Queen suited, kind of the Toyota on this dealership lot, as Elton with the Lambo.
The
Makes it
Lambo. There we
50 to go. I mean, King Queen suited, it's not a tight Toyota.
It's
like,
suited, right?
It's like a Lexus.
It's got the upgraded edition, whatever, limited.
It's like a Supra. No, but this King Queen suited, really, truly, let's stop. It's not a Toyota in short deck.
It's a what then?
I don't know.
Corvette?
I'll allow it.
How about now?
Now it's feeling a little dusty. Top pair, backdoor straight and flush ambitions, but up against the over pair of Tsang. 112 in the middle.
Look at the smile on Danny's face. Like, am I getting milked here?
It's so strong, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's that strong, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got it, you got it. All in, all in.
Well, Danny had his suspicions about whether or not Elton was looking to induce
Top set, right?
slash milk.
Still top set is okay.
And as long as you don't have top set, I'm okay. The vibe given off by Danny.
Ten of clubs seems fair, right?
No, King of Diamonds better.
Trip Kings. Elton now needs an ace. Can't find one.
Who's the Lambo now, Ollie?
There goes another Lammer. Well, sometimes you tune a cheaper car and it's faster than the other car, Randy. I know you know.
The Lambo got totaled.
It did get totaled. But you know what the good news is? Red Lammer, pretty much a body shop.
Just spin it up.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like the rose gold edition there for
You just gotta believe,
Danny. But it is pretty, isn't it?
Drop those chips in, Chidwick. 2 queens.
97.
Elton's been having it rough.
Oh, man.
Rebuy.
It feels gambly.
Yep. We've seen quite a bit of this here as we work into the evening on day 1 of this 50K main. Rebuy period open. Spins being sought. King Jack offsuit for Dvoris.
Might as well join the party.
Trying to get more involved here.
Yep.
Ace 10's out. Danny could close the action and give these two guys a spin for 100K apiece.
Yeah. What do you mean? I have to fold? No, right? How much is it?
197.
So you can't show the cards. You can't show it to us.
So,
No.
Danny finds the fold as Elton finds himself a bad spot.
One of them's got to get lucky.
Aces against King Queen didn't go so great. Queen's looking considerably better here as Elton. Seems like he's going to be working his way to the payout desk. 3-outer indeed. 10 of diamonds won't work, but the gut shot is available. Elton does not hit. Chidwick will haul it in.
Really? Because,
I'll take it if you don't want it.
exactly, right? Give it to him. Oh my God.
He was left with 3,000 chips. Was ready to go. Rebuy.
I mean, maybe not a rebuy, but a pre-buy. As 3K, really not a whole lot to be working with here. Over 408 antes for Dan Dvoris. How great is his day going? 1.2 million plus. Good for the top of the chip counts. And he still has 2 Lammers left, Randy. Second in chips overall right now. Jason Kuhn hunting an 8th title, a 3rd here. And in 3rd, Alex Mezhenkov. Saw a decent amount of his action, but he doesn't have any more Lammers left, sitting with 715,000. So short deck showing us a little glimpse at just how much action can be produced. But in part, I would say it's the pilots in the cockpit a little bit, the specific hands that we've seen kind of run into one another, and the fact that we're playing a 50K as opposed to maybe the 100K like we did last time around. And first day, re-reg open, gambling, fair play.
These pilots are definitely gambling. You know, there's multiple calls. Usually someone's got something, and we've seen it, right? We've ping-ponged back and forth between tables, 4-way all-ins, 3-way all-ins, 4-way all-ins, back-to-back-to-back. These guys are willing to spin up stacks. And you see Elton, you know, just gambling with Queen Jack, knowing that it's usually not the best hand, but if it gives him the opportunity to go to the registration desk, he'll take it.
I'll say that the only pilots that I want to be around that are gambling are the ones on the felt, not the ones in the actual cockpit, as we've got flights home in just a couple of days. Randy and I are going to step aside. When we come back, it's a scheduled break just a few minutes from now, continuing coverage of day 1 of the 50K Short Deck main event. We leave you with yet another quiz from the good folks at GTO Wizard.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You open cutoff and face a 3-bet from the button. You hold ace, jack suited. What's your play? Fold, call, or shove? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
Yeah, not going to stop Tom from betting out with top pair, trying to protect his hand on this monotone board. And Greenwood comes along, and big question now for Divorce is, should he opt to raise or just call? Of course, players will be fearful. They could be drawing dead. Even with like a set, you could be drawing dead right now. Opponent might have flopped a flush.
Can't be drawing dead with a set, Randy.
Quads, I suppose. You can see it.
Dvoris is going to take it upstairs. Obviously, Dvoris has a lot of offsuit holdings as well, like the naked king of spades. Could turn into a bluff. He does have the 100% range on the button.
Problem is, Tom's out of position. He's got someone sandwiched in the middle. No queen of spades in hand, which would be delightful. Looks like he will peel, but proceeding cautiously, Greenwood snap out.
Sizable pot brewing here, 40,500 in the middle. Fortunately for Tom, does not improve on the turn, although the 6 of hearts should be a brick. Dvoris was bluffing with a hand like King 10, King of spades.
Big question for Divorce is how big of a hand does Tom got? Tom has a lot of hands that just has mandatory continues, say like top pair, strong spade, 26K. Might be tough though for Tom without the spade in hand, just ace queen high. Maybe Tom is thinking I call one more. Check fold reverse. Call, he comes.
A 6-6 run out. Spades bricking. 92,500 in the middle. Divorce with just a pot-sized bet behind.
Yeah, right now Divorce is thinking, hoping that Tom's sitting on pocket jacks or aces. Some kind of full house he can extract max value. Very clean run out for 10-8. Quite possibly one of the best.
All in.
Tom pained by this decision. Doesn't beat value.
How much is it?
Just needs Divorce to have a hand like King 10, Queen 10, Queen of Spades, or the King of Spades. That's what he's looking for, Andy.
Yeah, the main types of hand he's trying to pick off. Just those holdings, ace queen. Just non-believer so far. Does have his hand in folding motion. Does you have the chips now of his other hand? It was a limp pot, so Divorce can have a lot of offsuit hands that will contain this naked King of Spades that might press.
One deep in the tank. Does make the fold after calling flop and turn, gets away from it on the river. So it's a nice bluff to Divorce. He had the goods, Randy. Three players showing up late to the series to specifically grind the short deck events. Dennis Juferin, Alex Mazhenkov, and Martin Nilsson. Short deck pros have another four-way affair. Queen 10-7 for us with the open-ender and Jack high spade board. Mazhenkov with middle pair and 10 high spade draw. Greenwood with the Broadway gut shot and ace of spades in hand. This could be the final hand before break, Randy. This could be an absolute car crash. Although only one spade left in the deck.
Yeah, everyone with a pretty amazing draw here, but it does check around. Gonna change things here. No one with trip queens. Might still freeze the action here. Looks like Mazhenkov going to attack here. 4K. Greenwood still ace jack. we'll come along here. With the way the action is here for Dvoris, maybe perhaps he comes in slow, knowing that trip queens would go nowhere when he raises, if he had raised. So call we go. 3 ways. Spade would be disaster.
Don't you dare. It's the king of diamonds. Greenwood rivering the Broadway straight. Dvoris with the king high straight. Mazhenkov. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Spa and Casino in North Cyprus. It is event number 16, the 50k short deck main. And Randy, just spoke to you briefly off of air. I believe in that frame, a bit of gambling going on, a lot of all-ins, and I assume that is a byproduct of why Daniel Dvoris has such an overwhelming chip lead right now.
There have been a plethora of all-ins, and not just between 2 opponents. We had a 4-way all-in, then another 4-way all-in, back-to-back, and then a 3-way all-in. And these guys have just really been splashing all around. Of course, the big hands getting cracked like the aces and kings by like the ace-9 suited and jack-10 multi-way. Just been exciting to watch. Expected with this kind of 3-bullet structure, 100k chip stack into each bullet, and, you know, of course, the ante creeping up slowly.
Now, we are going to be covering the chip leader, Daniel Dvoris, on the Triton Poker Plus app. Table 1 has 1.2 million, 408 antes. And looking around the table, as you mentioned, some of those short stacks in the form of Chidwick. Tsang on his final lammer, going to likely have to click the re-enter button as he is down to just 3k. I mean, is this to be expected until the end of the night?
It's funny because the last hand before the break, Elton decided to gamble with another short stack, and he thought he was all in. He unmiked and everything, ready to go into like, wait a second, you still got 3,000 in chips. So he will have to deposit those chips before he goes to the registration desk.
Well, 50k would give him an extra 300k lammers. Jason Kuhn on 1 bullet, second in chips. Of course, the Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard implications coming into the final 2 events, including this 50k main, as we throw it down to the main stage. The players are ready in the arena for 2 more levels of play. Day 1 of the 50k short deck main event. And I've got a funny feeling, Randy, there's going to be a little bit more gambling as we head into the late hours of Wednesday evening here. The 24th. It's Daniel Dvoris with the chip lead and 2 lammers intact. The DD, bottom of the chip counts. Elton Tsang, obviously sub 1 ante. Anson Yu, Michael Watson, and Martin Nilsson, all in the danger zone, sub average. Gonna need to spin the wheel. It's like the early eliminations so far, like Haxton, Enes Chufarin, Tony G, and Chris Brewer. Brewer, of course, fresh off that second place finish, second to Richard Young earlier on.
Well, Elton's finally got his opportunity to take those last 3,000 chips in there.
He doesn't have a choice.
Right, it's an
ante's
ante
4K.
game. Yes, he's up against 2 queens. Lovely.
Poor old Tsang. I was looking at the Triton Poker Plus app whilst I was away, and I saw some of the hands. I mean, absolute carnage. To 28 entries in this one, closing in on the 1.5 million total prize pool. Tom Dwan, Baziakuski, Danny Tang, Kat Lee, Seth Davies, Boss Paul, Chidwick, Richard Young, all in the mix. Let's have it. 2 more levels. Plenty more gambling.
I thought he was on a flight out.
What happened? Why are you so happy?
I'm not sure.
I could tell you the noise in the background is Dao Min Fu.
3 from everyone and then side pot, right?
Do you want to know what it's all about?
Tell me. Tell me.
Now, you saw him
15 in the
sat
main
next
pot,
to Tom Dwan earlier, asking questions to both Tom and Daniel Dvoris as Elton battles out in this 3-way affair. Then went over to the outer table, sat next to Boss for a bit, Both players, Zhang and Mazhenkov, connecting with that middle pair. Dvorak with the overcard to be potentially scared of. Was watching and then started playing some short deck online. Asking Jason Kuhn, asking Paul about some hands. Made a full house, lost to a flush, and then he was like, Jason, I had a full house, why did I lose? Shows Jason the hand history, and Jason's like, sorry, buddy. The guy had a flush. Flushes beat full houses. So he's learning, not quite for the 50K price tag that these guys are, but he's learning. And I tell you what, Randy, I want to put good money on Dao Min Fu playing at least one short deck event in London, if not the 20K tomorrow.
I think so.
I mean,
that is quite the story, my friend.
He's getting coaching from the best. He's already hooked as Elton looks for a 10 or an 8, and now with the 7 of clubs on the turn, he's drawing to just 1 out as we saw a 10 folded. Doesn't come. The needle from the deck in the form of the 2 pair.
It was a win-win situation for Elton here. Either he doubles up this little 3K stack, or he busts and rebuys. Fresh 300K stack incoming. Straight to the registration desk,
like
as you can see. That's the longest shot we've seen of someone walking away from the feature table.
It does look like it. The penultimate night of action here in North Cyprus as we head back to the outer table. Tuan and Greenwood with the queen high straight. Yong.
Wow, look at that.
With the flush draw.
Check raising. It looks strong.
It really does. And you know, this is a byproduct, Randy, of Yong realizing that he's going to have more ace-king from +1 in this position. He's going to be the one trapping. Unable to shake Tuan as things stand. Tuan, of course, blocking ace-king and king-9.
Is Greenwood going to come along?
130 34, 134 behind.
The red cap, fresh off that second title, running a big bluff here. Does have equity.
It does help to have that ace, just having that backup where you can hit the king in case you're up against ace-king. It is scary to see a raise and a call still.
Power poker being played by Yong. See what he does on Brick Rivers.
130.
Oh my.
Wow. Interesting. The click back. Yong did not expect a player to re-raise again once he raises from up front, given that it's hard for them to represent ace-king. Now Dwan, in a tricky situation because Greenwood can't have ace-king, but I suppose he can have king-9 or some kind of 9x flush draw with backup. Note how deep they are. Over 100 antes by quite a margin.
Incredibly peculiar spot, Randy, I have to say. A spot that I feel like Yong definitely had the range advantage, but Greenwood just clicking it to 130. See what Duan comes with now again. Knows that Greenwood can't have ace-king. This was a limped pot. Greenwood checked his option on the button. Can obviously have king-9. As
Wow.
Randy said, you can also have 9x with the flush draw. 3-3-6 in the middle. Tom Duan making the call, Randy.
This pot has gotten out of hand with that Richard Yong check raise. River card is the ace, and is there ever a chance someone gets blown off of their 9 high? They're straight with the 9.
I feel like there is. Tom Duan could certainly come out firing here. Although he does have to be worried that king-9 is part of Greenwood's range. It does check through. Chop it up, gentlemen.
Rip it on you.
We're both kind of doing the same thing. Both at,
Rip it on you.
both at the nut blocker, both at the redraw.
Arnold's thinking about it.
I feel like whoever ripped it would have won the pot.
Probably fault, right?
Yeah, Giovanna.
I think so.
I don't know.
Would have been a 100 anti-rip. Good chance. One of them lays it down.
I'd say so.
He says he doesn't know, but I don't know. Would be ambitious for half the pot.
Both of these guys are certainly capable of bluff jamming for 100 antes. Martin Nilsson, short deck pro, first joined us in Madrid of last year. Bricked the 4 events he played there. Then in May of this year, just a couple of days ago, May 23rd, yesterday in fact, bricked the 25K.
Yeah, Nielsen's a short deck specialist, but has not been able to cash one of our Triton events, unfortunately.
I think online and live are two very different beasts. Especially you throw a couple of VIPs in the mix who are happy to gamble a little bit.
Yeah.
Variance obviously gets increased. Zhang, as you alluded to, straight back in the mix. That re-entry up to 30 runners now. Both Michael Watson and Zhang jumping straight back in.
Greenwood taking this Queen 10. Roll the dice, shall we?
Very short because you have.
See, they are practically flipping Martin on his final Lammer. 6th Triton event. Looking to hold here with the King 9 of diamonds. King in the window.
Pretty good.
King ace, but always a sweat in short deck. 20% for Greenwood.
Spade.
He's a jack and a jack only to eliminate Martin. Doesn't come. Quad kings
For paint.
on the river for Martin. 330k. The outer table. There's a massive pot between Davies and Paul
Pearson's
Poit.
weird like that, right?
Here,
Where like
could be playing a massive pot, Randy. Danny with the limp trap. Chidwick jamming.
And even if you're going forward to like Vancouver, unless you're like on Air Canada. And then
I have almost 400.
Like there's just some shit like that.
Chidwick is a nice favor against 2 ace kings.
Gumble, gumble.
Here we go. Huge pot.
Nice.
You always want to see both your opponents holding the same high card hands when you're the 3rd player.
Not nice.
Chidwick saying, very nice. You can see why. Has more than half the equity. 3 ways.
766.
You are favored against my ace king.
766. How about?
No chance of
Pretty
space.
greedy. Is it?
Ace in the window. Ace jack 7.
Ace.
Danny asking for a 7.
9 of diamonds.
It's an 8. It's an 8, 9, or 10.
Calling.
Queen. 5.
Wow.
6.
Jack
Where'd that come from?
or a 10 needed for Stevie to triple.
8, 9, 7, 6, queen.
Doesn't come. They're going to chop up Chidwick's 170k.
Jason's over there
Alex
with the
and
big
Danny, of
stack.
course,
He's doing so great, not even getting these extra re-entry points.
chopping the dry side pot.
Guy really doesn't get it.
Chidwick Throwing in his final llama in exchange for 100k. Already in for 2 bullets, I believe.
Yeah, Chidwick has been struggling this main event.
Another 3-way all-in.
So cheap.
Pretty big, yeah.
Pourpoint
Yeah, the 800.
doubling on the after table.
$5,000 per point.
Ace Queen against Seth Davies
I had
Kings.
so few chips that I wasn't that concerned in counting it, but
He's also on his final llama.
I mean, caching is still the important part, right?
Cashing would be preferable, yeah.
Chips.
Gamble, gamble. The late hours of the evening.
Seems fitting, doesn't it?
Especially after the long series we've had.
Shall we gamble here? Queen Jack. Ante is 4,000, so this is a 25 ante shove. And Elton, he's been looking for a gamble. Been going awful for him. He's got ace 10.
Yeah, Chidwick knows
25.
he needs to spin the wheel of this 100k.
Danny's out.
So another flip. Ace 10 against Queen Jack. It just feels like we're at that stage of the tournament, Randy. We're going to be seeing a lot of this, and I'm all for it.
I have no complaints.
50k a pop.
Who's the lucky one? Who's unlucky?
That is a fun flop. Chidwick now a favourite.
Open-ended's a favorite, eh?
And that's why saying 4 outs once, ace or a 10 needed. Oh!
Running aces.
Short deck.
Brutal. So I suppose one of them's got to win eventually.
Chidwick down to just 16k. His third bullet. Second entry in the tournament. Again, to reiterate for the viewers just joining us. Buying his 50k. In exchange for your 50k, you get given 300k bullets. You can opt to put all of your soldiers into battle straight away. But the strategy discussed by the likes of Dvoris when Dao Minfu was at the table is that it's much better to just take the 100k, reduce variance, try and spin it up, and then if you do still have 2 bullets or 1 bullet left by the start of play tomorrow, you exchange them
Well, Henry,
for the 100k.
Then why did Tony G buy in for 3 Lammers right away for 300,000 chips? Explain that to me.
Is Tony G in the tournament, Randy?
Explains why. Okay, never mind. To further your point, though, he did it twice. Also busted that stack.
How much is that?
I had to ask. There was someone in the chat wondering, I'm sure.
I don't even need to say anything.
On your bike.
On your bike. Randy, you are slowly becoming an absolute savage. These 1-9ers you bang off. Watson going to be in great shape against Dvoris. Danny Tang with a couple of cowboys.
I knew I was going to have this hand. I knew it. I'm so excited.
Interesting thing to say. Daniel DeVore is still in the pot. He's committed. He's just giddy.
All in.
He's so giddy and he's just jamming all in. What does that mean for Daniel DeVores?
God, I'm supposed to be a professional. 450, 460, 470, 478. 478.
Chip leader of the tournament, Daniel Dvoris. I do apologize. Jason Kuhn has become the chip leader.
478.
496. Oh, more.
Just scooped a massive pot against Seth Davies and Paul. Double elimination.
Ace jacks
for
out.
Jason.
Yeah. Oh,
A three-way all-in. Chidwick down to just 16K.
Surely you had an ace, right?
So Watts expressing his concern that Forrest had an ace. He did indeed. Nice result though for Watson. Potential triple up spot as it comes 9-8-7. Straight draws available for both Chidwick and Watson with one to come.
10.
There's the 10.
Ace jack with a scoop, by the way. Just saying.
Chidwick. The little quadruple up to 72K. So Watts needs a fresh 100. So Jason with the double KO. And with that, Paul and Seth with the option to re-enter. Another 50K.
Would have won though.
You would have won? Ace jack?
Tom Dwan up to 4th. Alex Mazhenkov in 3rd.
Me too.
Looks like Forrest, the table captain, is being moved to the outer table.
I mean, if we can get 38 in this, it's a pretty good result.
I'm doing my best.
Me too.
Why do I feel like Elton's going to find a way to get these chips in the middle?
Trying a different strategy. Comes in with limp first position.
Danny obviously has to be somewhat concerned that Chidwick is going to be spinning with close to range behind. Does come with call.
Watson.
Ripping it in. Action back on Elton.
I mean, Elton's got to be in.
I knew it was going in there eventually, Randy, somehow.
They got Danny's and Chidwick's extra ante in there at least.
Danny pitches it.
Do we gamble here with Jack 9? Actually in great shape given what he's up against. He would be the favorite at 39%. But you can't expect Jack 9 offsuit to be. Do we just gamble? Looks like we are.
Gamble, gamble. Another three-way all-in, Randy. This is just absolute carnage. This is a 50K buy-in, remember?
Yeah. Seems to be looser than the 25K the other day. We've doubled the buy-in.
Elton.
Just laughing. Your fate.
Guess we won it so far. I'm feeling pretty dead. Everybody limp. There's probably a lot of sixes and sevens in the deck.
Ace is good for you.
Ace, probably like a ton of sixes and sevens in the deck. More king now.
Jack for the scoop for Elton. Ace for the chop. 9 on the river gives Chidwick the best hand, and he's now back up to 228K.
72.
No complaints for Chidwick, I'll tell you. Elton, once again, losing an all-in.
Stevie was down to 16K just 2 hands ago.
2 hands ago?
2 hands ago.
Multi-way all-in after multi-way all-in.
Yeah, the dead ante's in there. Mike Haxton has re-entered. Up to 31 runners now, over 1.5 million in the prize pool. Talk of the devil, and he shall appear.
Yep, still unracking his chips. Nielsen here, pocket kings. Saw him double not too long ago with the trap. And the trap is designed to attack these guys with just 100K stacks. They're just going to push such a wide range. Haxton trying to use Nielsen's limp as protection with the overcall. I'd say Makita does the same here. King 8 suited. He's trying. Seems like one of those spots where we might actually get a multi-way post-flop spot incoming. As long as Greenwood obliges.
Greenwood does obviously have to be concerned. He's playing 136 antes effective against Makita. So a 5-way affair. All the kings busy.
I see Queen 8 with 2 pair.
I see Queen 6 with 2 pair.
I'm thinking Isaac Haxton is very likely to get stacked in. He's got 92K, 42K, 40K in the middle. In what world does he not get stacked right here? And 2 kings actually looks really nice on his Queen 8-6, as there shouldn't really be too many 2-pair combos, especially from the positions that Haxton and Tom Dwan are sitting on.
Does jam it in. Action on Tom with top 2.
Tom debating whether to smooth call or reship to isolate. Isolate we go. What about 2 kings?
We know the kings are dead.
Yeah, so he's
drawing to runner pair outs.
Yeah, right, because he can't get a 6 or an 8, given they've got 2 pair.
It needs to come like 7-7.
Oh, don't slide him in. You're in big, big trouble if you do. He probably just isn't expecting to be up against Queen 8 and Queen 6. If he's behind, he's thinking it's like pocket 8s, pocket 6s. He'd be in really bad shape against those hands.
It's for like 83, 85% of his stack.
So he's risking more than 60 antes in this spot.
It's his final lammer as well. No backdoor straight, no backdoor flush.
He is a short deck specialist, so we'll see if he can figure this one out.
Does make the call. So cards on their backs. Ike looking for a 6. Dwan looking to just hold. Nielsen needs the board to pair. And not with a Queen 8 or a 6.
Didn't pair that card.
Whatever the turn card brings.
Pair it.
To then pair on the river. Unless obviously the turn is a Queen 8 or a 6, then he's dead.
That's because all kings are dead.
He doesn't know that, but we do. As it comes a 7. 7 needed for Nielsen. Doesn't come. Tom Dwan finds the hold. And you can see Martin
looks pained.
Pretty pained by that one, Randy.
He felt like he was supposed to fold. You make the call. You see the results, and it just hurts.
Been a long old day of grinding. Set the trap with the kings, given how crazy the action had been behind, and Can feel that pain. Now down to just 13 antes. Icon Llama number 2. Daniel Tavoris and Jason Kuhn, the only 2 players with more than 1 million chips. A few people waiting to potentially rebuy. Seth Davies, Paul Park, Chris Brewer. Still in the building.
Notice Isaac is looking at the button double ante of Nielsen, see how short he is. See if that changes his decision. Ace-8 will Jambo. 25 antes.
Oh, Ike really looking to spin the wheel.
Of course. Great spot here for Nielsen to go on the run up.
Yeah, to get back in this fight is in great shape with the ace-10. Get back up to 112,000. We've all been there. It's about as hopeless as you can feel as a pro when the variance just really comes after you. King 9-6, so a gut shot for Ike. 7 or an 8. Nelson with the nut flush draw. And turns Ike dead.
There we go. 112K.
Still understandably just battered.
Yeah, he still seems a bit stunned about that one. Just kind of beating himself over.
It's just, it feels, I've been there, man. It feels like a needle from the deck. You know, you play a massive pot, you lose, and then you're left short. You then double, you turn the nuts, and it's just like, really? You know, really? Next hand when I'm this short? Well, we've all been there, man. And yeah, I can definitely empathize with it.
Even worse when you see the 2 hands are flipped up, like Queen 6, Queen 8, and they've got, you know, the counterfeit outs you're looking for just don't exist.
Jason doing insane damage.
Is he?
He is indeed.
What number are we counting?
He's up to 1.7 million. Trapping Kiat Lee. Game King 9-8. Jason bet 50k. Kiat called. Turn brought a 9. Jason bet 100k. Kiat called. River paired. The double paired the board. King on the river. Jason checked. Kiat then bet 250k. Jason called with King 10 for a full house as Nielsen now looks down at Ace King.
And a lovely spot given the stack he's got. He could get action in 2 spots possibly, especially with Tom Dwan making it 22,000. Probably will feel committed shooting it up to that 5.5 antes. I mean, Hexen, you don't love to see an raise and a jam in front of you, but you're sitting on 10 antes. It's one of those, am I priced in the call? I put in the double ante. Yeah, has to be.
120 or something, right?
Good news for Martin is that there is a 10 busy in Dwan's hand.
Yeah, very fortunate. With this pot, though, Nielsen can really get back to that stack where he was of 2 kings not too long ago.
Yeah, to get back up to 288k.
X is in big, big trouble if you look at his holdings against what he's up against.
So another 3-way all in.
I'm okay with that. Ooh.
Ace 8-8. Tough for Ike and Dwan to win this one. Dead on the turn. Nielsen with the 100%.
116.
There we go, just like that.
Yeah, he's back to where he was, 288K.
You can check out that graph over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Short deck. As swingy as it gets. I love this stage of the tournament, Randy. I mean, we don't need to, you know, go into theory or anything. They're just they're doing it easy for us.
Theory is, yeah.
All the chips are going in the middle. We just get to call the action, watch the madness.
It's fun. It's fun for most of the players, except the guy who keeps having to throw in their lammer for 100,000 in chips. We are building some stacks now, so it is just kind of Ike at this featured table who is extremely short. Nielsen attacking here, ace-9 of clubs. Expecting Greenwood to be weak. Ooh, same hand here for Haxton.
Is Ike on his final? He is. On his final lamb, he's been involved in every hand since returning.
Says he's been getting it bad since arriving at this featured table. Lays down the same hand.
Nope.
Greenwood folds.
Of course,
There we
2
go.
eights in the muck.
Nielsen, 312K.
Grinding.
We believe. Always impartial in the booth, unless Yong and Bar heads up. Then.
So you do get impartial. Right? Become partial. Okay.
Sorry, were you not rooting for Richard to?
Did you not see what I was wearing when we came back to the booth? Did you not see the red hats?
It was funny because Ali came back in and we did the bit again. And, you know, Brewer owned it. He was very honest. He was like, look, not only am I playing against one of the nicest guys in the game, the co-founder, one of the reasons that this tour even operates and exists, it's okay that you have a massive rail and that the whole team's supporting you. And, you know, credit to Brewer because in that spot, it's not easy. 2 hours heads up grind.
Yes.
Ike.
8-9 suited on you.
Needles are out. Well, one of the best spots Haxton's got it in recently. Coin flipping.
No, not blocking anything. 7-8 off.
Blocking my straight?
Hello.
Great board for him.
In decent shape.
Queen blocker.
Ace or a queen needed for Greenwood. One card to come. Doesn't
96.
roll off, and with that, Ike up to 208K. And I've got a funny feeling those 208K are going to be in the middle sooner rather than
Flying
later.
in soon. Do we got an over and over under? Is it like 3 hands or so? It's pretty close.
That feels like a good line, Randy. At this rate, that does feel like the line.
200K is 50 antes, so definitely not one of those auto jam spots.
Prize pool currently standing at 1,550,000. All bullets will go into play at the start of level 9, which is basically the end of today or start of tomorrow. So people that re-enter in that first level tomorrow will be buying in for the full 300K rather than the 3 100K lammers.
Yeah. Otherwise, I think they're too short So kind of want to negate some of that short stack advantage, of course. Ace King, though, I guess it was over and under
The line
one.
should have just been one
one
hand,
hand.
yeah.
Next hand, Ace King
Oh.
gets called. A literal coin flip here. Heads or tails? Which one you picking? Banker, player. Which one is it?
Honestly, at this rate,
it's banker.
Jack 8-7. Not ideal indeed, Ike. Needs an ace or a king, otherwise going to be hitting the re-enter button. Doesn't come. Greenwood improves to the Jack high straight, and Ike is back to the rebuy desk on the outer table. It was a three-way all-in between Richard Yong, Kiat Lee, and Daniel Dvoris. Kiat getting pretty fortunate. The ace-jack running into Dvoris's aces as the board ran out 6, 7, 9, 7, 8. So they both chopped up Yong's money.
I told you,
King,
Henry.
King, Queen.
Banker wins. Player, back to the registration desk.
The banker wins indeed.
I heard you gave a nickname to Makita, Urban. What was the name?
I didn't give the nickname. Now, I want to...
Ollie told me it was you.
I know, and I was about to just state for the record, whenever Ali says something to you...
Okay.
Take... You know, have you heard the expression, take it with a pinch of salt?
Yes.
In Ali's case, take it with a bucket of chlorine.
Bucket of
and
chlorine.
salt.
And salt together.
And salt mixed
Was it
together.
Swimming pool chemicals?
Not just a pinch.
Okay.
But no. The branding of clothing that Bads was rocking is called Urban Boris. We took a bit of a deep dive. Read into it. About $800 a hoodie. Bit out of my price range. Then on the flip side, I heard you came up with the nickname Urban Bads.
You like it better, don't you?
I'm a big fan.
Martin Nielsen going to work here. 10-6 of hearts. Folds to him on the dealer button. Attacking.
I just couldn't tell the words.
300k stack, and Tom not convinced.
This is hijack cutoff button.
Let's see if this gets Greenwood out. Ace 10. Kind of a tricky hand to take it post flop. 3 ways. Deep stacks all around. And Greenwood limp rejams ace 10. How did he find this spot? Tom is sitting there with 130 some odd antes. Nielsen pressing the button. It's as if they know what Nielsen's up to here to make this play.
It's like that ace-9 spot earlier. The three-way affair where Greenwood just found the flop 3-bet after the check raise.
And I'm following this action here. I'm thinking that Greenwood is not scared of Tom because he just called here. If Tom had a big hand, he would rejam on the 300k stack with a 4k ante
Right.
with some kind of holding that can continue. Now Tom is disgusted. He just put in 40k having to fold. Amazing play there from Greenwood in the cutoff.
Bravo. Cat Lee joining the table with 49 antes.
Are you on this okay?
2 tables of 5, 1 table of 6.
I mean, I don't
So
know.
Ike has re-entered and joined an outer table.
No,
Chris
just,
Brewer.
Just pulling in the pot, so I was just confused.
And Dennis Schufrin also
He gave me
re-entering
one
for
more.
50k.
Oh, it's actually 1,000. I just paid it in a way.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a cheap tournament, Henry.
If I moved, I can, right? So, in any, okay. Good to know.
The price of
I'm
admission.
working on my,
Some
what
of
you
these
open
players
for, you just grab the chips, palm one, throw in
now
three,
6 figures.
Do people have that move?
I mean, I know in like mix, people have all sorts of like shorting the pot moves and stuff like that. How much are you playing, Dennis?
Starting stack.
100?
Yeah.
So starting stack is 25 antes right now.
Out with the overlimp in the hijack. Nielsen just got punished for his button ISO.
Yeah, he's aware of this. Gonna try to adjust accordingly. Queen 9 with the limp. Dennis now, 10 and 7 suited in position. Can get a free flop if he likes.
And you have 175, right?
I have 195.
I would think this would be quite an aggressive jam here of 10-7 suited, so check we go.
Are you trapping?
Were you?
I don't know, we'll find out.
It's all about the bigger stacks asking if they're trapping. Mid-hand.
That is a fun flop, a bit of interaction for everyone. Dennis, Nielsen, and Greenwood with gut shots.
Yeah, everyone with this piece in the middle, straight draws.
Catley with top pair, king kicker.
Yeah, not a bad top pair in this spot, given that it's a type of
30.
two pairs that don't exist too often. But Greenwood going to stab quite large. First position. Looks the strongest. Yeah, the good news for Kiat here, while King Jack could be uncomfortable, he's sitting on like 40-something antes, so it's just kind of protect what's in the middle. Be tougher if he was sitting deeper than this.
I wish I was trapping.
We're trapping?
Pardon?
No, if I was trapping.
I didn't know, like, yeah. Thanks. Thank you very much.
I just fuck this hand up real bad here.
Previous time they even
Hey, Sam.
unused time banks. You see when you do 3 and 3.
They give you the same amount.
Some soap in that man's mouth, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
You have called.
Swearing on live TV.
So you're saying that if he calls, he might get punished. Is that what you're saying, Henry?
Okay, I agree, run twice.
I don't like it good here.
Rules are we can only run it once.
How many have you used? Have you used 2? Okay. This will be my... I can't waste another one after doing this stupid bullshit.
Blinds will be going up to 5k, 10k, or the antes rather. 5k ante with a 10k button ante.
Forget to play this stupid game.
Nice pickup there for Kiatley.
What?
What was
Queen 10?
Yeah.
Queen 10. Oh.
10.
I changed it to if you want.
And then the make jam door.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
You're used to the music by now, Randy. That is what one of the champions. A lot of our champions have been going home with. Special shout out to Shambhala Jewels, the official partner of the Triton Poker Series, running our poker champions with exquisite men's jewelry. Shambhala Jewels creates high-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold that are braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's going to be stuck in your head.
Dun, dun, dun. What did we get?
That
All
sounded
in?
like Countdown.
Should be 96, I think.
196 you have?
I have 96, yeah.
See, 2 people in. Short stacks.
I think you win.
I think so too.
Should have called with my 6-9.
Yeah, come.
So another all in, Henry.
Are you surprised?
Not really.
I'm not surprised either. Jack, 10, 6.
And I hit a
Middle
king.
pair for Brewer.
10 and king. Works for me.
Ace, king, queen needed for boss.
Well.
I feel like it.
Drawing dead. King no good, as that would make a full house for Brewer.
Boss and Brewer just re-entering, spinning the wheel first hand.
Very good win rate next hand.
Sometimes you just know, you don't feel good.嗯，我仲有一個第三20幾萬，但係好多兩嗰啲大嘅全部兩粒，屌！你20萬嘅一粒啫係咪？哦兩粒好撚好重皮，10萬嘅我有兩粒。
Less than 1 ante here for Paul, 8-6. Not good. As we see, ace 10. Gonna bump it up.
I'm all in already, 4K.
Two 8s are dead, by the way. In the
Sorry. Straight potential.
6 potential? Is that a thing? Danny actually going to get involved here of ace 9. Closing the action in position. Very deep stacks.
5 in, 1 buck. 5 in, 1 buck. Side pot.
A small old side pot for boss. Does have 2 lammers left, so still 200k to come. Ace in the window, and well, going to be tough for boss to win that one.
Yeah, likely we'll be counting him out in this pot. But for the other two, 41% of the time we will chop with these 3 big cards showing up. A little tricky here for ace 9 if a bet does come in. Did flop a nice piece, but...
Wow, overbet.
It's...
to apologize, of course
yeah.
it's not. There's a side pot.
So slightly over half.
30幾萬啫，第一。
Pretty tricky, right? Your opponent has raised early position, still bets on ace, king, jack. You're holding top pair. Not really much backup. Looks like he'll take one off, expecting like the Broadways to take one stab. Now it's actually awkward for Watson making 2 pairs. Sure, he takes the lead against like king, jack and such things, but the 4-liner, always trouble.
Just shy of 200k in the middle. That 4-liner on board, as Randy mentioned, does get incredibly awkward for Watson.
我 Tony G Anson 啦，加埋你啦，7個人。500、1000嘅，呢樣呢條執打唔得大。500、1000兩間台面就多㗎啦。
And Watson is actually reaching for chips. It's a bit of trying not to give the chance for Danny Tang to blow him off the pot. Full house, come on.
Ooh, flop the... No, that's the...
Paul looking for a queen for a chop. He can indeed. 4 outs once. Watson boating up to 463k now. There's one lammer left. Paul gonna have to throw in one of his 2 remaining lammers in exchange for 100k.
Chips.
Chip seat 2. Richard Young getting a double on the outer table. King Jack against Alex Majenkov's Ace Queen.
It's Richard's day today. Wouldn't really want to run an all-in against him. Tomorrow, though, might be different.
Tomorrow is a different day. 35 runners, 1,750,000 in the prize pool.
And I believe you said that we got one more level of play for registration tomorrow.
That is correct.
More time to spin it up.
It'll be a fun one as well because it's 45 minutes, so.
Yes. Of carnage.
Yeah.
Elton has been rather unlucky
They really like
so
putting
far in
these
this
lights
tournament.
on. The dramatic all-in lights.
The guy with the all-in light switch has a
Yeah,
lot of work to do.
He's just like,
Jack
The guy has to
10-6,
turn the lights on
Elton
and off for the all-ins.
looking for one of Stevie's kings or an ace. Looking for a queen or a king, as an ace would give Chidwick Broadway straight.
Only when all-in happens.
Doesn't find it. Chidwick truly spinning the wheel
it's
on
like a
this
siren.
last bullet. Was down to 16k, Randy.
Back to yellow.
Yeah.
That's
You don't need
right,
this,
isn't
right?
it?
The lights changing color.
I mean, it depends how much it costs to do it.
You need one guy, what? It costs
14 hands ago. It was down to 16k.
We got one man operating the.
to save cost of it.
Do we just leave the lights on? The red lights.
I don't need the
It
red
kind
light,
of
yeah.
feels like it at the moment.
Maybe you needed that final table. Day one, I don't know.
Yeah.
Save few $1,000 to stop.
It's probably good for TV when it's like a late, more exciting and stuff, right?
Like a
But
show.
that's probably annoying.
Yeah, no, I think it's good.
The timing's funny.
Just for short deck in the 20 ante period.
Yeah, it's just like all
It's
the
just
time,
kind of
right?
funny because it's just on every hand.
Yeah, it's like it.
We could be getting red lights
The whole
soon
thing is they do
here.
it every all-in, so if you have like one big blind and like no limit and you like go all in against somebody, they like still do it.
What if you leave like one chip behind?
They don't do it.
They're sharp.
They're very strict about you have to be all in. With calls to come. Kind of wild if they did it, like just when you declare, like not even.
No wonder production so expensive.
Like you're bluffing. It's like this big thing.
It's the red light camera guy.
Love the Triton product.
The red lights.
Yeah.
Oh, my turn.
Jokes aside, the small stuff like that all adds up.
Yeah, I mean the production quality is extremely high.
Yeah,
So good.
Appreciate that, Sir Watts.
Yeah.
Like 25.
It's not automated.
Not sure about the commentator trio, but everything else.
Yeah. At least one is top notch. Now it's a slammy all in. King Jack suited. Slightly ahead here, 57 versus 42.
I was hoping this game. I was rooting for
Spin the wheel.
10-9 seems way harder to beat.
Lim holding, huh?
Red lights are back. What a window card. Followed by
No
Queen
feeling for this.
and King.
I feel like a queen's coming on the tone. Okay, I was wrong.
4 outs once for Brewer.
I kind of feel like a queen on the middle.
Paul with the double.
90.
To 205K.
Odds are, Henry, we should leave those red lights on this next hand. That's what I think.
Clean call. It's better play. Hope for 3-way all in.
Well, Elton's in.
咁喺中間嗰啲就
And red lights pending.
Just leave them on.
on
It's costing us more money flicking the switch to boot it up.
25 inches.
That man is working overtime.
All in?
All in.
Cue the
Players
lights.
behind.
Ooh, look at the clash incoming. Ace King for Paul.
Still a 4, I think.
It is a lot of chips for Watson, so he's out. 3-way all in, we go.
Spin it up.
Can you believe that Ace King's only 2% behind in this 3-way all in against the 2 kings?
550K pot. Sang on his final 125K. Boss with 1 llama left.
Not right now.
Jack 9-8.
Oh, good.
Sang looking for a queen, jack, or a 10.
A great flop for Elton saying. Okay, he's the favorite.
There it is.
What? You hit the straight already, right?
Queen, you win.
Queen, you win. It doesn't come. 9 on the river. Chidwick wins a sizable side pot, but still finishes down slightly on the hand. Elton Sang with a much needed triple up.
Be break record 5 bullets.
On his final llama. Potentially going to break his record of 5 bullets, he said.
Because at level 10.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 players on their final llama as things stand. That's how things stand. Chip Counts brought to you by Merit Poker. Ante 5K, button ante 10K. So Watts leading the field here with 88 antes. Tournament chip leader is none other than the 7-time champion, Jason Kuhn. Playing 1.5 million, Daniel Torres in second. The only 2 players with more than a milli. As mentioned, 4 players on their final llama. Catley, Nilsson, Sang, Chidwick, and Paul Hua. Sang obviously out. Back to the... No, sorry, I do apologize. He just tripled up. My bad.
Yeah.
So 5 players.
Paul just lost that last hand.
5 players on their final lamma. Heading into the final 15-20 minutes of play here in the 50K short deck main event.
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
Last level of
one level.
All the bullets have to go in as 50 antes.
Of lammas.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
I for some reason was thinking they went.
Real question here, Henry. Are we getting all in this hand? We do need a break occasionally, right?
In the way it's been playing out, it's just a 50K spin the wheel.
Call.
All on. All in.
Well, 1 all in so far. And Watson, Jack 10 suited. Definitely could potentially give Brewer a spin here. Just contemplating whether Chidwick is trapping and might have to commit 350,000 chips instead.
All in.
All right, lights will be on shortly.
This is like the 4th hand now, without exaggerating.
Not exaggerating, in a row, we've had an all-in, an all-in.
flipping for 234k. Brewer does have 2 Lammers left. His second entry in this tournament. 5 cards to come.
That gets you a chuckle.
It
5 cards to
does.
come
It's
once
just
again.
like, you know.
What a board
Feels like
for
a heart,
Watson.
though. Might be a good heart for me, but it feels like a heart.
It does kind of feel that way, yeah.
Does it feel that way to you, Randy?
Not really.
Oh my word.
Not the whole. I kind of feel the 7, which I
It's
don't
an
like.
ace or a board pair.
But I'm hoping for 6.
There it is.
Lucky.
That's 1-0.
102.
That's why I
Oh,
shove.
gets the double.
They get the jack 6
Players. It's pretty hard for that to happen, huh?
Like double pairs, it's not easy.
Yeah.
That's the, yeah.
Back to the outer table.
Yeah, that was the all-in table.
And I can bluff.
Let's see about this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit deeper here. Nobody
When you
with the
can
100k
bluff, it's a good idea to bluff, right?
starting Lammer. Shortest stack belongs to
That's what
Schuferen
people
with
decide.
39 antes.
Also can be the bluff. I need to
Yeah, very different situation over here.
Is it too obvious?
All of them.
And what do you have
If
over
I
there?
keep, like, if I keep this
All
one
right,
out front,
just
maybe
over
you could take
300.
one off the top, you know?
Oh, I can't take the white one.
Yeah, like,
It's gonna be obvious because I don't know
Yeah.
why.
I'll leave these guys.
I think I started with 308 if I counted right.
Well, why does it feel like the red lights are coming back?
How do you feel like when Hawaii is leaving?
Ace, king, ace, queen. A situation where Makita's going to attack. Tom's going to feel like his opponent's attacking.
Like, I got why he did it, but you know, I thought at the time I thought he made the wrong like basketball decision because
No, he didn't.
you know, even if he went to out, he shouldn't have forced the Clippers to trade for Paul George. Because like as good as he is, they could have just got somebody else to play with him and kept their picks and whatever, and instead they traded so much for him.
Nobody cares.
Yeah,
Greenwood.
we want to see the red lights. That's what we care about, and we get them.
I don't even know, is he talking about nail clippers, hair clippers? The clippers.
Well, you know what we're talking about?
The ace
All
king,
ins.
the ace
Yes.
queen.
No, but I
Red
always,
lights. There we go.
yeah.
It's just like 5 in a row now.
Traitor.
5 or 6.
No, because it was different.
Queen.
He stuck around for a lot
You
longer.
can have the tiger. Give me a queen. No, no queen.
Queen delivered.
Okay, 2 more queens.
Tiger.
What is this voodoo?
Queen is great.
Oh, it's so unfair.
He's a king
No
for a
sweat.
chop.
Ja, only can chop. King.
Doesn't come.
Course.
Bands back up to 833k. With that pot moves up to 4th in chips.
Tiger found the way to put a queen.
Tom with 2 Lammers left. Tony G, the only player to not have re-entered.
Well, I think he might have
wrong team, bro.
entered once and busted 2 times.
That is true. Sorry, I do apologize. You're right. It's the only player that's currently eliminated
Yeah.
out of the 20 uniques.
Who's your team?
He bought in both Lammers twice and then busted twice.
Seth Davies has re-entered.
Any more?
If I was to guess, Henry,
Are
on
you gonna
average, we should get about
try to go to
2
Summer
entries a
League when you're in
player
Vegas?
by the end of all this.
Yeah.
NBA
Could be
Summer
more,
League.
but
all
close.
the like,
The
all
way
the
things
like
are going.
draft
Yeah.
picks, they play versus each other.
Maybe we get
You know,
2.5-ish.
Do I get to see all the stars?
Baby
or just
Kangaroo over on YouTube
You
saying, I
could see
wish these guys
if
went
you're getting
all in
tickets
more.
to the Wembanyama game will be tough.
Yeah.
But you could see,
most likely just the rookie.
yeah,
Understatement.
just the rookies.
I love the deadpan
Yeah,
humor.
it's just like only rookies, right?
I
The facetiousness. Well played,
Do you
sir.
think the Wembanyama games are going to be how-to tickets to get to the Zion games?
Nilsson, of course, who's had one of the swingiest
Zion
days
would be
on his
hard,
final
right?
lammer.
Yeah.
Playing
He'd be so hyped.
Yeah.
healthy 276k.
he's
Last
really
time he
good,
trapped, it didn't work out for him with
Yeah,
the
he can't
Kings.
stay healthy.
On the Queen 8-6.
People aren't designed
See if
to
this
be
trap works
like,
better
aren't
for him now.
supposed to be like that, like wide and that tall, like
heavy.
It
And
just
then he's
doesn't
super
work.
quick as well.
Yeah, just like that. That.
Just like a
athletic.
beast, you know?
Yeah, that would be the best part about going to NBA games, like sitting courtside or something. Just being like, these are gigantic people moving.
Let's see what Greenwood attacks here. That's what Nielsen wants.
You ever been to an NBA game?
I wish. I was really
55.
for Lakers to win.
Perfect
The
scenario,
ISO.
isn't it?
Nielsen was looking for.
It's like a 1 hour flight.
100k dead money in the middle.
It's like just as. It's
271
pretty much
back.
Just as easy. I mean, if you're gonna fly, it's just as easy to fly to Denver as it is to fly to.
Oh, then you had to get a final ticket.
Yeah. I mean, not like a good one.
Just gonna fall back
Yeah,
round
like
to
a decent
Greenwood.
ticket, probably not.
Just gonna ask for a count.
You have like
Tom just gonna
226k to
splash it
call.
in.
Oh, hello.
I'm
Like
pretty
a
sure I'm
decent
calling, but
ticket.
you just can't
I mean,
get in.
I'm not a great guy to ask.
20 antes.
175, yeah.
Like a decent ticket. 2,000 or 3,000.
You know the hockey nights there will be in Vegas, like the final of NHL.
Just under
We're
300.
playing just now like conference final in the Las Vegas team, Golden Knights.
Well,
They're
Greenwood
there.
does make the call. Nielsen can hold here. Be up to just shy of 700k. There's a 330k side pot between Dwan, Greenwood, and Nielsen, and of
Those
course,
games are super fun to go to. If they
bigger
win-
side
they make
pot
the finals,
between Nielsen and Greenwood.
Yeah.
What is the price for finals? Like, I mean,
Dream scenario here
like
for the
one
Ace King
big lot
suited.
for everything, or?
Yeah, probably. Like I was telling Kid I would guess like the NBA finals.
Jack
would
of
probably be,
hearts
like,
in the win. A bit of something for everyone. Fantastic board though for the side pot as Greenwood is drawing to just 2 outs. Dwan looking for a 9 or an 8.
Chop it up. There's a good chance they play Florida, or they'll play Florida or Carolina. And those
6
chips-
on the river, and with that, Martin Nielsen up to 687k now, after being down to just 55.
Maybe the ticket gets cheaper because it's in Denver. Denver doesn't have too many fans compared to other teams.
How about that, Smith?
I think it might actually be the
By the way,
opposite because
Go on.
like things that
That was
they've
another
never
all in a row.
prepared for, so like everyone will want to go. Like that
The
was
red
same
light guy
thing
better
where
be getting paid
when I
overtime.
went to,
Do you think he gets paid per click?
Per click.
when my university made like the
Imagine he's not on a day rate, he just gets paid every click.
He's like, can't wait for the end of the series where the short deck comes in.
He's texting the family, start looking for houses, okay?
I mean, you could probably look right now. See what
Make him bank
I
over
guess
here.
because-
Martin up to 4th in chips now, would you believe?
Yeah. I mean, it's the finals. It's just gonna be expensive no matter what.
Jason Kuhn still flying the flag.
Do you want to go?
To Denver?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe we can go together.
I mean, if I got family there, that's where I was born.
Oh, you're born in Denver?
Not in Denver, but like an hour south of Denver.
Colorado Springs or something?
Why are you supporting
Pueblo.
Portland?
What's that?
Why are you supporting Portland?
Because that's where I grew up. My family moved to Oregon when I was like 2 years old.
Ah.
But I was born in Colorado. Yeah.
Did Denver won any championship?
This is the first time they've ever been to the
Big move.
NBA.
I
They
think
won
would have a big
American football. They've won championships, but not. in
And
basketball.
they won hockey last year.
Did they?
Colorado, yeah.
Have the Rockies ever won a World Series? I don't know.
And they made it to the World Series with the Red Sox that one year, and then got like.
In like the 90s, right?
That was when
Looks
it was
like
in
we'll take one
university,
post flop.
I think. So, like,
Little 5-way affair.
Yeah.
Money's probably going in on the flop.
Can it? Let's see. See a
Gut
top
shot
pair.
for Kia, gut shot for Bads, top pair for Sam and Tom.
7 under. Feel like I'm on a final table.
Probably it's gonna be final table.
Tom thinking about pushing chips in here of top pair. Sees the 60k. Feels committed.
Greenwood 1 seat over
A great hand here, King Queen. Obviously a little awkward in the sense that there's two really big stacks in the first two
Short deck
positions.
becomes as big as No Limit Hold'em. They can do September 7.
Nice thing though on King 8-7 is people don't really play 8 and 7x so much.
I prefer September.
I might go to a game with you. I might be down.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna just.
I like four
One
I'll be here to talk.
on his final lammer. All in, at risk.
Really bad shape here.
They have the schedule out yet?
The schedule should be out, right?
Yeah, because they're qualified. They're qualified. They're waiting for Miami or something.
But the schedule should already be done, right? Like when the final starts.
Yeah, because Denver's going to be home no matter what.
Jack
too,
on the
right?
turn.
Yeah.
3 outs once
Miami is far, right?
for Dwan to double back up.
Miami's like a 4 or 5 hour flight from Vegas.
Doesn't find it. Greenwood holds with the king queen. And with that, Dwan gonna need to head back to the cage. Another 50k buy-in.
What if like I bought like game 6 and they finished game 4?
Greenwood up to third in chips, tied with Makita.
Henry, does it count if they got it all in post flop?
Did the man have to press the button?
But I mean, like
He did.
It's going to be on the invoice.
Okay.
Because the series will be good, you know? Like if you try to buy Game 7 tickets.
But the first game is on
extended.
2nd of June. Like, I wouldn't be arrived yet.
Like playing Poker Stars.
And then the second game is like 5th of June.
Yeah,
So what is it?
Well,
Two,
and then
is
the
it
final
2-3-2? I think.
Yeah.
Or is it 2-2-1-1-1?
It's 2, 2,
1-1-1.
1, 1, 1. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So it'd be in Denver first.
Game 5 might be. Game 5, I guess.
Game 5 is your go-to game, I think.
To reiterate for the newcomers out there,
I mean, I've anteed a couple times.
buy-in for this one is 50k.
80,000.
Do you 50k? What do you get, Randy?
You get 3 100k stacks. Those red
Do you want to do better than
placards you might have seen. 100k a stack, a lammer.
Give me an odd.
Well, it's hard to. Well, I mean, we could.
I mean, we can do some small gambles.
So if you lose the 100k, you're not necessarily out of the tournament unless you've used 2 before. You do have the option to play all 3 at once.
Is that a Tom sitting back down?
It might be. Greenwood going to make the call.
Very deep stacks in this hand if you look.
And Martin with a very disguised hand as well.
Yeah,
When
kind
do
of
you go to Vegas?
that board coverage for the low end
You have a date
represents the
set,
top end.
On the
It's
4th?
pretty good.
10,
Yeah, it looks like
9,
that Game
6,
5
top pair and a
on
gut
the
shot.
13th is your best.
Nilsson playing down to the
Game
end
5 or
of
Game
the level
7?
today.
13th.
Final level.
13th is.
Miami to win one game, just one.
Yeah, I mean. But it's 13th, I think, that's the day of the 100k W.
Martin opting
Oh,
to
you
check
have
on this
OVC,
board
you have to
texture.
play those, and-
But you playing
Looks like
right?
Tom got the same seat.
I think it's the day. Let me see. 13th, right? June 13th.
Yeah, 13. June 13 or June 19.
Yeah, June 13th is.
And Greenwood just trying to attack this
You can go.
early under the gun position raise, which checks this board. All those ace kings, ace queens going to have trouble to continue, of course, for one bet. Designed to attack that. And if he gets continued, then he starts to put that kind of usually overpair range, I would expect, on this board texture, with the obvious straight on there.
Oregon. Damian Hillard's house.
So some alarm bell is going off for Greenwood.
2-2-5 in the middle, as Randy mentioned, 2 of the deeper stacks at the
How's
table.
the Vegas team in American football?
9 on the turn, pairing the board.
Leo?
Pretty bad.
Greenwood not turning any equity in the form of straight draws.
It turns over.
Has to be concerned that Martin does have some overpairs now.
The draft and.
There's so many gut shots and straight draws out there, though, Randy. King, queen, king, jack, queen, jack, that maybe check call one street.
Just kind of turn over because some guys become like.
Yeah, definitely crossing is fine. Although he does beat those hands right now.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean the system is so much better than in Europe. Like you know, European football sucks. Like the same teams
All the rich teams just win all the time.
Be a courageous bet
That's
on
like
the turn here of ace jack.
It's
Hard to do. Check we go.
They swap in players,
Aced
right?
it.
I mean, they swap in players in American football or what?
They have
That hurts.
limited budget.
That hurt me.
So you can buy like.
But Nielsen here actually still has a lot of showdown value against all those Broadways that you just mentioned that would have straight draws.
Chopping with hands like King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10 now.
Yes, true.
Like really in football, like if you have a lot of money, you can build like perfect team.
That's how baseball.
In football, you go to scout.
You scout for
So the baseball is always the same favorite.
It's a tough value bet to make here, although correct.
It's like New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, like all the big market teams are mostly. There's a lot of variance in baseball, so it's like not as black and white. But like the Yankees' budget is like 7 times the small budget.
Is that the last hand of the night announced?
But there's also no promotion and relegation, right?
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
There's no promotion and
One more
relegation
hand, maybe.
in the American sports. Like there's no second division, third division.
Oh right.
Yeah.
So
When's this? Well, I mean, Reg closes 1:45 and it probably starts at 4, so gives 2.
3 more hands. There we go.
What, 2 hours? 15?
You know they draw for the amount of hands at the end. Randy, what does it feel like? Every draw this trip has been 3 hands. Like, is it rigged? Then it's just like, you know what, guys? 3, 4, or 5 hands.
I'll tell you what's happening. The
It's
guy
Luca.
controlling the red lights, he's like, I don't want the one, whatever the biggest number is. Whatever gets me the most commission.
There you go, you hear
And then
the
we have
floor just
45 minutes
announcing people with unexchanged bullets at the end of play tonight will be exchanging them in for 100k. They'll be put into the bag.
I wouldn't mind playing one
Tomorrow,
tonight, but I'm
we
okay
play
not.
down to a champion. Chidwick trapping under the gun with ace, king of diamonds.
Alton's got that jammable stack here of king, queen. Unfortunately, going to run into Chidwick's ace, king.
Elton on his final lammer.
Yeah, Elton's just been so unlucky in this main event
Colin.
thus far.
You have more than me, Elton, right? I have
150. 160.
more.
Burr thinking about making the call here of 10-9, hoping both his opponents have the same exact hand.
Yeah.
Close.
What's going to get out of the way? So a 3-way affair.
Not what you wanted.
Red light on.
It's not that bad. They're showing a cold. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Still 38%. The correct call, actually.
I mean, sure, I'd rather they have the exact hand.
Jack, Jack, 8. 7, 9, 10, queen for Brewer. Elton drawing pretty thin.
Pretty bad, very bad.
Elton running cards.
Everyone laughing at Elton.
Oh yeah, first straight.
Oh, backdoor full house, queen, queen.
10 of club first would be nice.
King of clubs for a sweat. For everyone.
Fantastic turn card.
I mean, I'm cool with it too. It's
Uh-huh.
10 of clubs is an okay call to me.
King of clubs on demand.
Huh.
Elton.
I don't know about
Life.
that. About one.
Chop, you can make all sorts of stuff.
Huh.
Chidwick holds with the ace king.
That was an adventure.
Eliminates Elton Tsang. Just 2 hands left on the night. Maybe just going to call it a day.
Pretty optimistic when that flop came.
No, actually.
I think he calls it a day.
What's the right thing to do? To rebind now and play 2 hands, so you can. Oh, you can't do that.
Yeah, you can't.
No, but I mean, there's 2 more hands for tonight, right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
because the hands, like once you go for the hands, that's considered the end of the day.
yeah.
Ah.
So we can commit for tomorrow, but not for tomorrow.
Oh.
Floor just explaining once they draw cards for the end of the day,
You're not
that's
allowed
it.
to.
If you're
That's it.
eliminated during those hands, you need to wait
Should
until
allow.
the next day.
That was a really bad. That was a really bad fold.
It's considered then a threat.
He's
Right.
really on for one.
I just want to get the day over with.
I can't get over this Stephen Chidwick graph.
Stop the clock. That's the end of the day. I'm not.
25 hands ago, Randy, was down to 16k. Fast forward,
You could
what,
probably
an orbit
pick, like,
and a
if
half?
the open seats.
Not
are
an
gonna
orbit and a
be
half,
in,
but you know what I mean.
Like not get
It's
the
now
big
in
blind or
5th.
whatever. Obviously, no big
785,000,
blind,
two more hands.
Things that it's just better to eliminate probably.
And it goes for Brewer.
Marlton forced to play tomorrow. Decision made for him there.
Yeah, you can definitely do stuff timing how much is left. Not as much in short deck, but
Danny might attack Chris Brewer here.
last hand. Simple math.
Back to all-in pre-flop status potentially here.
Danny does have 2 lammers. Moves all in. Chidwick going to get out of there. Brewer, the all-in player at risk, who also has 1 lammer behind for the final hand of the night if he loses this one. Queen, queen, queen.
Queen. End it.
Queen or an ace needed for Brewer for Danny to be dead. There it is, on demand.
Oh!
Oh my god. No one saw that coming.
What?
Wow.
Penultimate hand
This
of the
will never
night.
happen to Jason.
Ace on the turn, Danny with the prepay. Queen of spades on the river, quads on board, ace kicker, and they chop it up.
You can beat him.
Chris Brewer.
That might be the funniest run out I've
That
ever
is
seen in
insane.
short
I've
deck.
never seen that before. Greenwood gonna make the call as Tom has jammed 90k from under the gun. Nielsen.
Nice.
Ace king.
Great timing for him with ace king, and Greenwood's got quite a bit of chips that he would have to call. So likely, probably finds a muck here of ace jack after the rejam incomes for Martin Nielsen. Just a phenomenal spot for him, given how deep he is. Two queens now for
no.
Dennis. He's short. 30 antes. Just all in once again, Henry incoming.
Dennis with 2 lammers left. 154k.
90, Carl.
If he
I have
folds, he gets to 200k.
like 800.
Added into his stack
I
for
started
tomorrow,
with
would be
like
coming
900.
back tomorrow with 350. Gonna get a count.
I need to understand.
Either way, the red light's going on.
Yeah,
Our
whether
man's
he's involved or
making
not.
Bank.
Be kind of surprised he folds this for 30 antes though. 2 queens, you got lammers behind. Seems like a nice. It's painting him. Interesting.
Is 110 anti-jam from Martin.
Yeah,
This
but
ever 10s, jacks. Randy's just like, look, we got queens.
I mean,
in
like,
it goes.
In it
30
goes.
antes.
Everyone's been gambling with crazier hands.
There's the dead money overlay as well. He's just thinking about it being a 4-way all-in potentially.
I don't know what to do. This is
I mean,
really strange. This
he
is
calls.
seven-handed. Strange things going on.
Still have people to act.
Okay,
As he.
I fold.
Wow, lays down 2 queens. Big, big lay down.
Greenwood folds as well.
Day two.
Milton knows he's making day two after spinning the wheel with that final 55k. Guaranteed to be bagging at least 472k. If he can hold here, be bagging a very playable 700,000.
Yeah.
Last hand of the night. Queens hit the muck pre. Jack 9-8. One big favorite now.
Queens would have been good.
Queen. Clear the board. Queen. No.
Queen. Doesn't come.
Too late for
Dwan with the two pair.
90.
It's a nice little overlay there, Randy.
Decided to do
Triple up and then some. 290k in the bag for Tom. Now a couple of the eliminations just before the end of the day. Kiatley and Elton Sang. As things stand, 37 entries in this one.
Bullets now or no?
A couple of people looking to re-enter. Jason Kuhn finishing the day as tournament chip leader. Obviously, Randy, the Llamas going to be going into play. Tomorrow, one level for some of the shorter stacks to either spin it up or pony up another 50,000. I personally haven't had that much fun covering short deck in quite some time. It was just, what, 2 levels of 3-way, 4-way all-ins.
Yeah, it's been all in over and over and over again. Literally back to 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 back hands.
I want to see the invoice. The guy responsible for pressing the red light. I mean, he made absolute bank on them 2 feature tables. Every hand. I think we had, what, 7 all-ins in a row at one point?
Possibly more. There might have been one little break in between, although it was a post-flop all-in. Was a lot of fun to watch in this main event.
It really was. 37 entries so far in the 50k short deck main, with a couple of players looking to re-enter first thing tomorrow. They'll have 45 minutes to spin up or re-enter, and then we'll obviously confirm the official prize pool. But tomorrow, back same time, same place, 2 p.m. local time, we'll be playing down to a champion in event number 16, the penultimate event of this Triton Super High Roller Series here in North Cyprus. From Randy and myself and the entire production team, good night.